who cause confusion, and that's why we are not living at peace with each other.
Next is business news.
The Bureau of Public Procurement says ongoing procurement reforms saved the federal government over 1.1 trillion naira between January and December 2025. Director General Adebowale Adedoku disclosed this while defending the agency's 2026 budget before the Senate Committee on Public Procurement in Abuja. He noted faster contract approvals, additional cost savings, and stricter sanctions for erring contractors and officials. Adedokun also requested increased funding beyond the 4.32 billion naira received in 2025 to strengthen oversight, improve service delivery, and support anti-corruption efforts under Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Rising global oil prices could strengthen Nigeria's fiscal position, foreign reserves, and exchange rate stability as Brent crude trades around $69 per barrel, above the country's 64.8 benchmark in the 2026 budget. Analysts warn that a major disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could push Brent prices to between $91 and $150 per barrel, further lifting oil revenues. Prices has risen for a third straight day amid fears of possible U.S. military action against Iran and supply concerns. For Nigeria, the rally comes at a critical time as the Central Bank of Nigeria, led by Olayemi Cardoso, continues reforms supporting the naira and foreign reserves. Recent data showed the naira strengthening below 1,400 naira per dollar mark at the official market, closing around 1,396 naira 99 kobo per dollar, reflecting improving market confidence and stronger foreign exchange conditions. Nigeria's buy now pay later market is projected to grow rapidly to about $3.96 billion by 2031, driven by increasing adoption of installment-based payments in retail and e-commerce. According to a Q1 2026 industry data book by Research and Markets, the sector is expected to reach $1.88 billion in 2026, expanding at an annual growth rate of 20.6% after recording strong momentum between 2022 and 2025. The report highlights rising integration of buy now pay later solutions into online shopping platforms, as well as expansion across retail and POS channels as key drivers of growth. Across Africa, the buy now pay later market is projected to grow at 14.8% annually, reaching about $10.63 billion by 2030. The Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, PENGASAN, has warned that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directives requiring oil revenues to be paid directly into the Federation account could undermine the financial structure of Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and lead to potential job losses. The executive order, signed February 18, removes NNPC's authority to deduct operational costs before remitting funds to Federal Account Allocation Committee. PENGASAN President Festus Osifo said the move conflicts with the Petroleum Industry Act, warning it may weaken investor confidence and create uncertainty in Nigeria's oil and gas sector. This is business news in Global News. Chimizi Zadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Still to come, UK weighs removing ex-Prince Andrew from succession line amidst Spain probe. Brazil's Lula says Maduro should face trial in Venezuela, not US. Do stay with us.
Every second, Every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
U.S. President Donald Trump lashed out in unusually personal terms against the 6 Supreme Court justices who handed him one of the biggest setbacks of his second term in office by striking down the administration's global tariffs. Trump said that the court's Friday's ruling was deeply disappointing and that the justices who joined the majority opinion should be absolutely ashamed and lacked the courage to do the right thing, turning his response into a sweeping attack against a co-equal branch of government. The broadside was remarkable even for a president known for blowing past political norms and publicly berating those who challenged his authority. While speaking at the start of a press conference at the White House, which was held a few hours after the decision was released, ashamed of certain members of the court, he said he's absolutely ashamed for not having the courage to do what's right for the country. Trump did not mince words from there as he assessed the decision, which held that presidents do not have inherent authority to impose sweeping tariffs on any country. Trump criticized the ruling and made the case that he would find other methods to continue imposing tariffs on other countries. But throughout, he repeatedly returned to the justices in ways that made clear how he felt personally slighted by the decision. The president also claimed that the court was influenced by foreign interests in its decision, though he did not provide any details or evidence for the assertion.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting opinions, there's no way that anyone can argue against them. There's no way. Foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years are ecstatic. They're so happy. And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled, but they will automatically vote no. They're an automatic no, just like in Congress. They're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong, healthy, and great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no, no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this court, and it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting in particular, when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution. It's my opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement.
The British government is weighing new legislation that could remove the former Prince Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor from the line of royal succession. Officials in the United Kingdom, speaking on condition of anonymity on Friday, said the decision could follow after the police finished their investigation into the ex-prince's ties with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Espin. The New York Press Association News Service said British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government will consider introducing such legislation once the police have finished their investigation into Mountbatten Windsor, who is currently 8th in line to the British throne. Mountbatten Windsor was arrested on Thursday, his 66th birthday, on suspicion of misconduct in a public office linked to his friendship with Espin. He was held in custody for 11 hours before being released under investigation. A YouGov poll conducted after his arrest on Thursday showed that 82% of respondents believe that he should be removed from his place in line to the British throne. King Charles had already stripped Mountbatten Windsor, his younger brother, and a son of the late Queen Elizabeth II, of his titles and removed him from his home in the Royal Lodge, located in Windsor, Berkshire. Charles has also made it clear that the law must take its course and the police have his full support and cooperation. On Friday, police continued to search the former home of Mountbatten Windsor, and their full investigation appeared to intensify with the focus turning to former members of the Prince's Close Protection Unit and what they may have witnessed. In 2022, Mountbatten Windsor settled a civil lawsuit reported to be $16.2 million in a U.S. court brought by the late Virginia Giuffre, who accused him of sexually abusing her as a teenager at properties linked to Espin. The police began their investigation amid claims Mountbatten Windsor shared confidential information with the pedophile financier during the ex-prince's time as a UK trade envoy from 2001 to 2011. Brazilian President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva has said that Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro should face trial, but it should take place in a Venezuelan court rather than in the United States, where he is currently being held after his abduction by the U.S. military. Lula's comment come as Venezuela's acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, has been working to release hundreds of politicians, activists, and lawyers jailed during Maduro's residence, which began in 2013. The Brazilian has openly criticized the abduction of Maduro and his wife, Cilia Flores, in the military operation ordered by U.S. President Donald Trump on January 3rd. Maduro was flown to New York after his abduction in a bloody night raid in Caracas. He has since been accused by U.S. authorities of planning to transport drugs to the U.S. alongside other charges. The U.S. government's own data shows that Venezuela is not among the world's major drug producers. However, Trump's administration's officials have accused Maduro and others of working with the region's largest drug trafficking groups, including in Colombia and Mexico. While the Trump administration has claimed that its military buildup near Venezuela and maritime blockade of the country were focused on combating drug trafficking, Trump has laid claim to Venezuelan oil reserves since removing Maduro. Trump has also invited U.S. oil companies to exploit Venezuela's oil and said he wants proceeds from the sale of Venezuelan oil to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. Police in the Albanian capital, Tirana, fired tear gas and used water cannon as protesters clashed with security forces during demonstrations to demand the resignation of Prime Minister Edi Rama. Demonstrators hurled Molotov cocktails and fireworks at the Prime Minister's office on Friday before marching towards Parliament, where they were confronted by anti-riot police. Fierce clashes lasted for about 2 hours in the streets surrounding the legislature. Police said about 30 people were arrested, while the opposition, Democratic Party, said about 40 of its supporters had been detained. Protests in the streets of the capital have broken out on several occasions since the indictment in December of Deputy Prime Minister Belinda Baluku by a special prosecution unit. Baluku, a close associate of Rama, was suspended over a corruption scandal that is now being investigated. Several former ministers in Rama's government have also been targeted by corruption probes. Waving Albanian and opposition party flags, thousands gathered on Friday in protest. Interior Minister Albana Kosiu condemned the unrest, accusing the protesters of vandalism and saying it was a crime to attack the police. And that's it on the international scene.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never heard what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours. Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time. You see,
right? You already featured in 30 movies. How does that even feel when you hear the numbers?
I feel happy and I'm grateful to my mom that she made me have this kind of opportunity, and she made me have this kind of opportunity to become a kid actress that made it so far to 30 movies already. I just want to thank God and my mom.
Okay. So now I'm very particular, right? Because I know you're a student. I want to know how you tend to blend being an actress and also being a student.
It is not easy, because being a student and a kid actress, it's confusing sometimes and it is stressful, especially when you have to study for exams. But sometimes I will make out time to study whenever I'm on set. And my mom always makes sure that my education comes first.
Very, very important. Were you nervous or confident? Because, 30 is quite a number, right? So can you remember your very first time on the movie set, and maybe share with us how it felt and how you were able to, be part of that movie?
My first movie that I acted, I was scared because everything felt so new and big to me. Like, I was so nervous. I needed everyone knew that where I was supposed to be. Like, yes, I wanted to be here, so I did it.
Interesting. What do you want to become in future? I know you're an actress already, but what do you want to study in school?
Um, I want to become a doctor so I can be helped able to save those that are sick, that had some issue with them. So I just want to help people. So I want to become a doctor.
Now that's where my problem is. You're already an actress, right? And you're thinking of being a
Yes, ma'am.
doctor. I'm surprised, right? So then what drew your interest to go into movies or act movies? Would you say your mom or maybe a particular actor or an actress?
Um, when I was little, I admired Destiny Tipo. I always wished to. She was the person that inspired me and my mom too. So this musical inspired me. I loved how she acts. I loved all her movements. I just when I saw her, I knew that I can do all these things that she was doing on TV. So she was the person that inspired me.
Hmm. Interesting. Have you featured in any movie with her?
I haven't yet, but I know that one day I will be on a movie set together with her.
Yeah, I know how that would feel, like your idol. Oh my God, I'm shooting a movie with my idol. All right. So what's the biggest lesson Nollywood has taught you so far?
The biggest lesson that I've said that Nollywood have taught me so far is that in Nollywood you don't need to be the kind of person that has too much pride and act as if that they are bigger than others. It won't you. Once you become loyal to everyone there, people will see, this girl, like, I love how she acts, I love how she acts. Because being too proud of yourself won't take you anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Now, is there a role you've played that challenged you emotionally? Because I know I saw some clips and pictures of you acting as a princess, acting as a priestess, acting as a daughter. I even saw a picture of you holding some guns, right? So has there been any particular scene that challenged you emotionally?
Um, I like
Oh, I think she's having network issues. Can you hear me, Precious?
I was a girl, I had to like face many challenges. And let me just say, like, all the villagers there didn't like me at all. Like, they thought I was wicked, I was mean, because that's it. And the second movie that I found challenging was Akose. In that
Okay.
movie, I had many scenes that I have to fight, I have to carry guns, and I found it challenging because me, I know I can't carry guns, and I'm really scared of guns. So, but everyone there, the directors, the crew members, they helped me a lot.
Hmm. Interesting. So did you ever face any maybe sort of rejection at your audition? Because I know you had an audition, right? Did you face any form of
Yes, ma'am.
rejection from the get-go?
Um, my first one, I was nervous, and because I was nervous, I didn't like have the confidence to act how I already planned to act sad. I did recover in good time, but my mom encouraged me and said it was okay, that there are many auditions for me to participate in. I shouldn't give up just because of one audition.
Mm. Okay, let's talk about the welfare in Nollywood, right? Now, I want to know, do they give the kids in Nollywood a special attention or the same attention they give to the adults?
Sorry, come again.
I want to know
Please
if
come again.
as a child, right? you're mingling with the adults, right? I want to know how the welfare is. Do they give the children special attention, or do they give them same attention as they give the adults?
Okay, I feel everybody is just normal. There is nothing like special treatment. They just treat everybody equal.
Okay. So what's one thing people don't know about being a young actress?
Come again.
What's one thing people don't know about being a young actress? I think Precious is having some network issues. Precious, can you hear me?
Yes, ma.
All right. So I said, what's one thing people don't know about being a young actress?
Okay. What some people don't know is that there are some characters that they give kid actors like, and they can't perform very well in it. But they'll like tell them that they can try it and they can do it. But once that movie comes out, the viewer like do it very well. But I didn't like how she added in this movie. But we are also trying like make sure we get that character right. So something like we are not trying that we are like doing stuff that we know we can do. But we are trying and now we are giving our best just to make them just to entertain them.
Interesting. So are they training for young actresses like you before maybe you go into that shoot?
Sorry, ma. Come again.
I said, are there training for young actresses like you before you go into a particular shoot?
Okay, we do dry running of scripts. Now it's like when they give you the scene number that you have to do, you have to have someone that will stay with you, interpret that scene with you, and make you understand. So once the camera starts rolling, you will know the things that you can do and how to like act the same.
Okay, Precious. One more question, right? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? I know you have already featured in 30 movies since 2024. I'm sure you have more in this 2026. So with these numbers, where do you see yourself in the next 5 years? Do you see yourself in Hollywood or Bollywood, you know?
Okay, in 5 years for me, I think I see myself as a open hotel and businesses around the world.
Oh, you don't want to further being an actress in Hollywood?
Please come again.
I said you don't want to further being an actress, maybe in Hollywood or even in Nollywood, featuring in Netflix series and all that, because I didn't hear you mentioning that.
I want to, because
You have other ambitions.
I would like to feature in one. I know that.
Okay. Now, what advice would you give to other young girls who want to act like you?
Okay, or even though they see even though they feel that it's too big like that, they should keep pushing because every big dream begins with one step. So they shouldn't give up on small things that someone tell them, or they shouldn't listen to those who doesn't encourage in themselves.
All right. Thank you so much, Precious Udeze, and I wish you the absolute best in every single thing you do. Maybe by the end of 2026, we should be counting like 50 movies already. And of course, like you said, you want to be a doctor, right? I wish you the ultimate best, and I wish you well in all your studies. So enjoy the rest of your day, Precious Udeze.
Thank you, Ma.
You're welcome. Okay, the show has come to an end. We just finished speaking to Precious, a very young actress, still in school, and has already featured in 30 movies since 2024.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
And today, salsa is more than just music and movement. It's a language spoken through reading, culture, and connection. Today, we are exploring salsa as a universal language with a dancer and Spanish speaker who uses both movements and words to tell powerful stories that cross borders and bring people together. Having this conversation with me today is Eze Chisom Cynthia. She's a salsa dancer and also a Spanish speaker. I hope I did great with your intro.
You did wonderfully well.
So how are you doing?
I'm very fine. Like as you can see, it's a new year and the year is looking good.
Right? Yes. You have this whole feeling that this year is going to be great.
Honestly, seriously speaking.
That be. So I'm very interested to know why you actually decided to pick salsa as a dance step you want to be part of.
Well, should I give you the usual comment I give to people?
However, give me the long story, the drama.
Okay. The truth is that, as you can see, I am Nigerian, but I'm also Spanish. So, of course, I'm going to love Spanish dances.
Oh wait. You're Nigerian and Spanish?
Yes.
So
by blood. It's not like, you know...
By birth?
It's not by birth.
So your mom is Spanish or your dad is?
My parents are not Spanish. That's ancestral blood.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's kind of like a joke I tell people. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So
why though?
So I think, you know, sometimes people say maybe they were exposed to a particular thing when they were younger. For me, definitely, I was exposed to a little bit of Spanish. Not consciously though. You know, these telenovelas, these shows on AIT, and all those TVs. My mom watches some of them. So that was like my first exposure to Spanish. Do you understand? And then, based on church stuff, we learn Latin.
Yeah.
You understand? It's kind of still similar. But I never really took it to heart. I just knew in my subconscious I liked this thing, you understand? And all of a sudden, around, that should be in 2017, I knew I really liked it. I would watch videos of people speaking Spanish, dancing salsa, but like I was never doing it. I just really wanted to get the opportunity to do it. I was intrigued. It's actually intriguing. Like if you watch the dance, it is very intriguing. It's very lovely, and you don't know. You think it's like boring until you try it, and then you get addicted. And somehow in 2020, I started learning Spanish.
Okay.
But the first experience of dancing salsa was here in Enugu actually. I don't know if you know of Slang Global.
Yeah.
A Spanish organization. So they introduced salsa there, and that was my first experience. And honestly, like I love dancing, but since I started salsa, in fact, I'm just a salsa dancer.
I hope you can dance achinkolo and waist dance and all that too. No, I'm just interested to know.
Well, truth is that like I do try, like right from when I was small, you know, this choreography we do in primary school. Yeah, I like being part of them. But that cultural dance, you know, church choreography, school dance, all of them, I used to be part of them.
Okay. I think I'm also interested in this salsa dance thingy.
You have to be interested though.
I know you tell me to be interested. So now, do you think salsa can communicate emotions better than words sometimes?
Yeah.
How?
Generally, dance can communicate emotions. Like there are some ways you want to express yourself, you can't express it. Like it's easier when you dance those feelings or emotions. I don't know if you understand. Salsa on its own has a rhythm and flow. Like I don't really know how I can explain it for you, but it has this rhythm and flow that is deep. Even you as the dancer, like let's say, imagine you put AirPods or headset and the music is like very loud, and you're recording yourself dancing. When you're done, maybe on a different day, just watch it and see how you feel. Like you will see what you were trying to communicate.
I see nothing.
You see, salsa has passion to it basically. And some of the songs, well, I'll speak for myself because I can understand Spanish.
Okay.
So sometimes when you're hearing the song play and you're like dancing to it, it's like I'm dancing to even what they are saying or based on what they are saying. And see, honestly, you can just express yourself with dance. So if I'm sad and dancing salsa, people that are seeing it, that can get deep into what I'm dancing, would know that I'm sad. If I'm very happy, overjoyed, in fact, someone will ask you, in my salsa class, sometimes they ask me, it's like somebody sent you money today. Yes, you're so happy. Like you're so happy. That's it. So it's like whatever you're feeling is actually what you're dishing out to the people, and they can see it. That's the funniest thing.
I know they can see it. I've actually tried having that dance with you people. That was sometime last year. That was the first time I met you. I'm sorry, I did not feel anything. But the truth is, I think I get what you're saying. It's true. They could tell that you're happy. They could tell that you're sad through it. Now, have you ever danced salsa with someone that didn't understand your language or what you're communicating? Because I know sometimes they tend to miss the step. It's either they're stepping on the guy or the guy is stepping on them.
Honestly, yes, a lot of times. So basically, I do teach the salsa dance as well. So I would meet people that don't know the dance at first, or maybe someone just told them about the class and they want to try something new. They don't really they're not mesmerized by the dance, you understand? There is this kind of, it's not interesting, even though they are learners. So when I see people that, I can tell that this person is passionate about this dance from the very first time they try, even if they're missing the steps. Do you understand? Because they were interested already. They were intrigued by the dance. They felt the thing that you're supposed to feel from the dance. But like when it's someone that maybe I'm just trying to try new things, see what I can do, and maybe they told them about salsa, it's different. The feeling is different. So, and obviously they'll be making a lot of mistakes. But it's not really a big deal. I'm a very patient person and I can see it.
So would you advise the person to maybe learn Spanish first before the salsa dance? So just go ahead.
Yeah, you can dance salsa without understanding what they're saying. Oh, you see, the thing is that some of these songs we dance salsa too. Like when you're hearing the beats, you're like, ah, this song is, is life, it's giving life. The lyrics are probably very sad. That's the funniest thing. Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna play one of your video right now, and you're going to tell me if you were sad or happy.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Let's have the video. It's very beautiful, right? I love it. I honestly, I'm so interested. But how do you people do that thing that they're gonna flip you very soon? You know that, right? You have to just hold your grip, right? So now I'm gonna ask you that question. When you did this particular one, were you happy? Were you sad? What kind of message were you trying to pass to people?
I would say I was having fun actually.
Oh, you were just having fun.
I was having fun.
Okay.
Then the second one, I was expressing my innermost talented dancing spirit.
Because I was so interested in the fact that, okay, that's South and you're wearing African prints. Oh, fine, great. I mean, you're African.
Yeah.
You're Nigerian. And towards the ending, you had to do one.
Actually, I don't know if this will be me talking too much, but salsa, one of the origins of salsa is actually from Africa. You understand? So the drums, if you listen to, we actually have what we call Afro salsa. So, but if you listen to like older salsa music, the likes of them, Celia Cruz and etc. I can't remember their name. When you listen, you hear African drums, as in, oh my God, I wish like I had it in mind. I would have sent you a music. When you listen to it, you actually think it's a Nigerian, maybe an Igbo song.
Yeah.
So they start speaking Spanish.
Mm.
So it's originated from Africa. And so as an African dancing salsa, first of all, Nigerians normally, Africans normally, we have our vibes when we dance. There's no way I would just be doing, my legs and I will not add so
African,
exactly.
All right, so is there a moment where salsa changed the way you saw yourself or your culture?
Well, yeah. Let me not just talk about salsa, I'll talk about Spanish as well. How both salsa and Spanish changed my perspective. For one, I'll start with the one you asked about the culture. So, Igbo. My parents are Igbo, yeah, but like I don't know much about the Igbo culture because I
so
didn't.
We need to flog you right now.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
I didn't know much about
but you know
the
now.
Igbo culture. I know a lot of things. I've been doing my research, of course.
Okay.
So like it's not like I never liked the Igbo culture. I didn't grow up in an Igbo environment. You understand? So I didn't even grow up around people that like knew Igbo very well. So obviously I didn't get that much knowledge. But like, when I started learning salsa, that doesn't mean I didn't want to know about the Igbo culture. I always wanted to know. As in, I felt like if I get to a space where I get to know and learn, I'll be very, very happy. But when I started learning Spanish, because I started learning it on my own initially, I didn't need anybody's help. It kind of like made me see that I can actually learn a lot of things about my culture, search about them on my own. And it made me to appreciate my culture and love it more than I already did, somehow. Like, learning about someone's culture opens this kind of different feeling towards your own culture as well. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was that. Then for salsa changed me a bit. Honestly, you will not catch me dancing in public. Like, aside when I was in secondary school, because I went to boarding school and we have maybe choreography and stuff like that. Then when I was small, and church or primary school choreography, you will not catch me dancing outside.
Maybe it's because you've grown to an adult or something.
I don't know. But like, you will not see me dance outside, whether I'm alone or with people. I can't try that kind of rubbish. Okay, not that it was rubbish. I would say maybe I felt very, very
Your
shy.
steeze and composure had
it's
to
not
come
about
in.
the steeze and composure, but I also felt very shy, to be honest, to dance in public. I'm like, what? And then salsa dance is like, if you're not dancing alone, you're dancing with someone. And dancing with someone part just had me like, what? Like, how am I supposed to dance with someone? Like, because sometimes you're going to be close. Do you understand? I felt weird about it. But after I started learning, after a while, it took a while, and then I actually enjoyed it very much, and it made me more confident than I was at the moment. Like, it just changed a lot of things. Like, I felt more confident. I would not randomly feel embarrassed about certain things. It's not like it's even a big deal. Do you understand? You just randomly feel embarrassed. It could be maybe, okay, the way you're seated now. If I sit like this, I'll be feeling embarrassed, that kind of thing. Or maybe your shoe. Oh my God, I don't want to smash. Unnecessary things.
Yeah.
But when I started dancing salsa, after I like went through that journey of dancing in public, dancing with someone, dancing in front of people, teaching people to dance, it gave me a level of confidence that I was very proud of. Like, I now teach confident. I'm not scared of teaching. Yes. I didn't know I could teach. I usually shy away from things like that.
I'm going to ask you something personal. So are you working with maybe something that has to do with salsa and Spanish speaking?
Like, how do you mean?
Like, now you know how to speak Spanish and you dance salsa. Are you doing something around it? Aside from teaching people how to dance, right? Are you doing something around it that is generating income and all?
Well, I do teach Spanish and salsa. That is one, you understand? I'm trying to like make myself social media, open.
I get.
I'm not like, yeah, I do have social media accounts, but you won't really see. You will see salsa and Spanish there, but let me just say I've been very dormant. So I'm trying to like if you check my social media from like maybe this month to mid of the year, you would see a lot of things. You
Okay,
understand?
hopefully.
But generally,
Hopefully.
I make some money from teaching. Sometimes maybe translating a document, written document from Spanish to English. You understand? And one time I almost worked as a translator, but for some certain reasons, that moment I couldn't travel for that. You understand? So.
All right. So now, for beginners, what's the first message salsa teaches before the step? I mean, you've said it communicates, right? So is there any other message it gives to somebody that you just have to have this upstairs before you start with the step?
Before you start with the step, you have to have an open mind and actually be confident.
So confidence has to be something that you just need to grow confidence before you start dancing salsa.
Well, you can grow the confidence while you're dancing salsa, but if you really, the first thing is that you have to come with an open mind to dance it, because trust me, you might embarrass yourself. I'm not gonna like when you're trying to like get the first step, if you're not a dancer normally, you're most likely going to embarrass yourself. It could make you feel low because you feel like you're being stupid. Like, what are you doing? You'll feel like you're being stupid, but it's not the case. If you do it once, twice, twice, you'll be surprised.
I actually felt stupid that day.
That's the thing. You have to be open-minded. Don't feel stupid. Just come there with an open mind and be ready to make your mistakes. After like a couple of times of dancing it, you're going to get it very well. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, this is not me that was like.
So what's one big misconception that people have about salsa? I mean, I just mentioned one. The way the whole dance with your partner was, I said it looks like romance, right? So I know that's one misconception. Are there others?
That's like the major misconception. Like a lot of people be like, no, my partner must be my partner. You understand?
Yeah.
The thing is that there are boundaries. Do you understand? So there's a more romantic salsa. There's a more romantic salsa. You don't have to do that if you're not comfortable doing it. You can have salsa for fun and just enjoy the spins, the movement. You know, there are boundaries to this kind of thing. So if it's your partner, you can decide to do whatever you want. Do you understand? So that's like a major misconception because people be like, no way.
I'm not going to do this.
No way.
All right, so you're going to speak Spanish for us. Let me give you a sentence. You will not fall my hand now. So you're going to say, keep watching Signature TV and follow us on all social media platforms.
Okay. Hola a todos.
Be louder. Be louder.
You're making me shy.
I want to learn now.
Okay, so you cannot learn by the statement I'm going to say right now.
I can learn this one.
Okay. Continuamos a mirar Signature TV y también, por favor, sigamos en nuestros social medias. Gracias.
Say it again.
Say it again.
No, don't be. I'm trying to pick something. I didn't pick anything.
Okay, so I'll say it again.
Yeah.
Continuamos a mirar Signature TV y también sigamos en nuestros social medias. Gracias.
Whatever she said. Gracias. All right, thank you so much.
No, say muchas gracias.
Okay, muchas gracias.
Sí, exacto.
What's that one now?
Thank you very much.
Sí, exacto.
No, sí, exacto is yes, exactly.
So what's thank you very much?
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Or you can say muchísimas gracias.
Okay, I've learned one thing today. Muchísimas gracias. Muchas gracias. We'll be speaking Spanish from now on. You guys should be very, very prepared. Thank you so much. It's a Chisom City. I had a great time doing this with you, and I enjoy what you're doing. Even though I can't do it, I'll try. You know, it made me feel stupid the first time, but I know that by the time I build my confidence, I'll be there one day.
You actually make an amazing salsa dancer. And you actually did well that day.
I did not do well. Don't encourage me.
No, honest, I'm not trying to encourage or flatter you. You actually did well that day.
I did?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why you're feeling shy or stupid about it. You
Because
see,
I just
that's
felt
exactly what I
stupid.
said. Be open-minded.
All right, fine. Thank you so much. I had a great time, and I hope we do
Gracias.
this more often. Is that fine?
Oh, I would love to. Like, honestly, when you told me
You
I
had a
should
great time
come,
doing this,
I
right?
did.
Okay. Okay, as a wrap up, Salsa, you're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. Today on the show, we're exploring something that sits at the heart of who we are as a people, the way we express ourselves through what we eat and what we wear. Across the Southeast, food and fashion are not just lifestyle choices, they are languages, heritage, and powerful storytellers of our identity. Joining us to unpack this rich intersection of cultural and creativity is someone who has spent years curating experiences that bring this expression to life. She's a cultural strategist, a visionary leader in the creative economy, and director of the Southeast Food and Fashion Festival, Jasmine Chinaza Onya.
Thank you so
It's
very
great
much.
to have you with us today.
It's amazing to be here. Thank
Were
you.
you blushing when I was
I'm like, is that me? Are they talking about me? I love that. Thank you.
You know, I'm super proud of you. I mean, I'm super proud of the fact that you come up with so many good events. When you check out your designation, you tend to see, wow, it's a young lady doing things like this. I'm so proud of you. We're going to be talking about your journey. Okay. But let's talk about the Southeast. Okay. Now, when you think of the Southeast, what cultural element comes to your mind first?
There are quite a number of it. Okay, first, let me start that. The Eastern region as a whole is, it brings back memory of indigeneity, about heritage, our people, who we are, right? And we can't talk about culture without talking about our way of life, you know, and every aspect of it shows in how we as a people, how we relate to each other in terms of our food, music, lifestyle, fashion, and all that. Fashion not too so, because we don't see people typically wearing the average Eastern outfit that we used to know them. Yeah, so we can excuse that. Yes. But you know, I've come to that point where I see the Eastern region as, you know, home, as this comfort zone that brings back memories of the old, where we started as youngsters and, you know, growing up, and then where we want to be as, you know, the futuristic stories.
All right. Now, in your view, how do you see food and fashion uniquely capturing the identity of the Southeast?
One, let me start with the food. An average Easterner, you can only tell about us in our food. Let's start with the soup. I can count about 15 different types of soup that we have.
Is it up to 15?
It's more than 15. I mean, okay, let's take it by tongues, right? So if you come to ENUGU, a section of ENUGU state alone has more than 10. I went to Nkano land the other day and I discovered that they have their own type of soups that the general Igbo tribe, like every other person in other states, do not know about. There's Arara, there's so many of it, sorry, I cannot even go into mentioning it. So every people, when I mean people, I mean in terms of clan, they have their own soup that they are known with. Yeah. So except the typical egusi, obona, and all those things we know.
Every clan has not a soup.
I saw that conversation on Twitter, and I really do not want to step into that
because it's the very people that has egusi.
Just like every other thing, I believe that it's just nature brings out these things, and every other tribe or people tend to discover it their own way, you know. So the way you make your meal might not be the way the next people make it, right? So at the end of the day, it's who defines it and how they define it that matters. So whoever that owns it, we are eating it. So yes, back to your question. So food is something that a typical Easterner relates with, and that's why I'm always thinking the economic side of it, that if you decide to open a restaurant now, you will do so well in it, irrespective of the fact that there's already an existing thousands and numbers of restaurants currently, right? So it means that we relate to food. Is something relatable. I'm not going to mention any particular place, but if you take an average Igbo person to another location and they start up a food business, they will thrive. Because we've come to understand, I don't know if it comes from who we are or because we have a special gift from God, whatever, but we have a way of making our own way out of things, especially when it comes to food. Like I said earlier, in terms of fashion, our people are still very expressive when it comes to it. I see a defined number of fashion designers that are doing amazingly well in Southeast. What I love most about their creativity is how they are still infusing some of the materials we are known with. So you see some doing the typical Isiago thing, which I basically feel like that should not be what groups us as an Easterner. You know, when they say Igbo attire, everybody is wearing Isiago. I beg to differ. That is that is not us in any way. So we shouldn't define ourselves by Isiago. But then again, we see how people are now expressing themselves and they're being creative with how they bring out originality with what is already known. Abia State, you go to Abia State, they have their own defined areas of how they, you know, express fashion. And then you look at it, we have in food and fashion, we have this thing we call carnival train. So in our carnival train, we try as much as possible to represent every eastern state politically defined, not by you know, by region. So we try to define. So what would a typical Ebonyi person wear? What would a typical Niger Delta Igbo person wear? What would a typical Abia State person wear, right? So we try to present that in our carnival to show that we are still, in as much as we are one as Ndibo, but we still have what keeps us and makes us individuals as clans or as indigenous people or as whatever. So we present that and tell our story as much as we can.
Absolutely. Now let's talk about your journey. What actually made you to come up with Southeast Food and Fashion Festival? Is it because of the love for food, fashion, or the Southeast in general?
Interesting. You know, whenever I come across this question, I don't know if I'm always expected to share something quite deep and motivating and quite,
maybe
it was never like that.
Okay.
So I recall it was 2017. I was at the office with a couple of my staff then, and they kept saying I could eavesdrop what they were sharing from my office, and I heard them mentioning, this state is dry, there's nothing happening, there's nowhere we could go. And I just thought, I was like, that is true, basically, because as of then, I think what we had then was FinoFest, which I was part of, the organizers. So there was nothing essential to look forward to. Back then, I think roadblock wasn't as, you know, frequent as it would be. So we were all always waiting for December time to have that. So when they kept having that conversation, I was just eavesdropping. I wanted to know, okay. So afterwards, I stepped out and I said, you know what? We're going to have an event. We were like, yeah, what kind of event? So they thought it was going to be like a staff, you know, office meeting. I said, no, we're going to exploit. Let's just invite people. Let's do something. But we are going to wait till the end of, you know, maybe in October, November, so we can have something, talk to our clients to see who can come on board. And then they were like, what is it going to be like? I just said, we don't know. Let's look forward to it and see. This is 2017, right? That year it didn't happen because a lot of things. But 2018, I now said, you know what? I love food. Back then I was a foodie. I don't know so much about it now. I was a foodie, and I looked around and I noticed that my environment as of then, everyone was big on food. There was no restaurant that was not doing perfectly well. Typically people would have more than 3 square meal. You know, there is always something going on. People are always putting something in their mouth. All the hangout spots were like booming. So I was like, okay, that's very interesting. But then there was something also that wasn't too much of a functionality. It wasn't really booming. That was fashion. When I mean by that, my stylist was always complaining that people were not paying them their worth. So I felt like we had something that was booming, you know, giving the creatives and the industry people there a lot of their interest, and then we had something that wasn't so much like booming. So we have the creative industry in the fashion industry complaining about not being patronized. I said, okay, why not merge it? Why not have an instance where these two can marry each other and come? So that was the initial conversation we had, and then we did it the first one at the base landmark in ENUGU. To my surprise, it was meant to be just few friends, you know, come together. Then I knew quite a number of people, so I felt okay, few friends could come together and do. But when we sent the first flyer, it started trending. It was, everyone was just sharing it on this thing, and then the first edition became amazing. Let me fast track it. So the second edition, we now noticed that the capacity of the venue we were using were just too much. We were just too small. We couldn't contain it. That was when we now expanded. We expanded in the ideology. We expanded in the narrative. We now felt like beyond that, we now want it to be a lifestyle. We want it to be a community-focused event where everyone can key in. Target audience became more larger. We now said it's a family fun event. You can come with your family, with your kids. Socialites can come around, influencers, industry elders, politicians. Let it be that one-stop place where anyone can want to come out and just have a nice plate of our local dishes while exploring other tribes meal. Yes, so this edition we had amala, right? Because we felt like you can also not coexist without also being able to explore. Exploring is what gives you the understanding where you can perfectly understand what meal or food is. So we welcome the other cuisines and say, you know what, we can have amala, we can have other things, just for while we are definitely exploring and understanding our own things. So it's been really amazing. We didn't start with any deep depth understanding. It just started with just advocating for what we wanted to have fun, but now it's become so much more than it. This is our 7th edition, and we love the fact that we've come such a long way, and God has been faithful.
Yeah, so you've said a whole lot about the whole journey. So I want you to point out some of the challenges you encountered. We noticed that last year was kind of emotional from the beginning when they changed the allocated sites for the event to
less than 12 hours.
Less than 12 hours. We were all crying and trending on social media. So tell us how that particular scene made you feel and other challenges that you've actually gone through coming out to this.
I'll be very honest. I felt like that particular incident, for one, undermined all the work we've put in over the years. You know, when you've done something, consistency is not easy to come by, right? So when you've done something for so long, you get to a point where you feel like at least there's been recognition. There should be a bit of respect to the brand. So if some sort of thing should happen, there should be a bit of come to the round table, let's discuss and note. But we were uprooted without a bit of notification and all. So that really went where we didn't want it to go. But challenges, of course, financing. You know, this is a festival. I keep telling people it's not a fair, it's not like a normal event, it's a festival, it's a weekend-long festival. We are dealing with a workforce of over 500. We have students, we have the carnival team, we have the runway team, we have the food guys, we have the main onboarding team, the students work, like everyone is coming together to make it work. So when you have such a great number of things, and when you want to bring your creativity to life, it takes money. Right, it takes a lot to bring it on. So we have that challenge because, to be very honest, not a lot of brands support events in the East. We've not gotten to that level with Lagos scene where there's a lot in terms of push and support. So it is taking us a while, but there's still some that keep the support coming. Aside that, there's also about people understanding what you want to do. I think we are yet to get to that point where our objectives have been known and welcome, because it's not the typical local content. When I say local content, it's not something someone can easily. People are still thinking we are elites in our behaviors, right? So we are still trying to defend it. One, it's not a fair, it's a festival. Secondly, it's not a rave. It's not the typical party thing. It's a proper industry movement. So we are trying to establish a narrative here. So it's taking its turns, but it's really, as the year goes by, we are seeing the changes, the adaptation. We are seeing how people are recognizing and adapting to it. So we are excited.
All right, we have just few minutes left. So maybe in 1 minute, right? Looking back, what was the earliest okay, I've asked the question. Sorry about that. Would you say that it has been the biggest turning point in your journey? Would you say that this 7th edition is the biggest turning point for your journey?
Definitely. For one, there are some things we've not been able to get right over the years that we got right this year, and I am so grateful for that. Turning point again, yes, I think for once, people are starting to understand what exactly we are trying to do. That in as much as we are celebrating the local dishes, our spirit, our whatever it is we offer, we are still trying to blend it so that it's something that we can also offer to the world out there. The truth is that we own it. we understand it. But when you're trying to share it out for more people to understand and respect what you have, you need to find a way to balance it so that it's more understandable to the rest of the people out there. So that's why we are opening it up to, you know, a lot of other individuals to come on board and to accept what we are doing. So yes, this year has really been a redefining moment for all of us.
And the fact that there was a sold out.
And the fact that there was a sold out!
I know that made me so excited. I mean,
Obaska is such a huge place.
Yes.
And it's such a, like people will say it's a virgin land because every other thing you have to like import it in. So for once, we conquer this. Yeah.
High five to that. High five to that.
Well, thank you, my darling.
All right, thank you so much, Nasmin, for coming. Do I say Jasmine now?
Jasmine, Nasmin, I answer all.
All right. Thank you so much for coming. This
Thank
conversation
you
was
for having me.
interesting, actually.
I appreciate
And we are proud of your journey.
Oh,
and we wish you well.
Thank you so much, Signature. You guys are doing amazingly well.
Oh, it's a pleasure. All right, the show has come to an end. Join us same time tomorrow for more interesting stories, top chatting dramas from the world of arts, fashion, music, and of course social media. Follow all our social media platforms, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and enjoy the rest of your day. I remain your baby girl, Queen It Wokunta.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Chigichi Agorom, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Inside Health on Signature TV, a show where we break down complex health issues into bite-sized information enough to help you take care of your health and your well-being. Well, today we'll be discussing, or rather we'll be stepping into the world of sickle cell disease. I'm sure you must have heard of that ailment, sickle cell disease. And our guests on the show aren't new to the subject matter, a medical doctor and a sickle cell warrior. They'll be duly introduced after now. I'm your guest, Chigi Chiagorom. Don't forget you can be a part of this conversation, of course, by going over to our social media platforms on YouTube, Facebook, TikTok at Signature TV Official. You can go comment, like, share, and don't forget to subscribe. We are live 247 on SLTV, on channel 265, and you can download Signature TV app from your Google Play Store so you can get notifications each time we have a new episode. Don't go anywhere. Inside Health continues after now.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, sickle cell is marked by unprecedented pain, countless visits to the hospital, and of course, the emotional toll is also unprecedented, of course, on the families. Well, today we are discussing from crisis to care, living with sickle cell in Nigeria. Our guests, as I promised, are very well known individuals in the area of health and, of course, a non-governmental organization. Our first guest is in the studio, Dr. Chima Chidubim. He's a medical practitioner. And our second guest joining us via Zoom is Obilight Ugbonnia. He's also the founder of Obi Ugbonnia Sickle Cell Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on the show. Doc, of course, you're no longer a new face on the show. Thank you.
For having me.
Absolutely. And if you can hear us clearly, Obilight, thank you for making our time to join us today on the show.
Thank you, Dr. Shege, for having me on the show. And hello, Doctor.
Right. So let's just get into the topic, the subject matter for the day. I'll start with you, Doc. Like I always do, you're already aware of my style of interview. We want to know the basic meanings of certain things. Today we're talking about sickle cell disease. What exactly is sickle cell disease? Is it the same thing with sickle cell anemia? Because we hear about sickle cell anemia and then sickle cell disease. Are they one and the same? And how will you describe it to the layperson?
Okay, thank you very much, Shigi, for having me. It's always a pleasure.
My joy.
Thank you. Today you brought up a very sensitive topic to myself and the entire Nigeria, need I say West Africa. Sickle cell disease, like you mentioned, is a phenomenon, an ailment, a disease, like the name says, that will birth sickle cell anemia.
Okay.
So they are almost one and the same.
Okay.
Almost. Now, when we talk about sickle cell disease, this is something that happens at the gene level, genetic level. And when we talk about the genetic level of the human being, these are the tiniest molecular aspects that make up the human traits in terms of the blood system.
Okay.
So, this very genetic mutation, you see, I'm trying to be very picky
explicit,
and explicit. This genetic mutation that happens at this genetic level causes a change in an interpretation that the body already has. Now, permit me to clear my throat though, so I'll be sure I'm flowing.
Okay.
Now, when you talk about the sickle cells, there is something in the body called hemoglobin.
Okay.
Now, this hemoglobin has its own interpretation in the genomic level. So this interpretation is what tells the body how to bring this out to the surrounding and how to manifest it.
Okay.
Now, there is a mutation, meaning a change that the body could not help.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come into this room and I've seen you seated in this position, and just for me to step out, get a glass of water, somebody has told you to please take a shift.
Mm-hmm.
So this person could have some space to sit. And before I come back, I've seen the next person sitting fully in your chair. You're still nearby, but you've changed the position because of some information. So what am I driving at? There is a change at the beta globin chain of the hemoglobin at 0.6. It's position 6. This is biochemical now.
All right.
Of the glutamine and valine. So the valine is the one that pushes out the glutamic acid in that chain of information.
Displacement here.
Exactly.
Amino acid displacement.
Exactly. So it now translates, because this is like a blueprint. that tells the body, now this is the blueprint, work on it, deliver this, produce this.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
information is reversed.
Okay, we're still going to
in
hold
all.
that thought. We're still going to get back to it because I know people are told from the much awareness that we have that AS should not marry AS. We're getting to that, but I want to,
Okay.
I want to talk to Obi Light. Obi, you are nothing short of a miracle. You are a 51-year-old sickle cell survivor, right? Can you tell us your earliest memory of, knowing that there's something wrong, with your health and basically your well-being? Just take us through your earliest memories of maybe episodes of sickle cell that, you can remember.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shigi. And doctor Shigi, yeah. The doctor that tried to define sickle cell, that's quite a detailed word. For some of us that are laymen in science, we might not really understand that detail. But as a someone who is living with sickle cell, what I understand is that sickle cell causes tremendous pain. Okay. So as far as I can remember, I didn't start my primary school early. Okay. My older siblings will go to school. And as a little child, I would love to start, joining them to school. But my parents wouldn't let me. And I kept wondering, why is that? Then when I finally joined them in primary school, I noticed that I miss schools a lot because of pain. But of course, as a little child, I don't know what's wrong with me. I would like to play like other kids. I love to, jump around as a boy child, but my mommy will always caution me, take it easy, don't play with them, sit down, be quiet, So that's the earliest I could, remember. I started wondering and thinking that maybe something is wrong with me. This one, my parents will not allow me to, play like other kids, especially football. I love football. And, asking a Nigerian boy child, not to play football is like a punishment. So I got thinking maybe something is wrong, or maybe I'm a special child. That is why they don't want me to play like the others.
All right, Obi, so at what point were you able to conceptualize what was going on, and what were some of the things, lifestyle changes you had to make, to be able to manage your, health issue?
Okay, like I said, sickle cell comes with a lot of pain. And growing up, I love football. I am from the riverine part of Anambra State, Ogbaru. So, of course, if you know Ogbaru, you know that we are swimmers. So I will engage in swimming contests with other kids, But after that contest, I will end up, suffering severe, painful crisis. So growing up, I started trying to adjust my lifestyle. I started being careful how I play. I started being careful the kind of activity I engaged in, knowing that any strenuous activity could trigger sickle cell crisis. Okay, so I started being careful with my life, the kind of play, the kind of activity. If you call me and my siblings to come and help you, maybe carry or lift a load, I will not engage in that. I will watch my siblings, go do that, And even in school, I try to be careful when there is something like manual labor, waking so early in the midnight to study your body will always tell you when to, take a break. So there's a lot of lifestyle adjustments that I made growing up that has helped me, to stay healthy today.
I'll take the question to our guest in the studio. Dr. Chima, there's this recurring decimal in his submission, which is the pain. He's careful. He started with the mom. She wouldn't allow him to do any strenuous exercise. And then when he got older, he knew he couldn't swim. He couldn't do all those things because of the pain, which I'm sure some people know as crisis. Tell us exactly what happens to sickle cell patients that make them experience so much pain.
Yes, thank you once more, Chi. Mr. Obi, I'm elated to have met you here. Thank you for coming on board. Sickle cell, like Obi said, is pain, pain, and a lot of pain. Now, due to that information, or should I call it misinformation, that has been sent by displacement in genes at the genetic level, the red blood cells usually have a spherical, somewhat spherical shape.
What do you mean by red blood cells? If you can just break these words down.
Beautiful.
So that the layperson can understand.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So now, in the human body, you have different pipelines, let me use.
Okay.
You have different cables.
Good.
And those are those cables that when you look at certain parts of your body, you say, oh, look at vein. People play with it. And when vein. And all those things. Yes, those are cables. And what are the contents of those cables? They are fluids that the body operates with. So inside that fluid, just imagine someone who has made a pot of stew and granite oil, has poured in meat, flexible. They have less fiber, any substance that cannot flow through it. So this is what happens. This misinformation or this change, so this is what happens. This misinformation or this change in the positioning in the gene level.
In the shape of the red blood cells?
Exactly, at the genetic level. Because the information will first of all come at the blueprint, which is the gene.
Okay. Well, what I want us to get out of this conversation is, because Obi says, once I play hard, I feel pain.
Exactly. So I'm driving right there now.
Okay.
So when this very misinformation is sent, instead of having the normal shape, the gene and information sent to the red blood cell is toughen up, send more pillars into your makeup, and then it becomes more stiffened. It begins to assume the lengthened shape because you're putting in pillars, and pillars have to stand. And before you know it, is forming a straightened shape that is like a sickle. Just like when you go to harvest fruits, mangoes and so on, you form a curved end. But that was not the original set-out plan. The set-out plan is for you to be round. Because this red blood cell that is in this blood will carry oxygen and nutrients and go to deliver. It is like someone that delivers a delivery
so the pain
package.
is caused by a rush of these cells that are sickled.
Exactly. These cells...
And they are making their way through the vessels and it causes pain.
They are making their way through the vessels, but it's not easy for them because they have assumed a different shape. Just like when you are eating fish and you swallow a bone. It doesn't scale through because it goes to hinge at both ends. So when these blood cells begin to pass through this pipe, blood vessels, and they begin to find hooks to hinge themselves on. One hinges, another hinges on top, another hinges, they become clogged, that place becomes blocked off. And then blood supply is reduced to the other end. It
makes absolute sense.
Oxygen supply is reduced to the other end because you have blocked off my connection. So everybody at this side suffers. And then the body tells you, I'm in trouble. What way does the body communicate that I'm in trouble?
Pain.
Pain.
All right. Let's get back to Obi. Obi, it's no news that the life of a sickle cell, the life of a sickle cell patient is marked by pain. Another is the fact that there are countless hospital visits, and consequently, there is money involved. How can you explain the financial burden of living with sickle cell in Nigeria? How has the story been for you? Do you have a particular story where it was really difficult for your parents or for you as an adult living with sickle cell? What's the story really?
Okay. First of all, let me tell our viewers that sickle cell causes poverty. Yes. And what I mean by that is that it takes a lot to take care of a child with sickle cell. So growing up, I am not from a very wealthy home. I'm not from a wealthy home. Okay. So sometimes your parents will be without money and you're having this painful crisis, and they won't be able to afford even hospital treatment. So maybe they'll quickly rush to a chemist store and buy some painkillers, and it's difficult. And some other maybe cough, catarrh, cold in that manner. But sickle cell crisis demands a medical attention. But because there is no, or there were no money sometimes, parents would have to decide between using the little money available to feed the rest of the, house, or risk using that little money remaining on you and starving others. That was my experience. Sometimes because there's no money to go to hospital, you will be home for a week, 2 weeks, battling this painful crisis. And you keep taking maybe paracetamol, taking Novalgine. When I was little, it was always Novalgine, So it's really not a very good experience living with sickle cell. Now, if you have a parents that are not wealthy and not able to take you, to access medical care every time you're sick, that becomes a very difficult time growing up. Okay, and I always remember, even in my community, where I grew up, Obakoba in Ogbaru local government, there were no hospitals. Okay, so most times we have to travel from my community, Obakoba, to Oka, to go to my auntie's hospital to receive treatment. And not all the time that my parents will be buoyant enough to transport me from Ogbaru to Oka, to go and receive treatment. So sickle cell causes poverty, and it was difficult growing up for me because of not being able to access care each time I need it.
It's really it's heart-wrenching actually thinking about it, that there's very minimal healthcare service provision for people at the grassroots. But before we get back to you, Obi, let me talk to you, doctor. Like you mentioned, imagine a scenario where a child has to stay home, for weeks because there's no money for treatment. Is there any first aid for a child that is going through sickle cell crisis that parents should be aware of? Maybe if the distance, proximity to a healthcare center is far, or you just can't administer care, professional care. What are some of the first aid treatments that a passerby, first responder, a parent, a guardian can, give to a child experiencing sickle cell, a sickle cell episode?
Okay, thank you very much. You mentioned something very pertinent. It will strike you to know that prevention is the first aid.
Mm.
Because when crisis comes, it has come. When you have the blockage of a blood vessel, and that blockage, you have to pack it out. Is that not?
Yeah.
There's a block that has refused something to flow.
To flow.
What do you have to do? You have to get to work to do what? And that will not happen immediately because it's happening in the blood vessels.
Mm-hmm.
So, what does it entail? Prevention of crisis as much as possible. Because Obi will agree with me that even when you've done almost everything you think you have to do to evade crisis, you still end up landing in crisis, one way or the other. But the difference is when you engage in preventive measures carefully, strictly, with good compliance, the number of crises within a year is reduced. There are sickle cell patients who have crisis just once in a year. There are sickle cell patients who have crisis, they tell you this is the second crisis this year, and we're almost at the end of the year. So, prevention. So how can you go about this very prevention? It is very simple and difficult because it will involve finance. And that is what my dear brother Mr. Obi has mentioned, that sickle cell causes poverty. Because when you don't have, the little you have to enable yourself, invest in yourself to have, you have to save health first. Otherwise there will be no life to have. So what do? There are drugs. Now, from the childhood stage, you have sickle cell being able to manifest from the 5th month till about 5th, 6th month thereabout. You start seeing the manifestations. But then there is this powerful, wonderful drug that has helped us a lot. It's called hydroxyurea. Now, mind you, anything I mention here, please don't go ahead to administer it to yourself. Yeah. Make your way to the hospital. There are experts. There are ways to get it. Sure. So, the hydroxyurea tablet is a game changer in the dihydroxycarbamide tablets. It's a game changer in sickle cell management. What does it do? It takes the red blood cells, like we mentioned, the red blood cells are those parts of the blood that carry the oxygen and the nutrients. It helps the red blood cell to go back to the earlier stages of life, which is the neonatal stage. When you mention a neonate, you mean from 0 day to about 28th day of life. So it takes the hemoglobin, whom has now mutated and sent a wrong information to form extra pillars and sickles. It makes him to jump the adult hemoglobin and go back to the childhood hemoglobin, which is even better. Because the child will not experience that crisis at the neonatal stage or whatever, because he has the hemoglobin, fetal hemoglobin, which has the better shape and which has even better capacity to help him carry
so there's
oxygen
no way
around.
A child has sickle cell as a neonate. You can't identify. If you do the genotype test, you can't identify.
You can do the genotype. The genotype now is different from the hemoglobin.
Okay.
These are different things. Okay. The genotypes are labels that have told you that this very genome has made that mistake. The genome, the gene, has made that mistake that will give us sickle cells. Then the hemoglobin is now the resultant effect of that mistake that has been made that will form the sickle.
Interesting.
So that message for a neonate is not going to affect his hemoglobin because he has a different information, which is the fetal hemoglobin, that will carry oxygen and nutrients better for him. So That is one. Another is hydration.
Drinking water.
A lot of water. In fact, what we call it in the medical parlance is hyperhydration. Hyper is excessive to a very high level. When you see a sickle cell patient who is always carrying a bottle of water, up to this 1.5 liter bottle of water or water cans with them, go after that person, you will see that the number of crises in a year is reduced as compared to the man that's nothing mega, jumps around the streets. Now, that hydration helps you to keep the blood vessels with enough fluid, because we need things that will make the blood move. So the body keeps absorbing.
We need things that will make the blood move. Exercise makes the blood move.
Exercise,
but then it triggers episodes in a sickle cell patient. I mean, make it make sense.
Beautiful. Exercise helps the blood flow. But what happens when you have the reduced, when you have a little amount of a product and have so many people scampering for that same product? What happens? Because this is somebody, we have the blood, the hemoglobin, like I said, what will carry the oxygen and the nutrients. But we have an enormous amount of those who have almost no value to us. And then we have a little amount of those that have the value. So what happens? You have those that will not have that value flowing a lot, and you think everybody is working. Meanwhile, we have just a few number of persons working. So they will get fatigued, they will get exhausted, and at some point they will not be able to do all the to and fro job. What will happen? There will be crisis. Because the other people walking around aren't delivering that oxygen and so
dividends.
So the dividends. So you see that the tissues are suffering, and they will tell you I'm feeling pain. And then there begins to be vaso-occlusion. That's what it's called.
That's what. I'm thinking also, before we get to Obi, because I have an interesting question for him. What's the role of massage? Okay, because we've talked about preventive medicine, if I may. What about massage? Because we need something that will help the blood to flow. If a patient is in crisis, can massage, and what other activities can help the person?
There are certain activities you will begin to wonder what is the value. In fact, in music, it's part of the therapy for a sickle cell crisis.
In crisis, a patient in crisis.
Exactly. I will extend it to movies.
So someone is in crisis and you turn on movies for them.
You must distract the person as much as possible.
From the pain.
From the pain. Because the pain will be there till you have given enough hyperhydration to make whatever is clogged up push out the way, and things begin to flow. So distraction, the massage will also work. That is where hot compress even comes in, because you will attempt to massage with hot compress. Now, what happens to some red oil you keep in your kitchen and it's cold?
They condense.
They become clogged up.
Yeah.
But when everywhere is sunny and so on, you see some part melted off, you see some part fluidy, some part condensed. That's what happens. So that heat also translates one way or the other to tell those sluggish and clogging, loosen up a little bit. So,
all right, Dr. Chima.
There's a whole lot.
We're back to you, Obi. I'm sure you heard what Dr. Chima has said concerning the preventive measures. You're 51. You're a living, walking, breathing miracle. How have you been able to survive this long? And it's even more interesting, you came from a humble background. What is your story? How have you been able to survive for 51 years and counting?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shima, for all this scientific explanation. I live with sickle cell, but most times I don't even know all these details. How have I survived for these 51 years? The answer is direct. Before I go into other details, God has kept me. His grace has kept me. Okay, now let me go back to other factors, human factors, that has helped me, to be here until now. Remember I said life was not so palatable, not so easy with my parents growing up, it got to, just like Dr. Shima said, if you don't know how to prevent crisis, you will keep on falling sick all the time. My parents had little or no knowledge at all whatsoever about managing a sickle cell child. So everything, goes in my life. I could follow my siblings to the forest to fetch firewood. We go fetching water from the River Niger to home, carrying heavy load. They didn't care because they didn't know, it has any effect on me. Then it got to some point, one of my hospital visits to Oka, my auntie, Lady E.O. Ifebi, Lady Ngozi Ifebi, after they treated me and discharged me, she told my mom that, look, I think it's high time you left this boy, let this boy stay with us. You can go, because the way I am seeing you and this boy will just die before you know it. Okay, so with that arrangement, I now started living with my auntie in her house, and her husband, a medical doctor, Sir Dr. E.O. Ifebi. So I started living with them, and this couple taught me almost everything I know about managing my health. First, they taught me to keep myself hydrated all the time. Dr. Ifebi will not be happy if he sees me and don't see me with a bottle of water. He will always ask me, Obi, where's your water? Have you been taking water today? So that helped me to keep myself hydrated all the time. Then he also taught me not to engage in, strenuous activities. So I learned to rest when my body is saying, please, it is enough. Okay? And I equally learned how to feed, very well. Because growing up, we didn't have much, but now living with my auntie and her husband, who are able to provide, for me, I was feeding well. Okay? He tried to teach me also to stay out of mosquitoes. So I will not stay where I'll be bitten by mosquito, so that malaria infection will not trigger crisis. So it's proper management that has, kept me, where I am today. And just like Dr. Shima said, if you learn to manage your health very well as a sickle cell warrior, you have less crisis. Sometimes, just like he said, also, I have crisis like once or twice a year, and it's because I am observing that preventive measures. I'm being careful not to engage myself in things, that will trigger crisis. So it's been God's, and it's been good management of my health that has brought me this far today. And thanks to Sir Dr. E.O. Ifebi and his wife, Lady Ngozi Ifebi, for all they taught me, while I lived with them.
The fact that you learned a lot and you adhered to what you learned, and the fact that God has kept you this long, it's also the fact that you went a step further. I know you founded a foundation. We'll get to it in a bit. But meanwhile, Dr. Chima, talking about prevention. We've been talking about prevention so that you don't get the crisis. Let's talk about prevention against conception of a child that has sickle cell. There's been a little bit of an awareness, for some decades now. AS, don't marry. What is AS? and who should marry who. You understand? So just take us through it very briefly.
All right, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Obi, my very good friend, once more.
Well, you guys have become very good friends.
Yes, very, very good friend. Yes. And you can even see we are almost on the same
kindred
outfit.
spirit.
So thank you very much. Yeah. Now, this brings us to what we call the genotype. The genotype. Genotype is simply gene and your type. That is your type
of gene.
So, you know, this AS thing, AA and so on, they are just ways to know something. Just like I was giving birth to, my parents said, someone that has a face like mine, when you see him anywhere, call him Chema, Chidubem. That's just that. So, there are these genetic traits that were found, and then the world said, the medical world said, let's name you genotype A. And we saw a certain shift that looked some other way, and we said, let's name you genotype S. So we saw that there are some persons who had a mixture of this genotype A flowing around, and then this genotype S flowing around.
In the same human being.
In the same human being. What could we make of it? We say you are A and S. Then there are some we've seen that we're just A flowing around everywhere. We say you're A entirely, because we have seen a difference that has the both combination. And then we've seen one that now has entirely the S flowing almost entirely everywhere. So what do we now say? Just to make a difference, we say it is S. So the prevention that would help us to do better is awareness. Awareness that consummate relationship between a man and woman that will lead to conception should be guided by knowing their types of gene. That is their genotype. To know whether you are full of the AA traits running all over. Do you have the mixture of the A and S? The A and S is called heterozygous. The other is the homozygous. Homo for our same exactly. Heterozygous means we have differences. So when we talk about this prevention in this regard, we must begin sensitization to tell people that when you are of the AA trait, this is whom you should allow yourself to conceive for. I'm not mentioning marriage, if you've noticed, because a lot of people have children even out of marriage. And one of the measures that the church, a lot of institutions have put together is before we wed you, before you get married, we know your genotype. What of by the time they have not even gotten married, or they don't even intend to come to your church or anything? What happens? We have lost that bracket. So we have to reach people in the comfort of their bedroom to say there is danger, even before they fall in love, because the human head is
once you get into that
is
space.
So we
Once
don't
you get
even
into that space.
Honestly, the awareness will help you. You notice that we've gotten some level of awareness, but between the learned world, because the female folk will tell you once she doesn't like a guy, she tells him that I'm AS. And the guy wants to kill you, say, fine, I'm AA.
I'm AA.
So now, the marriage should not ever happen between an AS and an AS genotype.
Okay.
Never.
What about marriage between an SS and an AA genotype?
Wonderful.
Really?
Wonderful. But what is going to happen is that you will also push in the S trait
into your children.
But so long as the S trait has a diluent to it, which is the A, there is a mixture. So now when this mixture comes together, we can dilute. So there is something known as the heterozygous advantage. The heterozygous advantage now is for people who have the A and the S in one, which is the AS genotype. So When you look at them, they have lesser complication with malaria. That is a very big advantage for them. Yes. Why? Because the malaria parasite is looking for the wonderful hemoglobin cells or shapes to cling to and attack and kill and burst and destroy it. But by the time it flies around, it's seeing a different shape and so you don't look to me like you're familiar. Leave you alone. So by the time it flows around, before it begins to find those other ones, you may have even annihilated it by treatment and so on. So you have the heterozygous advantage. But so that brings us to the awareness that this genotype should not go with this genotype. Any genotype that will land you in forming a homozygous sickle cell gene should not be allowed to fly.
What you're saying is that AS should only marry AS?
AS should not marry AS.
Okay.
AA can marry AA.
Good.
AA can marry AS.
Okay.
You understand? Now, AS should not marry AS. Now, SSAA should go ahead and marry. Now, AS and SS should not be married.
Good. I love that. Let's get back to Obi. Obi, welcome back. Thank you. We lost you for a bit, but I'm glad you're back. Tell me about the Obi Light Owonia Foundation, Sickle Cell Foundation. I'm well aware, of course, from some of your submissions that government is doing little or nothing to subsidize drugs for sickle cell. And we don't even understand the stand of sickle cell patients when it comes to National Health Insurance Scheme. What gaps is your foundation, are there? What are the gaps, and how is your foundation trying to close these gaps?
Okay. First of all, let me begin by telling the reason, I started the foundation. Throughout my life, I've had about 3 predictions of how old, I'll live. First, they said, they don't live past 5 years. If he's able to live past 5 years, then you're lucky. Then I live, God preserved my life past 5 years. Then when I got to 10, I was always sick. And they told my mother, if you're able to manage him until 15, then you have tried your best. Okay? And God preserved my life until I got past that. Then the crisis continued. And some said, some of them, if they are lucky to get past 25, then they will not be sick anymore, which is not true. Then I was lucky. I lived beyond 25 years. Okay, so having celebrated all these birthdays, when I got to 50 last year, I called my friend and I said, look, living 50 years with sickle cell, to me, is like living eternity. I believe I have lived a fulfilled life, So this birthday is going to be different from other birthdays. So what are we going to do differently? So my friends and I, brainstormed, and they were like, okay, tell us, what do you have in mind? I said, okay, look, I'm celebrating 50 years as a sickle cell warrior, which is not easy to come by. So I would like to set up a foundation where, because I know that the greatest need of a sickle cell warrior is prompt access to healthcare. From experience, I know. So I said, okay, what about if we set up a foundation that will support the less privileged with free health insurance? Something I was not privileged, as a child, to have. So I said, let's have a foundation that will provide them free health insurance so that whenever that crisis comes, they won't have to choose between feeding and going to hospital to access care, so that they could just go to hospital and get treated. My friends agreed with me, and that is what gave birth to the Obiobunia Sickle Cell Foundation. Okay, now, having set up the foundation, hello?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Sorry to cut you short, Obi, because we have actually run out of time. But this is what I will plead with you to do. We're going to continue with this conversation some of the time because I still have plenty of questions to ask you. For example, I know you have a family, you're married with kids. What has been, the experience for them? How have they actually supported you, in your journey? But obviously we can't take it now because we have totally run out of time. So thank you so very much for your insights. You are a walking, talking, breathing miracle, like I said. And we have to reschedule another time to continue this conversation because it's something worth sharing. So thank you so very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Dr. Chinua, in just 1 minute, any parting shot? I know you're full of information,
yes,
but unfortunately it's time that we don't have. So just a parting shot, 1 minute so that we can
the parting shot is the government should help. There should be government committedness in funding. There should be a dedicated hotline, helpline for sickle cell patients. There should be a sickle cell registry in this country where every sickle cell patient is identified. And when they don't come for checkup, you sort after them. Now, everybody should know that even with love, some people are giving the impression that out of the whole children you have 4 children, you can only encounter maybe 1 sickle cell patient. And the couple say, let's get married.
Yeah.
We can only have 1
child.
So by the 3rd child, we'll stop. And you are trapped.
Yeah.
So, but the real sense is, in every pregnancy, the woman conceives.
All right.
There is a 4 in 1 chance. That is, there's a quarter chance, 25% chance of having a sickle cell child. Now, what if each time is like throwing a Ludo dice? Each time you throw up the dice, it falls down and it lands in sickle.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Chidubem. Thank you for your time. Celebrity doctor, always a pleasure having you. One day we're going to get you a chalkboard or whiteboard.
To illustrate.
Yes.
I need it.
All right, that's so much we can take on today's show. Thank you so much, Ubilight Ubuna. Thank you, Dr. Chima Chidubem, for your time. Don't forget, your health is entirely your responsibility. I am Tigichi Agorom. You can go online on social media to like, comment, share. Let us know what you think. We are live 247 on SLTV 265 again. I'm Tigichi Agorom, your host, and I leave you with these health tips. Don't forget, your health is your wealth. Bye for now.
Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated reserve and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
We are local.
International communities observing every
Why the main market is in chaos. People are
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another edition of Development Discourse. My name is Patrick Okibo, founder Next Year. Next Year is a public policy advisory firm. We're focused on solving Africa's complex problems. Development Discourse is our platform for unpacking many of these issues that ail the continent. Today, we're going to be discussing the trouble with Nigeria. You see, Professor Achebe gifted a lot of things to the world. You know, most of his books, Things Fall Apart, Arrow of God. And my guest today is a keen, ardent follower of Achebe. He peppers many of his discussions with quotes from many of these books. I think his favorite, maybe Arrows of God. But today, the book we're discussing, or we're going to use as our jump-off point, is a small pamphlet, The Trouble with Nigeria, where Achebe really gifts to Nigeria an analysis of what is at the root of our challenges. And that will be our jump-off point. But just to a quick introduction of my guest, he was a Minister of Aviation under President Jonathan. He was Corps Marshal of the Federal Road Safety Corps under President Obasanjo. He holds several degrees, a master's from George Mason, another certificate in marine and port administration from a university in Singapore. He has a certificate as well from Oxford University, a bachelor's from my alma mater, University of Nigeria and ENUGU campus. But what I find most fascinating about his academic journey is that after leaving office as Minister of Aviation, he decided to go back and get a bachelor's degree in law from Bayes University. And maybe a few weeks ago, maybe 2-3 weeks ago, he finished his exams in the Nigerian Law School and will soon become a lawyer, you know, to that extent. So I find that quite fascinating. And maybe in the course of our conversation, he'll tell us if this is the end of his academic journey or if he's going to take on a PhD. Osita Chidoka, welcome.
Thank you very much, Patrick. My pleasure to be here. Good.
Excellent. And so let's go back to The Trouble with Nigeria. I mean, it was published by Fourth Dimension Publishers. I know your relationship with Ato Nwankwo, you know, who I had the pleasure of meeting once in your company. I wonder if you ever met Achebe in your dealings, especially as an ENUGU boy. Did you ever run into Achebe?
Oh, yes. I went with Ato Nwankwo to Onitsha Bridge to wait for Chinua the first time he came to Nigeria after many years of sojourn in the US after his accident. And we met him at the Niger Bridge with Ato Nwankwo, escorted him to Ogidi, and then went back to Enugu. Second time was his 70th birthday with Chief Ojo Madekwe. We went for his 70th birthday at Bard College, where he was teaching at that time. The Iroko on the Eagle was the theme.
Yes.
And I had the rare pleasure of meeting him more closely and also meeting the world's greatest writers. Nadine Kodima was there, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Wole Soyinka, name them, all the Africans of the African Writers series, and then American writers, what's her name, the black woman who wrote Sula.
Yes.
So, yes, Sula, I've forgotten her name now, but she was there. And we had an interesting 2 days at the Bard College, just going through Chinwa's literature and all of that. Interestingly, Atawankwo made me buy a land in Emene, Enugu. The land was allocated to Chinua Achebe, and he felt I would like to have that land since it was up for sale. So that's my interactions with Chinua in person and over time. I was so happy I met him before he eventually passed on. And I was one of those, him and the family gave the right to bring Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart on stage without paying anything to the company in London who has the rights. So they granted me free rights to displaying Arrow of God and Things Fall Apart.
This is totally out of context of what we want to discuss, but since I have you, what do you find most amazing about Arrow of God? Because you keep going back to it.
Yes, it tells the story of leadership, of hubris, and of something, I won't reveal that now, but something I'm writing about when to stop, how people have to learn when to stop. I'm sure that, using a more contemporary example, if Nasrallah of Hezbollah and Sinwar of Hamas had known that this war with Israel will go this way, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. October 7 was an example of when they thought that 2006 would be replicated with Hezbollah and Israel in a war that Israel couldn't win, and Israel backed out. But since 2006, Israel had retooled, penetrated the organizations, had information, had even bombed, planted bombs in their pagers and walkie-talkies. That's how far they had penetrated the organization. If the organization had known that, I'm sure they wouldn't have done October 7. So sometimes in life, we need to know when to stop. So Arrow of God tells the story of Ezolo not knowing when to stop. Even though he was angry with his people, even though he was a wise man, but he didn't know when to stop. And that again is the trouble with Nigeria. When leaders don't know when to stop, when to say pull back and review the strategy and think about the wider goal and the bigger picture. But hubris is something that always plagues us.
And this is probably a good place to segue into, the main core of our conversation today, which is the trouble with Nigeria and what we can do about it. In that small pamphlet by the same title, The Trouble with Nigeria, Achebe starts with that opening sentence that the trouble with Nigeria is, simply and squarely a failure of leadership. I like how he encapsulates it in one sentence, but you and I know that life does not come fully packaged that way.
Yes.
Is that a good summation of our problem? And if yes, how? If no, what are the other ramifications that simple, clean, beautiful sentence may have missed out?
So it's I think it was a strong simplification of the problem. But Chinua's arguments are quite valid if you read through the book.
Yeah.
He questions many things about us as a nation. So for instance, yesterday I used it at a conference where I spoke. I said, people say we should talk about reorientation of our national values. I said, we can't have national values if we don't define what is the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. So we have a nation, a multi-ethnic nation, a multi-religious nation. To what end? To share revenue allocation every month? To zone offices and distribute it so that my people, your people can get? That in itself is a recipe for failure. A good friend of mine told me what a Lebanese told him, that Nigeria is where Lebanon was when they were trying all this quota system. One Christian, one Muslim, one Shia, one Sunni. one Maronite Christian, one this, and today Lebanon is ungovernable. It's an ungoverned space because it was a gradual deterioration. So a nation must have purpose. And Chinua said, why did we choose unity and faith as our national motto? Because unity is not a good in itself. You can be united to rob a bank, which is a bad thing. And you can be united to build a hospital, which is a good thing. Why can't we have concepts that are not available for dual purposes? Because when we talk about justice, there is no other way to use justice. So I think that his book, very small book, but really raises the right questions about it. Now, the solution that is purely the problem of leadership is one of the issues. We haven't had an enlightened leadership that looks at Nigeria and says, you know, where do we want to go? Who are we? Why do we even have this nation, for heaven's sake? What is our story? Because the Americans founded their story, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The French said fraternité, égalité, you know, brotherhood, they said it. The South Africans talk about Ubuntu. So what is the idea of Nigeria? It can be for unity and progress. United for what purpose? Progress to where? It can be for faith, unity and faith. Faith in what? Because you can have faith in God, which can be a good thing if you are religious. You can also have faith in your juju, which is in your room. And if you are not a juju maker, then that's not a good faith. You can even have faith in things that are inanimate or animate. So what is the faith for? So it goes back that the trouble with Nigeria is the lack of that thinking, which you may ascribe to leadership.
Okay.
It's a critical part.
How is it that even after 60 odd years, we're not able to really come up with this unifying ethos as a nation? How is it that if Chinua told us decades ago that our problem is leadership, how is it that we haven't been able to attack and deal with that problem? Indeed, how did this failure of leadership become a thing in the first place?
So again, I come back to the concept of what is the purpose of a nation? Because you see, if you do not define the purpose and mission of a nation, then anybody can be a leader. But if you define the purpose and meaning, then certain kinds of people will become leaders.
Okay.
And then the institutions will be built around protecting and deepening that purpose and mission. But if the mission, and this is where I said that Nigeria's history is a history of romanticization of the past, of a failed past. 1960 to 1966 was not a successful period. That constitution of 1963 was not successful. It led us to a civil war. It created problems. It created the Western region problem. It is in correcting the Western region problem of declaring state of emergency that the 1979 Constitution now says, and 1999 repeated it, no other way to rule Nigeria except as prescribed by this Constitution. So when Obasanjo appointed sole administrator for Plateau State, it was wrong. Our Constitution has no room for suspending elected rulers. So we have no such rule. So the idea that we are a work in progress that we need to define. So let me start by being a little practical. In 1960 to 64, we created one region, Midwestern region. So the people in the Western region, those of them senior officers, they are left to the Midwest. Midwest had a lot of human capital. So they moved to Benin to start a government. And we had Osadebe as premier. But by fast track to 1967, Gowon moved us to 12 states. So Biafra was at war, but meanwhile, the 12 states took hold in the other places. So people that were not yet trained in the bureaucracy, that didn't yet quite have no reason, went home to their states to become permanent secretaries, directors, when they should have been assistant directors in Kaduna or in ENUGU or in Ibadan. So now we dissembled to 12. And then the military after the war decided to bring this revenue allocation system that funneled cash to these 12 states without a concomitant need for revenue from the states. So the capacity to develop revenue, the institutions were now built around distribution. So from 1970 till date, our states are built around distribution of resource, not accumulation of resource, not the generation of resource. When we went to 19, 21, and then 36, you can imagine what has happened to the manpower recruitment for 36 states and 774 local governments. So when we talk about Nigeria failing because of leadership, we haven't also looked at the what I call the structural problems that has weakened capacity. Then the second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. Let us create a Nigeria where no part can withdraw from Nigeria or can levy war against Nigeria. So there was a calculated effort to weaken the states so that the federal government can be strong enough, the Leviathan, to hold everybody in check. Therefore, if you generate power, we transfer it all to Oshobo before we share it to the rest of the country. If we have minerals, the federal government drills it for all of us and shares the revenue. So as the federal government grew in capacity, it continued to widen its capacity that the states. So now you go to every state, they say, we need a federal university because the federal government is usually the biggest employer in every state. But there has been no effort for the states, even the rich states of Rivers, Delta, Akwa Ibom. If you notice, they can build Lagos, minus Lagos. Lagos has been able to build some local capacity. They've been able to, because of the opposition they played 1999 to 2000 and till date, till 2015, they managed to build a certain capacity. So if you look at the other states, Delta State, with 60,000 civil servants in Delta State. And so they can't even think about paying higher wages or attracting higher quality people because the state is a distributional state and not a development state. So I have itemized two problems. One is the state creation, with the impact it has had on manpower. The second one is what I call the post-Civil War consensus. That consensus is what is still holding sway. So now that we have found ourselves in this bind, and I will go on with others as we progress in the conversation, what I think are the structural problems that has made Nigeria the way it is today.
Okay, so let's dig a bit deeper, right? I understand at the creation, at independence, we had a finite pool of talented people. Then we start the state creation journey, and we keep, breaking apart that unit and sending them to the smaller states and regions that we've created. And it could have affected the skill level and competence, etc. But let's fast forward to, later, say 2007, when we have seen these things happen, and you get someone like yourself, who well-trained, worldly, dynamic, young, because you were really young when you went to, road safety, and you start that process of reforming the Nigerian road safety, which led to, quite visible, significant improvements, awards won, et cetera, international recognition, etc. Now, fast forward to where we are today. The road safety is not quite what it used to be.
Yes.
Isn't that a direct failure on your part, right? Because you should know that as you put in place these reforms, as you try to set up the institution, that you should also put up those guardrails to ensure that it sustains. So it's one thing to look at the past and say we couldn't build those skills, but in more contemporary times, you've done it, you went there, but it's not where it should be today. How do you explain that to help us understand why Nigeria is the way it is today?
So I will give you two examples of efforts to institutionalize reforms. The first one is something we call the excess crude account. It was created, accepted by everybody, when Obasanjo was in power. It was initially resisted by the states. He got them teamed up. And we created the excess crude account. And it was signed into law that we will keep these monies and then we will distribute during the rainy day. So during Yar'Adua's time, we went there and drew down some money. By President Jonathan, we had drawn it all down. So the 1 billion that was remaining, we used it to seed the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Correct.
From the time we started the Sovereign Wealth Fund to today, have there been any payments by this national and subnational governments to increase the wealth fund, till date? So despite making the laws, the distributional nature of the Nigerian state does not create the incentive to sustain those type of reforms. Let's take another one. We paid our debts and our balance sheet cleaned up and we were able to take big ticket items. What has happened to us today? From 2015 to date, we are now the second largest debtor in the world. Again, we are worse than where we were when we paid off the debt. With benefit of hindsight, should we have paid off the debt? The answer is possibly no. We should have spent the $18 billion building power stations, infrastructure, and still be owing if we knew that this was going to be the case. So Obasanjo was an example of a successful leader who engineered growth and changes, but didn't have the sufficient time to talk about national culture and vision. So 8 years does not quite allow. Many people in their 4 years are struggling for visible, tangible effects to get re-elected. And then after that, you are almost battling to wind down. So you keep doing projects to have your name all over the plat. So thinking about the more fundamental issues about the nature and character of the Nigerian state. The third one I like to give is an example that I don't know what informed it, but that example is the example of a subnational sovereign fund called the Cross River State Savings Fund or something. I can't remember the name. Donald Duke started it, and it was agreed that every month they will put 50 million into this fund. They will use it to buy stock, treasury bills, invest, and grow. It was even so made that traditional rulers were required to sign off if you want to change the law. The State House of Assembly, you need 2/3 majority. This, that. After all that was done, the next government came and just stopped paying any money, spent the one in that one, and moved on. Nobody in Nigeria has remembered that there was a state who had a plan for a wealth fund.
So what could have been done differently? What could Donald have done differently? What could you have done differently, mindful of the way our political economy is set up, right? Mindful of all these issues that, benefit of hindsight, how could you have ensured that bureaucracy that started evolving, at the road safety, that it could have sustained, 10, 20 years later, so we become a very efficient, well-run bureaucracy?
In the case of federal road safety, I think we have even had more successes with it. In terms of that, most of the things I put in place are still there. In terms of people still do computer-based testing for promotion. There's proper promotion examinations. I wrote the story about 5 of my different staffs emerging as deputy corps marshals, because in a competitive situation, they will win. So in that competitive situation, they won, one from every zone. They were all 5 people who have worked with me. So no matter, unless you jettison that process, because we altered the DNA of FRSC by bringing in ISO 9001 and making it part of the civil service rules. So we put it in the conditions of service. So now FRSC officers can actually challenge any process that is put in place that doesn't go well with them. But beyond processes and things is a far more serious issue about vision, about what is the purpose of this organization and how do we continue to achieve its goals. So my goal was that it was going to transition to a regulatory organization, working with state motor vehicle departments to handle, the states will handle enforcement on their state roads, driver's license, number plates, and the centralized data is together with FRSC. So there will be last mile Lagos, Trace in ENUGU, Anambra State Traffic Service, ENUGU, and all of the 36 states with their motor vehicle administration, and FRSC managing the federal highways and regulating these other bodies under a single policy. Doing that will require substantial political capacity to get and I got it approved by the National Economic Council, the state governors and the vice president as chairman. I got it through to National Assembly, even the plan to amend FRSC law to give us that regulatory power and to unbundle what was coupled in FRSC, because Nigerian lawmaking is always about establishment without purpose. So I tried to reframe the law to set our national goals for road safety, and then have an agency called the Federal Road Safety Commission, and then compel it and now give it the role to manage states, to coordinate states in providing, because there is no way a central agency in Abuja can man the roads in Obosi, in Umpo, in Ikotepene, in Yangoji, it was going to continue to grow into a humongous bureaucracy. Like the Nigerian police, it has continued to grow without end. So we needed to rethink that image. Now, again, it brings us back to the fundamental issue. We need to rethink our distributional state into a development state. We need to walk away from the 1970 post-Civil War consensus. And we need to rethink and reimagine the idea of Nigeria so that our institutions will be incentivized.
We'll come to that point. We'll come to that point because I think there's something ongoing in Nigeria today that could, provide us an opportunity to explore those issues. But I want to stay on politics for a little bit.
Yes.
You were, this last week, you've kind of trended that you officially left the PDP. And in the announcement I saw, you mentioned there that you were one of the youngest people involved at the formation of that party and that you decided to leave. Isn't that an acknowledgement of failure in some sense? The PDP was said to be the party that would rule for 100 years, and it lost, in 2015 and completely decimated, that it couldn't even muster an effective opposition. What is it about the formation and management of that political organization that made it difficult for it to come up with some of these ethos that you've talked about? Why the organization? What does it stand for? What does it mean for Nigeria? And why is it that just losing one election got it to disintegrate? If you could shed some light on that.
So the first light I will shed on it is that the formation of PDP wasn't a movement that evolved from an ideological struggle. But even that, I'm looking at the ANC and I can't recognize the ANC anymore in South Africa. It has got stopped from ruling. So PDP as a ruling party, as a party that is now in office, that was in office at the time, did not seem to have in itself, was not a party that had any history anyway of existing pre-government. So it was formed and it went into government. And then there was a president and there were directives from the head. So the sub-units of the party did not develop. They were just waiting for Abuja to say what is to be done, and they do it. So now, when we lost power in 2015, it then happened that a committee of governors now had to run a party. So with no charismatic figure on top and nobody with a clear view of the party, we now found a situation where each governor was now, what do you call them now, fighting for their own fiefdom. So there was no central idea. Everybody was contributing their own to make sure that the party protects them in their state. So by the end of 2019, end of 2023, PDP had become an unrecognized entity. It had nothing in its central authority that had the kind of chairman with the vision and capacity to drive an opposition party. It couldn't metamorphose into an opposition party. It continued to live in a delusional state of grandeur that it was just waiting to take power. So doing the work of opposition, providing the human capital, the type of people that will lead the party for opposition. The governors were incapable of that. The governors all thought about bringing people that will help to sustain their powers in the state. So ultimately, it wasn't a matter of time before PDP now became a party without, a soul and without clear objectives. So because everybody thought of it as a part of a whole. And I think that's where the party is now. So because of that, and I think it will also happen to the APC because it was formed and it went into government by 2015. So it's going to, anytime they lose power, they will have this crisis of sub-units that have no strength, that have no capacity on their own to go and look for members, that have waiting for Abuja to send money for election. So they will just sit down and wait. And once there is no charismatic figure who takes it over and tries to run it, support, it will go into the kind of moral and visionless crisis that PDP is in now. So the problem of Nigeria is now deepened by the absence of political parties to drive the changes. Yes. So that is a major challenge for Nigeria today. No political party to drive that future we're looking for.
Exactly. And it appears to me, reading your resignation letter from the PDP, that is kind of what you're looking to address with the Athena Center. And because I don't see how we build this Nigeria or solve the problem with Nigeria or solve the leadership problem without dealing with the hardcore political issue. And I can see that some of the work the Athena Center is doing, especially around elections and integrity of elections, is beginning to address those issues. If you could speak a little bit to how the work of the Athena Center is looking to address this trouble with Nigeria. How do you understand the trouble, and what are you doing with the center to address it?
So, at the root of democracy is elections.
Yeah.
And at the root of elections is the integrity of that process. So once that process does not have integrity, then we will be electing leaders who have no incentive to deliver public goods because they don't need the people to win an election. They need elite consensus and ability to alter the results to remain in office. So there is a major challenge facing Nigeria today. And that challenge is that for us to say that liberal democracy has not done well in Africa, in Nigeria, we must first of all practice liberal democracy, which presupposes, proper elections. So if you look at an institution like INEC, it has become a very shameless organization. Shameless in its outcomes and even in its process. Nothing bothers INEC that there are 500 cases after an election that went to court. INEC does not even set for itself a goal that says, every election we will want to see less number of people going to court by virtue of the integrity of the election. 2015, by President Jonathan not challenging that election in court, the number of cases that went to court that year went down, plummeted in Nigeria. So everybody in Nigeria realized and said, well, the election was fairly well done. But 2019 was less than 2015, and 2023 is worse than 2019. And now we're getting to the state elections that are growing progressively worse, the last being Edo. So it is because of the distributional nature of our state character. If we were a development state, INEC should be the institution that will be saying what I'm saying. Their audit immediately after every election will review weaknesses, will review what they did wrong, what their staff did wrong, sanction those who did it wrong, and then say, next election, we're hoping to see better outcomes. So I have shown examples. In Mexico, which is a country like Nigeria, the Wednesday after the election, appointed third parties will take a statistically significant number of polling units and cross-check the voting, manually recount the voting, check what was entered in the result before they can attest finally to the final results. So it is not a matter of go to court. There is no court. Court is when there are legal issues, not when there is election issues. So when an election is over, the opponent says, no, they didn't count my votes well, they didn't do this. INEC should be able to say, we have 7 days of an administrative process. So all the EC8A, all the EC8B, we're uploading it online. If you have any issues with them, bring it out. I told the story of going to Kogi to conduct a primaries. And one of the people in that primaries was Senator Dino. He was my friend at that time, still my friend. But the way we ran the primaries, he lost to TJ Yusuf. And we were in school, we were in neighbors in law school, we sat next to each other. If I had done anything against him, or if he didn't think the process was clean, of course, I don't think we would be speaking to each other. So INEC as an institution is shameless. Because where they are today is for them to say, no. In Edo, we saw that this doesn't match with this, so we're reviewing it. This is our final result after the review. They shouldn't say, oh, the law stops us from going to where it's now the court to decide. The court has no such time to determine those issues.
Okay, and because elections are at the heart of any discussions around fixing Nigeria or fixing the leadership issues, etc., what have you at Athena Center found to be the core ways that elections are rigged in Nigeria? And what can we practically, pragmatic here, not theory, do to fix those problems?
Thank you. This is a very important point. Very, very important point. Now, I have recommended 3 simple things to be done.
What are the problems first? How are elections?
The problem is that results are altered by electoral presiding officers at the point of entering what happened in the polling units. Some electoral officers, presiding officers, are bold enough to enter what did not happen. So they will, after they've counted 20 votes, 3 for Patrick Party, 2 for Osita Party, 5 for Musa Party, they will now go and register 200 votes. They will write 20 first. When they go out, they will add under 0, and then come to everybody's side and then add 0 zeros on it, or add 1 before it, and then determine a new result. So that's criminality in the face of it. But INEC's process of snapping the result and uploading has helped tremendously. If you go to any election, 70% of the electoral officers upload the correct results. Only about 25% to 30, 22% in some places, 23% that alter the result. Unfortunately, those 23%, they are altering normally damages the whole result. So first of all is the parties must have strong agents, and the citizens must hold the INEC officials responsible at their polling units, enter the correct result, snap it, upload. All of us will take our own snapshots and we go. So at the polling unit, it's easy to compel them to do that which is right. Now, what we also is that because governors or people come from a particular area, people in their area are willing to allow the results to be changed to favor their own. So that can be an issue. So what then happens is that after that election process uploaded, then we get to the ward collation. At the ward collation, the officers there again alter the results to favor the candidates that INEC is working for. So it is at the ward collation that the more egregious acts of subversion happens. So sometimes results are fully rewritten. Some are cancelled to reduce the opponent's vote. Some votes of the opponents are reduced, and one of the favored candidate votes are added to him. So the reason is that INEC does not upload the EC8B. So nobody has visibility. From that point on, we enter a dark hole. We don't have visibility again on what happens at the ward, the local government, until we hear the final results. So we think that the people at the ward, that is the place that we should do what we have been canvassing for, which is an audit. The electoral officer comes back with the votes, he comes back with the papers, used, unused ballots, EC8A field, and the beavers. So the electoral officer, the collation officer, is required to look at the beavers and confirm the number of people that were accredited. He is required to look at the EC8A and then enter the results in the EC8B. If he sees any anomalies, he's also empowered to cancel that result and say, this result has been altered. The accredited is more than what is on the BVAS. So it is at that point I am saying that we should buy 8,800 scanning machines so that when the results are brought there, the ballot papers are scanned. It will confirm fingerprints. It will confirm valid fingerprints without revealing the person who voted. And we are going to then enter the results as from the EC8A. And they will upload it. So when you finish every word, you upload the EC8A. Now, before we get to that word collation, INEC used to allow the BVAS accreditation numbers to be on their website. At the Edo election was the first time they removed it from their website. We no more see how many people are accredited by BVAS. That kept many electoral officers in check because the public have already seen how many people are accredited. INEC miraculously and very egregiously removed it from public view. So we need to restore that to public view. After the collation at the ward, I don't think we should do any further collation. That result should be entered into the electronic system. That will just populate it. Yes, so we can sit down, everybody can call the result. If you're a senatorial candidate, it will aggregate the local governments under you and announce the results. If you are a senatorial House of Rep candidate, if you are president, it will aggregate and announce the state results. So we will remove 2 levels of collation and go straight that the polling unit result is only thing that matters. Once it is verified, so even if it takes them 2 days to verify it, everybody will be patient. In India, elections last 8 months.
Technology, yeah?
Yes, election lasts 8 months in India because the same equipment is what they move from one zone to the other. So they couldn't have bought 800 million people vote in the elections. So when they finish here, they move it to the next place. So the election is just going on. Results have been tabulated. Immediately you finish the electronic voting, third-party auditors just sit to confirm that what was entered and the EVM are the same. So they do that together with the voting so that when the result is announced, then that's final. So now, that for me is the 3 simple steps to take now. 1, keep the visibility of the EC8A, put the visibility of the BVAS online, how many people, even at the end of the election, once it synchronizes fully with the back end, INEC should upload the numbers from each BVAS. With the number of the BVAS, electronic number of the BVAS, the number of votes is accredited, upload it together with the word result. At the same time, upload the EC8B of the word collation after it's done. Allow for the word collation to be the center for authentication of results and for third-party review. So NGOs, churches, mosques, everybody can be, you can select people in every ward to be present and to certify that what was done transparently, and these are the results of the election. And allow the scanning to allow people who question the results to be able to allow access. Look at the ballots, go and verify. If there's any issue, come back to us. But INEC should be the first body to make sure the elections are proper, not the courts.
Just to push this one more time, an idea for you and tell me whether it's feasible or not. In one of your Attorney Center reports, you mentioned names of electoral officers who falsified with evidence, who falsified the election, right? Shouldn't we be doing a divide and conquer here? Let's say that, INEC, probably working for some Lord and Master, difficult to reach them. Shouldn't we pick out some of these individuals who probably collected little monies or whatever to commit a crime? Shouldn't we isolate them, take them to court and prosecute and put them in jail as a form of deterrent for any other person who's invited to act as an electoral officer? Wouldn't that weaken that structure? And why hasn't it happened?
So that's the first question. Why hasn't that happened? Because the prosecutor is a federal offense. Only the Attorney General of the Federation can prosecute them. So if he's in the ruling party, he will never prosecute them. And only INEC is supposed to bring the charges. So if INEC does not bring the charges that their people falsified results, then you have no crime. So again, it is the amending of our laws to ensure that, political parties and candidates in an election can take civil action against electoral officers who falsify results. So if it's not a criminal action this time, but you go and said, I could have won this election if not for what Patrick did. So I'm, charging Patrick for breach of trust, for not performing a duty of care in managing the result, and I am claiming damages.
Okay.
So the person becomes personally liable for the damages. And I think our laws need to be amended to include civil action.
Now, again, I'm really focusing on the practical here, right? Yes. You've been in government for, I almost said forever, but you've been in government for a long time, post your private sector work. You understand the inner workings of the executive. You also understand the inner workings of the legislature for, various reasons, and also the judiciary. How do we navigate this? So we've seen now that if we can change this law from a federal offense to a state offense or whatever else, it gives us the opportunity for NGOs, civil society organizations to engage these individuals, not the institution now, but the individuals. And we can create that narrow corridor, right? Where government knows that there are people watching and we can have that contestation. How do we navigate that? Why would the National Assembly pass such a law if they are direct beneficiaries of this system that is broken? How do we change the incentive system to get them to do it within this assembly?
So, you see, the problem in Nigeria when it comes to electoral reforms have not been the legislature. Actually, our legislators have done so well every time in writing laws. Then our judiciary will suddenly now, find a loophole and escape from the law. So if we propose, as I'm proposing to them, and I'm engaging the National Assembly, to say, you all are politicians. So criminal offenses require you to get a fiat from the Attorney General. It requires the Attorney General to prosecute, or we can mandate INEC to prosecute. But if INEC is working in tandem with their agents, they will not prosecute. So why don't we create a civil option? We can take a civil suit against them and say these people conspired, damage the process. So we can get fines. And if the judiciary is serious, they will impose very strong fines against them so that the people will know that, it's costly to go and tamper with election results. So I think we can build that coalition. I've been proposing that we build, one of the challenges in Nigeria today is the despair and the feeling of people that nothing can be done.
Exactly.
And that feeling is a very dark one. So I have come up with the idea that we need to build a coalition of hope. A coalition of hope of those who think that Nigeria can still work. I don't think there is anything wrong with Nigeria as constituted. I just think that we have a software code that needs to be recoded. It is designed, the design is a problem. It is designed as a distributional state. It's not designed as a developmental state. So if we can redesign, and it doesn't have to happen in one go. It doesn't have to happen in one go. That's why I'm going to read the tax bill carefully before commenting on it. And then
but you have to comment, even if you haven't read it, because that's a question I have. Because I think we're seeing that, redevelopment of that software code, with the tax bill. That President Tinubu has really taken on the key elephant in the room, to say that the way we collect our resources as a people and distribute it could be the reason why we are unproductive. We should go back to getting people to eat what they kill. And if you can't kill it, then unfortunately you will die. And if you don't want to die, then you do something to fix it. So although you haven't read it, I need you to comment on the philosophy of it.
So that's what I'm saying. I cited it as an example of the possibility of realigning the code. And we may not achieve it in one go. I think nations are work in progress. It's a case of push and pull to keep inching towards the success. What I haven't seen is the philosophical redefinition. You see, when this president changed the national anthem, I've been in the vanguard of the call for the old national anthem. I've always believed we should go back to it. So when he went back to it, everybody was happy. I was happy, but I was sad. Because I didn't think it should be smuggled back into Nigeria through the National Assembly. I thought it should have been the subject of a robust national debate. So that when we say those words, it will have meaning to us. When we say to build a nation where no man is oppressed, it will be a mantra for the new Nigeria. I thought he would have given us the opportunity to canvass why we want to build a nation that we will keep a banner without stain and hand it over to the next generation. When we say that though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand, it will have meaning. Just singing it will not create it. It will have been a question of saying, let's rethink ourselves. This is a diverse Black nation, a home for all, a nation where we give opportunities for everybody to grow. That is why I have cited the example somewhere that a governor can go and pay $700,000 to an American international school for his children to go to the school over the next 10 years. And didn't see that the joke was on him, that you finished running a state and you couldn't build a school that your children could go to. So, and the fact that you could pay an international school in the country, let's even say you don't want to build it in Kogi, why didn't you build a school in Abuja where your children can go to? So, and I just opposed him as a governor, Governor Yahaya Bello of Kogi, with a businessman in Anambra called Ernest Azudialo, who is the founder of Next Oil, who went to Okija, his village, and built a Jesuit Loyola college called Gonzaga. This is his private money. But he thought that the children of Okija needed to be given an opportunity to get to where he is. He decided that of all the efforts he has made, one of the things that can uplift the people of Okija is to give them quality education. And this has not only given Okija, it has now attracted children from a diverse background from around the country to come to Gonzaga in Okija. He didn't stop there. He built a pediatric hospital built by Julius Berger in Okija. This is a private individual. Now, a governor, on the other hand, because of the distributional nature of Nigeria, decided that what was good for his children was not good for the children of Kogi. He decided that his children should go to an American international school, while the children of Kogi languish in schools without roof, without chairs. So this is the kind of things that when you see, you now see that there is need for philosophical reset and for redesigning. So the tax bill, when I read it, we are going to come out as a center to comment on the tax bill, but we fundamentally agree that Nigeria's source codes need to be, rejigged. And if we rejig it, it will go a long way in helping us to begin to realize our potential.
Exactly. And in a few minutes, we'll open it up for audience participation. I urge you to please type your questions in the Q&A tab. I will read them out, but I'll give full attribution, to whomever put the questions there. But before we get to that, Ikobosi, the title of this our talk is The Trouble with Nigeria and What We Can Do About It. Can you crystallize for me in bullet points, in your view, what are these core troubles or problems we have in Nigeria? And what are the elements of the solution? Obviously, the elements can be arranged in whatever form, but what are the elements that must be in place for us to begin to fix Nigeria?
So, number one is that I've said it. There's a design problem. A design problem in Nigeria that we need to fix. We need to fix the design problem. And the reason why I keep talking about this design problem is that a state that is designed as a distributional state will not have the institutions to become a development state. Because like I said, the governor is thinking of what will be good for his children. And he's not thinking about how that will save the children of Kogi. Because like I said, he's in a distributional state. So we need to figure out we need to figure out how to redesign Nigeria. And in redesigning Nigeria, we have to understand that nothing is wrong with Nigeria. Nigeria is not an exceptional state. Nigeria is working. I want to tell the young people every time, the country is working. And I'll give you an example. You go to University of Nigeria in Nsukka, the hostels are overcrowded. The school is dirty. The generator is not working. There's no running water in it. Students go to school every day and study medicine. Their school fees is 150,000 naira a year. That's about less than $100, $80 a year. Then they finish. Maybe you give the child 100,000 every month. So by the time he finishes 1 year of 9 months, he has spent 900,000, 1 million, which is less than $600, about $600, $700 a month, a year. Then he does it for 6 years. We're talking about $3,000+ for 6 years to educate him through Nsukka medicine.
Swap it up to $5,000.
He finishes from Nsukka with $5,000. He writes the board exam in California, and then he becomes a certified doctor in California. To train an American in the medical school is minimum of $300,000 for the low-end schools, $700,000 for the high-end schools. And yet, the Nigerian doctors are sought after across Nigeria, the Western world, whether in the UK or in the US. So what do we need to do? Any sensible country will be thinking about how do we improve our capacity to keep building manpower? Because this is something that we have capacity to do. Nigerians are complaining. Nigerian computer engineers, a Nigerian company called MoneyPoint, just got $1 billion valuation a month ago. 50% of the Western funds that come into Africa end up in Nigerian companies looking for. So if the Americans are here looking for returns in investing in early stage companies in Nigeria, please don't tell me Nigeria is not working. Don't tell me that. So what needs to work is that the redesign of Nigeria, the expansion of our market capacity, the ability to move our politics from a distributional politics to a development politics by first making our elections credible and allowing the people to determine their leadership. Part of that design challenge for me is that we must do away with second term in office in Nigeria till we calm down. Let people stop using public finances in the office to get themselves a second term. So we need to figure out and give ourselves a transition period. It's work in progress. We can do it. So that our leaders can come and focus on development. Don't use our 4 years to build things that will give you a second term that have no value to the state. We don't have such time. Since the democracy started in 1999, we've had 25 years now. And the children that were born there have left university.
Okay, Ikobosi, yes. Didn't Jonathan propose this? Jonathan proposed a single term 6 years, but it did not fly. Why didn't it fly, and what's going to be different this time?
Why it didn't fly is because everybody suspected that Jonathan wanted to use it to extend his own stay. So first of all, the president that will push it has to say, I'm on my second term, for instance, so I'm not eligible to run again. So I'm not running again. So we need to do this because we just need to get a broad elite consensus. When we define the meaning of Nigeria, then our institutional design will be to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. We need to begin to make it possible for Nigeria to thrive. And part of the ways to make it to thrive is that the institutions will reflect our national hopes and aspirations. So when we say we want an educational system that will produce 1 million people over the next 10 years that have this type of skills, then every state can key in into that vision. Every private and public universities can key in. When we say that we want a situation where our production of oil, our national resources, will come not anymore from just selling oil, but from our capacity to, not just from selling oil, but from our capacity to produce and export. Let me ask you, if you think about cocoa now, we're exporting cocoa in Nigeria, and part of what we export in that cocoa is the fact that our export of cocoa is done by people selling at the farm gate to people who buy the beans and export. Now, if you go beyond those, think about a state now deciding, I'm going to pay the price of the beans at the gate. I'm going to find myself $1 million every year, buy up all the beans that is coming from Ondo, and process it and build a processing factory, or find 3 or 4 private sector processors and said, we will process this and we're going to let it to, we're going to let this now to be exported as Ondo State joint venture with a private sector company. So when we export the cocoa, we can make about $4 million from cocoa butter and powder. So the state of Ondo State is earning $4 million. Out of the 1.5 million they have invested in buying cocoa, another 800,000 in processing, or 1 million. So there's a profit already of about $2 million. Just using those numbers to give an example. Why are we allowing our farmers sell it at the farm gates? Instead of thinking as a development state, how to make that thing to be something everybody will look at it for. How to make it what everybody can look at. How to make it something that everybody can see the value that a Nigerian state can provide. So palm oil, for instance, is scarce in Nigeria. We import palm oil in Nigeria. So the Southeast states have no business not buying up all the palm that is there, processing it, and becoming the major sellers of palm oil with private sector companies. So this is a mixture of the marketing board and private sector ingenuity, but with the state putting in some capital. So the idea I'm proposing is that what Chinese people have done, taking what works and making it, cascading it from the local levels to the higher level. In China, there's a top-down system, but there's a bottom-up system, forcing every locality to find what they can do to attract people to their locality. Because the reward system is the more you produce, the more you get.
Exactly.
But we have a perverse reward system now.
In fact, because you've gone there, let me move to the questions from our participants. And I have a question from our friend Jerome Okolo. And he says, Ojo Madekwe, who's your, was your boss and mentor,
yes.
That when it becomes advantageous for politicians, for there to be free and fair elections, the elections would become free and fair. Jerome's question is why, when, and under what conditions would it become advantageous for the ruling party and elite to bring about the multitude of changes to the electoral law and practice, which you have proposed so thoughtfully and in such detail?
So go back to 2007. President Umaru Yar'Adua was elected in an election that was widely considered not free nor fair. He came to Eagle Square and said, the election that brought me to power was not a credible election. What did he do next? He set up the Justice Uwais Commission that brought wide-ranging proposals. While it was being done, he died. President Jonathan took over from him and went and took a member of the Justice Uwais Commission, Atahiru Jega, and made him INEC chairman, and introduced all the technological systems that made it that PDP lost an election. Now, how APC have behaved since they got that power, including Saint Buhari, who was a tragic ruler for Nigeria, how they have behaved, have removed incentive for any politician to want to do any such thing. Now, instead of Nigerians praising Jonathan for building the system, what Nigerians are now saying, he's not a man. He should have doubled down. Can't you see how the people in Rivers rewrote the results? Can't you see how the people in this place rewrote the results? So now being good has not been incentivized by Nigerians. Conducting an election that you lost is now seen an act of being a sissy and of not being a strong man. So what is at stake today is that there is no mass, what I call consensus to push for the politicians to give what they currently do not have. So if I were to propose, Ojo is right in saying when it becomes advantageous. What we should be talking about is how to force the politicians for it to become advantageous. So President Yar'Adua did it from the top. And I can see that the masses haven't even responded nor recognized that even the beavers we are talking about today is a product of Umaru Yar'Adua's insistence that we reform our electoral process. So what needs to happen now is to build this coalition of hope with a single agenda to bring back our elections. Single agenda of a coalition of hope. And I'm hoping that I will find like minds to come together. Let's push this one agenda. He said, in our third answer of our national anthem, he said, "Oh God of creation, grant this our one request." Just one request. Help us to build a nation. So I'm asking Nigerians, let's not think about the economy. Let's not think about state creation. Let's not think about our divides. Let's think about, oh God of creation, grant this our one request. Help us to credible elections.
Because you've gone there and because of what you said earlier on, a friend of mine reached out when they saw the flyer that I'm going to be talking to you, and they said, why are you talking to Ikobosi? After all, he's the one that convinced Jonathan to hand over to Buhari when every other voice in the room said he should hold on. I reminded him that it was the right thing to do because there would have been bloodshed, right? But because you've raised this idea of a coalition, I have a question here from Eze. Very deep thoughts, Ikobosi, and indeed Patrick, for asking thoughtful questions. My question, we see how those ruining Nigeria are united, while those who want to push Nigeria forward are focused on individual efforts. When will the likes of Athena Center, Fix Politics, SPPG, etc., come together in a credible collective action? What are the issues preventing patriots from coming together and have that elite consensus that we have all been talking about? That's a direct question.
I always tell people, first things first. Everything has to come in tandem. The Black Lives Matter movement was not made up of Brookings Institute or Heritage or other left-wing think tanks. So there is a role for everybody in this. There is the role of the thinking. That thinking that makes it possible for people to understand what the issues are. That thinking that creates the evidence for action to be taken. If Athena has been planning to form a coalition first, we won't have time to double down in our office. It takes us roughly 4 weeks of writing INEC, receiving the report. We have 60 people entering the results every day there's an election. Immediately the election results start going onto the IREV. We built a proprietary software where all the results are entered, and it begins to flag the anomalies for us before we even wait to get INEC's own EC8B. INEC's own, when we collect INEC's data on BVAS, EC8B, C, and D, we then sit down and manually enter it again into the system. And then we begin to crunch the numbers. We begin to press it. And without it, Nigerians will not have known who is the name of the person who changed the results, who did this and who did that. So I believe very firmly that those that told you Ikobosi convinced Jonathan to hand over are the problem with Nigeria. They are part of the trouble with Nigeria. They are the people that are saying that the man of muscle is the one that will walk. So that is why if you look at today, the men of muscle have won. You finish running a state, you confiscate the state, you take the resources and you bid for power. And people say he is a good politician. These are the guys. They are fearless. They are capable. You loot a state for 4 years, 8 years. Your parents have never been known to be rich. You have never been known to do any other work. And Nigerians will say, he has the resources. Why didn't you people make peace with him? Didn't you see that he has the resources? Resources from where?
Are you talking about anyone in particular?
Of all the bad people who are moving around. So we need a coalition of hope who says to people, let's come together. And this is what I believe in. Thought precedes action. So we are providing the thought. So it may happen that all of us will individually move now and form that movement that begins to campaign strategically for certain reforms and saying, this is what we want done. And we're hoping that it will happen.
So I've scanned through this and I see the questions around how do leadership recruitment. There's one from Chinenye Nwogu. What do you really think is the greatest challenge with credible leadership recruitment, which I feel is the major issue with Nigeria? And there's another question related from Victor Mac Onyebu. the root causes for me are the leadership recruitment system and the integrity of the electoral process. How do you solve the challenge of the recruitment process where parties are literally hijacked by money bags and delegates are bribed to select a candidate? Is Athena also thinking about this?
So somebody just asked me yesterday, I think it was Charles on Arise TV. Charles asked me yesterday, he said, when are you going to throw this search beam on the primaries of the political parties?
Exactly.
To see the credibility of the primaries.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't answer him well because we ran out of time. But I'm going to say this. It doesn't really matter how parties produce their candidates. Because political parties are in the business of winning power. They may decide that they will appoint their candidates. You can't stop them from doing that. They may decide they will elect an insurrectionist or a felon to be their candidate. You can't stop them. So what is at stake is that if the electorates, and I'm going to warn people about this, even if our elections are credible and the elections are free and fair, it doesn't mean we are going to elect the right people. Because Nigerians can gather on election day and elect a reformed criminal. Mm-hmm. We have elected a reformed Democrat before, supported by credible thinking Nigerians. A man known to have brought down a civilian government was now elected as a reformed Democrat. So we can find the reformed thieves being elected. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't follow that credible elections mean that good people will be elected. Mm-hmm. It still means that the rule of democracy means that this education we're doing, these conversations we're having, this development discourse is designed to bring people to understand the issues. I mean, it is interesting to see how powerful that podcasts have become in America, that both Kamala and Trump ended up attending podcasts more than they interviewed with mainstream television stations. Mm-hmm. That Joe Rogan had more influence on the election than even Fox TV.
And Kamala is blamed for losing the election because she didn't go to Joe Rogan's podcast.
Yes. I mean, so you can see how powerful. So when people see us doing this, that's why I support this program. I share this development discourse because it is the spread of this thought, the education of the mind that will ensure that even in a free and fair election, in a credible election, that we do not end up electing thugs. Because people can just finish and say, it doesn't matter. I can tell you, Buhari got substantial votes in northern Nigeria, and I don't even think they are rigged. I think the majority of Nigerian northerners believed that Buhari was the solution to Nigerians' problem.
Not just northerners.
I'm talking of 2019 election, not 2015, okay. 2019.
Yes, okay.
By 2015, the whole of the country believed it, the Reformed Democrats. Mm-hmm. So there were many Southerners again and many elite people who didn't vote again for him in 2019. But in 2019, he amassed 11 million votes from the area we call Northern Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So when you look at elections, the credibility of the election allows the views of the majority, like has happened in America, to prevail. It allows the views of the majority, like happened in Brazil, where Bolsonaro won. So how to now remove those demagogues from power requires a strong coalition from the people who think otherwise. Without a strong coalition, they will likely not remove an incumbent whose views, no matter how bad they are benefiting some people and impacting some people positively.
Mm-hmm. So many questions to get through, so we'll see if we can make it a bit faster. There was always this question on values reorientation, on, maybe educating Nigerians to have a view on what Nigeria should be, etc. Where do you fall on that? Is there any nation that develops without having these values orientation? Is it a prerequisite to national development?
So I go back to my fundamental thesis, that once we haven't defined the purpose and meaning of Nigeria, we can't have national values. We can't start buying fuel for a car that we haven't bought. Mm-hmm. Let's buy the car first, and then we can buy fuel. I believe that our national values will flow from the meaning and purpose of Nigeria. What are we a state for? And I don't think that people who ask that question, I think, are talking about dismembering Nigeria. I think the issue is that the nature of Nigerian states now, the low quality, the inability to deliver positive outcomes in many areas is now beginning to force us to go back to our original design system. Because the British designed Nigeria as a convenience shop. The railway they built is from Maiduguri to Port Harcourt, Lagos to Kano to Lagos, just to extract resources, take it to the sea and export. They didn't think about moving people from the east to the west. They didn't think about diagonally crossing the country because there were no resources to move those ways. They thought about natural resources, all the agricultural products, all the cottons. They used rail and put it. So the British bureaucratic sophistication was applied to an extractive state, and it successfully extracted resources. Somebody has pointed out the various nature of colonialism in Africa, from the places where they went and allocated the land to themselves in Kenya, in South Africa, became owners, to places where they saw as hardship posts, where the malaria and the mosquito made it a place inhospitable for them. So they focused on extracting resources. Now, unfortunately, the people that inherited the British colonial system continued the extraction without the efficiency of the British bureaucracy and without the vision. The British bureaucracy did it for Her Majesty's treasury. But in Nigeria, we now did it for our private pockets.
Sure.
So I think
let me get Iko with so many questions here. Let me get all of them brilliant questions. So let me see if I can get a lot more of them in. There's a Damilola Oyewusi. He says, how can we make this coalition of hope happen? Give us your first 3 steps and possible timeline.
So my first step is that we're going to call on many groups and people across Nigeria to join on this one simple issue. I believe we can build consensus across Nigeria, which is first, electoral reforms, the integrity of our elections. I believe that we should go from the non-contentious issues then to the more contentious issues. So our first step, like the civil rights movement was designed to bring civil rights to Blacks in America. When that goal was achieved, of course, the movement went into oblivion. The Black Lives Matter has come and is pushing across the world. We've seen movements arise. Sometimes their objective is not fully achieved, but they alter the character of the state. In Israel, we saw a movement saying to Netanyahu, you can't take away the power of the Supreme Court. So we are going to identify a single issue that unites us, and we push for it. Now, when I'm thinking that 2025 is a good year to start that, to begin to push that both the legislative action, the executive actions are taken to make sure that the 2027 election is an election that reflects the votes of Nigerians. So if we decide to re-elect the incumbent president, so be it. If we decide to elect any other person to power, so be it. Our agreement will be, this is the choice of majority of Nigerians. And I also believe that in those electoral reforms, and because of the nature of Nigeria, nobody should be president without 51% of the votes. So if nobody makes 51%, we go for a rerun. And then for the 2 people, so that 1 person can emerge with the majority of votes of Nigerians. We need to legitimize government once again. We need to make government to be legitimate. This cloud of illegitimacy that drives our government in Nigeria makes them almost act criminal because they don't seem to think that they have enough to push for reforms. So we think that when you have that kind of mandate, then you can push your reforms and you are sure that 51% of Nigerians are behind you.
We wait to see more and read more about this coalition of hope. But I have a question from Magnus Adiele. The Nigerian reality is very complicated. When you say that the Nigerian problem is primarily a design problem, what is that design? But I think you kind of answered that question. The question I think you should pay attention to is who is going to design it and how can it be redesigned?
So before now, I've always argued that the post-Civil War generation has a mission to redesign Nigeria. We don't have the hang-ups, neither do we have the burden of the past. We grew up attending federal government colleges across Nigeria. We rode on the trains that drove from ENUGU to Kaura Namoda. Students went to Federal Government College, Sokoto, Federal Government College, Maiduguri. People went to government colleges in different places in Nigeria, and that generation is about to turn 60. The first set of them, those born in 1960, have turned 60. They've retired. I believe that those of us born after the war, the first set was pre-war children, but the independence children have retired and they haven't done much to Nigeria. The mission of the post-Civil War, those born between 1970 and all the way down to 1980, is to redesign Nigeria, to create incentives for development, to join the coalition of hope, to restore integrity to our elections, and to think of the purpose and meaning of Nigeria so that we are all working, all our institutions are working to realize our manifest destiny as a nation.
Okay, so I have kind of the same question from Umaru Dare Baba and from Bernard Obima. You have presented great ideas. What are your thoughts on the impact of regionalism, tribalism, and religion in our politics, especially when politicians have used these factors to get into power? And what's the way forward? Bernard Obima then takes a different spin to it to say, in the Southeast, do you agree with those who argue that we should abandon the national project and politics and concentrate on developing the states? So it's kind of related, but if you can take both of them together.
So until any region successfully instills the ideals of merit, liberty, freedom in their state and become a development organization. And I will say this, it will be controversial. Lagos State is the only state that has tried to become a development state in Nigeria. And not only did it become a development state, it built a broad elite consensus that have allowed seamless transfer of power from people you will identify as no pushovers. Fashola ended up being the Minister of Works, Housing, and Power in Nigeria. His outcomes are questionable. You can debate it, but he has left the position and he's freely walking around Nigeria, still delivering speeches and talking freely. Most people who went on to become ministers such powerful end up in EFCC. Ambode did that in Lagos, you know, tough guy, went through the public service, and then we have now Sanwo-Olu in Lagos. So you could see that there is a deliberate design to continue to offer imaginative and strong leadership in Lagos. So I want to see that region in Nigeria that has taken a development approach, since no region has taken it. And I want to believe that our regions were heading towards crisis in 1960 to 66. I keep saying this and I hope people will hear me. In 1965, the whole of the Eastern region, 1964 election, boycotted the election. The East did not participate in the election. And the MPC still got enough seats to form government. It took Zik 5 days to call Tafawa Balewa to form a government. And part of what Tafawa Balewa promised was that there will be constitutional reforms to change the character and the structure of the state. That was why the East agreed to now do their own election in March of 1965. So Nigerian issues have never been, is this design problem? Nigerian issues have always been there. There was no time it was glorious and that there were no issues. No, our political crisis, the minorities were fighting in the Middle Belt, the thief crisis. The core states, Cross River, Gojari rivers, were fighting for independence in the East. The Midwest was agitating for independence. So I'm saying that no region has shown me that they have the capacity to think, especially monolithic region like the Southeast. So there is no way we can look upon Nigeria and say to Nigeria, we are better than you. Yeah, we are doing well in education and co, but nothing in our system have shown that we are the best region where people can live, that people will migrate from other places and say, I'm going to live in the East because it's a thriving place. The people recognize merit. They have days for recruitment of civil servants. You can see their civil service academy. You can see the academy is like the Singapore Public Service Academy. You can see the quality of people. You can see the systems that they put in place to run their area. There is digitized land tenure system. So if you get a C of O in the East, you can take it to any bank. So we need to show that there is something any region has done very well that will warrant us to keep arguing about regionalism. Now, for those who say that, yes, I'm one of those who agree that Nigerian states can actually come together at their subnational level and give Nigeria examples. So when you talk about the when you talk about the nation, what they call it in America, the health insurance for all, it was actually started by the state of Massachusetts.
Okay.
Before it was Massachusetts, under, I think it was Romney or before Romney, that forced everybody to have an insurance. That is what Obama cascaded as the Obamacare. So America's strength is in its 50 states laboratory. So people try things in the state. When it works, the federal government kind of takes it over and spreads it. So Nigeria have 36 states to show examples. The unfortunate thing is that each governor has struggled to bring somebody that they're bigger than so they can control the person, and each state has been going down one step after the other. But we're hoping that one or two states can rise to show that example that the nation can copy.
I have a question that should be a natural follow-on to your last comment, but let me go to a different question before I come back to that. There is an anonymous attendee that says, another trouble with Nigeria is lack of patriotism on the part of the leaders and the led. What practical ways can we use to reignite the spirit of patriotism that reminds us we are all stakeholders responsible for the smooth sailing of the ship called Nigeria?
There's no such drug to take and become patriotic. Patriotism is not a disease that you can, or a vitamin that you can inject in people. Again, it is about our national consensus.
No, but there's some practical things, Ikobosi. For instance, set up the unity schools to solve a particular problem, right?
Yes.
To bring people together. There's some practical ideas that we can use in getting people to become more patriotic.
So that's what I'm saying. The federal government colleges then disoriented again because it now became an avenue for the elites to move their children to federal government colleges. Permanent secretaries, directors in the civil service now started having slot to bring people. After a while, that failed woefully. The National Youth Service was designed, in fact, 1970s was our greatest effort at social engineering to provide national unity and to promote patriotism. But what is happening is that so long as a state is of an extractive nature, of a distributional nature, when the people that finish going to all those things will go back to their states and argue that it is the turn of their own people to produce the chief engineer in the ministry. Every time they produce chief engineer, it has always been from the other side of the state. So it is our turn now to do it. Why are people who went to National Youth Service coming back again to still plead those things? Why didn't they settle in the state where they did youth service and rise to become permanent secretaries? Because of the distributional nature of the Nigerian state. So I'm saying that the practical steps that can be taken is to fundamentally just have that agreement on what is the purpose of Nigeria. So if our purpose is to build the greatest Black nation, to create opportunity for our best and the brightest, to create an opportunity for justice, equity, not unity and freedom and faith, to create that minimum quality, a nation where no man is oppressed, then we can then now begin to design our institutions to know that every Nigerian will say, for the money I got from look at what I told you about University of Nigeria at 100,000. That is a huge subsidy from the Nigerian state. But the Nigerian state has never said to anybody, the cost of us training you by the allocations we pay is actually 7 million naira, but you paid only 1.2 million. Nigerian states have never shown that there is benefit to being Nigerian. Because if you go to Ahmadu Bello and graduate from there, man, you collected, even compared with Bayes University. I went to study law in Bayes. I was paying 2.5 million a year. In my time, I paid 10 million to graduate from law school, from Bayes University. Now it's 3.5 million, 4 million now in a year. And this same law is what they are doing in ENUGU for 125,000. Just imagine, even if you use Bayes as a denominator, 10 million and 1 million for 1 year. This is the subsidy Nigerians are receiving from the Nigerian state. But the Nigerian states haven't been able to say this to Nigerians, articulate it, that despite our weakness, we have continued to deliver some value.
Ikobosi, I'm running out of time, but I must get to this question that really puts you on the spot. And it's from Chukwebuka Obele. He has a two-part question. The first one is, how soon can we expect Athena Center's input on the proposed tax bill? But the one that puts you on the spot is, he says, are you still interested in governing Anambra State, especially and considering that the perceived zoning favors Anambra Central, where you're from, to succeed Governor Soludo? So those are the two questions.
So the last question, Athena Center will come up with his report. I'm not the only person in Athena Center. So they're looking at it, and once we're ready, we'll make it public. We'll take our time just to be sure. We are not partisans, so we don't care what people will think. We'll just make our position known. So we will. Yes, I'm interested in ruling Anambra State. That's my answer.
But you left, your last statement said that you're leaving partisan politics. Isn't that a contradiction?
For now.
For now.
Yes. I hope that if we reform the electoral process and if we rebuild Nigeria, I will reconsider my position. But if Nigeria is as presently constituted and elections is as presently done, that you can go back and redo the beavers and you can rewrite the results, I will not bother.
I have a question here, maybe my last question, from Maureen Idozu. Do you plan to engage international development partners as part of this process? How do they account for their support to the electoral process, considering the overwhelming irregularities, controversies, and what do you think about situations of such altering results as demonstrated by INEC officials? So basically, are you going to work with international development partners, especially given seemingly poor track record of their support and the outcomes that we've seen?
Definitely, we would like to work with them, but I'm one of those who don't think much about international partners in terms of, I like them because you get the opportunity of getting 100-country experience. If you work with the World Bank, if you work with so many, they have experience from across the world, we can share knowledge. But I think that the dirty job and the lifting is a Nigerian work. Despite all their support, if we're not ready to coalesce and lift, we'll end up just having all those people who, at the end of the day, the international partners, they will leave Afghanistan, they will leave, and they will come back as do-gooders to give us aid. So I think it is our job primarily. But yes, we will enjoy their expertise and funding if need be, but I think basically it's our work. Nigerians must come to the consensus that it is time to change course.
Exactly. Ikobosi, thank you so much for your time, and the insights and the great knowledge you've shared with us today. And to the listeners, just to say that we're coming up to my last development discourse for the year, and it's going to be in 2 weeks' time, December 18th, and it will be with Professor Peter Lewis, and it's the theme is on reinforcing the guardrails, institution building, and Africa's development. Same time in 2 weeks' time. And once again, thank you for always joining us, and I hope this has been a fruitful experience for you. Ikobosi, thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And well done on the development discourse. Keep at it.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Bright and early, as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what is called CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Everybody's fave is my guest today, Jay on Air. It's an interesting story. When I started this show in 2020, Jay on Air sent me a message and asking to be an intern on this show. Just soon after, his meteoric rise began. It's one of the best stories of growth and the universe rewarding your hustle that I've ever heard. And so today we take it back, He started his career in the midst of depression. He had lost his job at one radio station, wasn't able to find a job at any other, had tried everything, PO, PRO, he had done it all. And then just as he finally began to sell Okirika and business was picking up, bam, COVID. Back to square one. It was in the midst of dealing with depression, jobless, and living with his parents that he began to play with TikTok. Today, he's one of the most respected, most viral, and biggest content creators in all of West Africa. What has that taught him? How does he see his success? How did he evolve from that to become a TV and event host? What is uppermost in his mind to accomplish? In between, he tells me that even though in his personal life and in his public life, he is everyone's fave, there was a time when he knew that he was not a good person. He was not a good friend. He was rude. He was arrogant. And he had to call himself out and begin to work on himself. And the universe has rewarded that good energy with all the blessings he has received. One of the sweetest stories I've ever heard, with one of the sweetest people I've ever met, Jay on Air with Today.
Come for me.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me.
Of course.
But where do we start? There's so many places to start this interview. So many places. But let's start with now. You know that somebody is about to enter the next level when the haters come for the person.
True.
But that's, I'm not even being facetious. That's what usually happens when it's the next level. Then you find that intensity because it feels like people can sense that something is happening with this person.
Yeah.
And so those who are resisting it are like, no, it's like the last gasp.
Yeah.
So this year, a few weeks ago, months ago, I didn't even hear about it. It was from you. I heard it for the first time. You were under intense Twitter criticism.
Yeah.
What happened?
It was just, to be honest, I cannot even tell you what happened, because it just came from nowhere.
Yeah.
And the hate was just so unreal to me.
Mm-hmm.
And this was after I bagged a major deal. I got the chance to be a host on a major game show. And so I put that out there. It was trending. People were excited for it. And then I just continued, posting my regular content.
Yeah.
And then one particular video, I recreated a video of Adesua.
Yes.
Right? That's why he told me pregnant, exciting. She was happy about it.
Yeah, she posted on it.
Yeah, she posted.
Her friends had posted first.
Exactly. Everybody had commented. Slept, woke up the next day, and I just saw that my phone was buzzing.
Yes.
People calling me, "Are you all right? Are you okay? How's your mental health?" I'm like, I'm good. Nothing has gone wrong.
Yeah.
Is everybody alive? and I was being dragged on social media. And it went on and on for 3 days back to back. And it was just crazy to me because people were saying different things. Oh, thank God people are saying Jay for who he is. We're gathering an army of Jay haters. And I'm not making this up. If you go and check it on X, you will find it. And it was just wild to me. You know, I had to go check some of those pages. I don't know you from anywhere. I don't think we've met. Was I mean to you? Did I do something? Did you meet me outside and I was mean to you? It didn't make any sense to me. But, you know, after I had sat down with it, I just got to the point of what you just said. You know, people, and somebody also tweeted it, that, you know, Jay is beginning to reap the fruits of a lot of his hard work over the years, you know. And it seems like, you know, people want to keep him on that level. And just want to get him into controversy. And the reason I'm able to work with the kind of brands I work with is because there's really no controversy, you know, around me. So I'm like, you people better go away.
But it's not even a controversy. This is a fake controversy. It's
very fake.
It's a non-controversy.
None, you know. But I'm just happy that it somewhat died down. Some days you see some videos, they drag it. And I'm like, I just mute it. You know, I know content that might, you know, get them to speak. So I just mute it and I just move on. They'll be okay at the end of the day.
They will be. It's weird because I was at an event where you said this. I'm not online, so I didn't even know any of it. So I went to now ask around, because I'm like, what happened? So when they told me, I'm like, no, it cannot be. It cannot be that he did. And okay, so did Adesua respond and say she didn't like it? They said no. I said, did he? I'm still confused as to how that happened. It's a controversy. You know, it's weird when I've faced a lot of criticism in the past. At least this 2-day version that doesn't face criticism is a very new version. And I think that one of the most shocking things is when you see somebody say something and see the person quarreled with you. Which is what you are saying. Somebody said, now we can see him for who he is. And you're thinking, what did you see? Am I pregnant?
Exactly. You know, what did you say? And for me, I think, and sometimes you see those things and someone makes you want to doubt yourself. No matter how long you've been doing it, no matter the kind of things that have happened or the kind of accolades that could come your way, if you're not careful, you could somewhat doubt yourself. And I think that I've been a fan of SNL, Saturday Night Live. And it was just exciting to me to see. I'm like, these people get me. This is what I want to do. I just want to recreate situations and recreate people. I'm not trying to come for you. I'm not trying to drag you. I'm not trying to make an argument. I'm not trying to do all of that. I'm just trying to, you know, recreate experiences and recreate people. And, you know, watching SNL, you know, again, just gave me the confidence to realize that this is what people are doing.
Oh my God! You know? You shouldn't even have doubted it for 1 minute. The people that I'm telling you, people that swear by your content. Oh, my friends, I'm just like, it's enough. Have you seen something like it's enough? And that speaks about your work rate, though. It's.
I know.
It's scary.
I know.
Also because I'm not online, but people who consume your content, you know, there's some content where they'll be like, oh, this one no follow, this one follow. It's very rare to see somebody who says, oh, this J on air content no follow. Which doesn't make sense because of the rate at which you
I put them at.
Do you get tired?
All the time. I'm tired right now because I just finished shooting something so intense. You know, right now, yes, I'm tired, and yes, I get time to rest. You know, but I realize that towards the end of the year is when I get a lot of work and I get to do so much. So I understand. I brace myself for impact. And I've traveled a lot this year, so I feel like I've rested enough this year to be able to come back to do all the work. But for me, I think that because I enjoy it so much. I enjoy how challenging it is to look for a costume. I enjoy how challenging it is to get a particular voice or a particular attitude or a particular look or a particular sound that the person makes. You know, people are just distinct. I remember when I recreated the Moabudu video and somebody said, Jay, this was so perfect. You just missed her dance. And I was like, oh, that dance. And so I had to make another video and after a few weeks just to do that dance that she does. For me, that is just what excites me. Yes, that. You know, she was doing, no matter what happened, she was doing that dance. So for me, it's just the excitement and it's challenging, you know, to be able to recreate people. And I just love it so much. So I think that's why, even on days when I'm tired, my team is, behind the camera. There are days when I'm tired, I'm like, I wake up, we have to recreate this. We have to make this thing happen, even though I know that I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
But because of the love of the craft, because I love it so much, and because of the joy it gives so many people, you meet people, and the comments are not necessarily, people don't necessarily see me as a celebrity, you know?
Okay.
They just see me as part of their lives.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
Oh, my mom watches your videos.
Yes,
Can I make a video call? My mom would love to say hi. Oh, my daughter is obsessed with this, your video. Oh, this. So for me, I don't see myself as a celebrity. I just see myself as like your friend on social media that you really don't have a personal relationship with. But when you see me in the market, you know, you're like, Jay, like that video you made my girlfriend say this and that.
Yeah.
You know, that is the point of doing what I do for me. And I think that is why I'm energized every day to churn out content after content after content. That's it for me.
I think it's also, you know, I mean, this is a bit unfair to you because I know a bit about you personally from people I know who know you. And I think it's also a reflection of your personality. I've never met a single person who knows you who has something bad to say about you.
Wow.
I think it's annoying.
I know. I know. And the truth is that I think that the people that you know that know me, lots of them knew me from, say, like 5, 6 years or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
Me, before that time, I wasn't the best person. I think if you ask people before that period, they would say I was not a great person. And I personally knew that I was.
What does that mean?
I was proud, I was rude, I had anger issues. I consciously had to work on myself. Entering into university, you know, I just felt like everybody was beneath me, you know. Yeah, because of how I grew up as, cute, teacher's pet, smart in class, neat guy, da-da-da-da-da. And so when you are a child and you grew up in that bubble, and then I'm not even trying to come. We're disciplined at home, so my rudeness did not enter the house. Right?
It's just outside.
It was just outside. But my mom would always tell, "You are handsome. You're perfect. You're this." So there was nothing anybody could tell me. While that is great for children, it can make children feel like, "Who are you? I'm the best person here." You know, and so I think until I got into university, I realized that there were so many bad things about me. You know, I did not handle friendships properly. I did not handle feelings properly. I don't handle people properly. So it took a lot of work. I remember that it was me, because therapy wasn't a thing, you know, for me at the time. I didn't really hear people talk about therapy. But for me, it was just watching a lot of Joyce Meyer. Joyce Meyer is an American preacher. And I could just relate to her struggles. I could relate to a lot of the things that she had been through. You know, not necessarily there are some parts, if you know her, there are things you went through. I don't talk about that part, you know, but there are other parts, you know, that I could just relate to. And watching people like her, like Pastor Sam Adeyemi, Pastor Pojemade, those people were like my therapist. You know, we're not in the same place, but they were my therapist.
Speaking to the issues.
Exactly, speaking to the issues. I was reading their books, I was listening to their messages. And that just made me become a better person. Yeah. And so when people had met me after that, they feel like I'm the best person in the world. But
did something make you do the switch? Was there a particular incident? Did something cause the realization? What?
I wouldn't say something caused the realization. I think just realizing that. I think I remember an evening I sat back.
Okay.
And then I just thought about friendships that were no longer in my life. And I realized that, you know, there were people that could have still been in my life, but were no longer there because of how I treated them. You know? Because of how I treated them. Because, you know, sometimes people say, "Oh, I'm so lonely."
Yeah.
Are you lonely because you're pushing people away? Are you lonely because you were mean to people? If you were mean to people and you didn't treat people well, you realize that there's so much people can take. And they're going to take a step back. You know? And I realized that a lot of people, you know, took step back. And people that were around me were just yes men and yes women. People that, maybe because of positions I held in university, were just there. They did not care for me.
Right.
They did not love me for who I was. And because who was I? You know, I was just a mean, wicked, proud person. You know, I was somebody that loved to just be noticed and all of that. Which is wild to me because people see me on social media, but the truth is that I really don't like to be noticed. Which wasn't me many years ago. So you could see me in places, and because I'm short, it's exciting for me because I could enter a space where, and I'm just like hiding somewhere. But people always fire. Is that not journey? But that wasn't the J before. You know, would want to be noticed. I just lived for it. You know, so I just thinking about my past and realizing that a lot of people had left my life because of how I treated them. I had to sit up and do better for the people that I wanted to be in my life and for the kind of investments that they were making in my life. I cannot live with myself, you know, if I treat people terribly. It's very important to me for everybody that I come across, whether I'm on a set. For me, it's not necessarily giving people money or whatever. It's just recognizing that they're there. Hi, hello, I see you, I appreciate you. You smell nice, you look nice, your skin is great. That does so much for people.
Yeah. So the story is that this whole thing came out of essentially depression.
Yeah.
Yeah. So wait, so you were working on radio before.
Yeah.
And then you lost your job.
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, I didn't quite lose my job, but I left Benin. So I was serving in Benin. I was retained there, working at a radio station. Didn't quite pan out like I wanted. That's how I got into the COVID hits. I'm like, oh my God, how do I start a business and COVID-19 hits? The business just, because it's buying clothes.
Yes.
I was selling a clicker, by the way.
Right.
And it was becoming a thriving business. I was becoming the shorts guy. People would come to me to buy shorts, And who was
so after all the things of trying, this one was actually starting to work.
It was starting to work. I remember, I'm a big fan of Waje.
Right.
And I remember she was having a concert at the time. And the ticket cost was 10,000 naira, and I could afford it.
Right.
It was such a
It's a
big
big deal for you.
And I remember my mom telling me, are you sure you want to use this money to attend? I'm like, I want to attend this concert. It was such a big deal to me, and it just felt. I remember that moment because it felt like things were coming together for me because of 10,000 naira.
Yeah.
And after spending 10,000 naira, it was like 5K remaining, but things were picking up, and then COVID-19 hit.
Yeah.
And everything just became silent. I was home. I didn't have a job. Nothing was working for me, and then people were on TikTok, and I was just like, "What is happening here?" And that is how I, got on TikTok, lip syncing sounds, just to have fun. And just to while away time. And I think that's why I love creating so much. Because when I was depressed, when I was sad, I wake up in the morning, have my bath, have my shower, I'll be on TikTok. How many sounds can I create in 1 hour? How quickly can I lip sync sounds? I wanted to lip sync the 5-minute one and not break a sweat. That was a thing for me, And it became a thing. And I started creating original content, and I'm being interviewed by Chude.
Here we are. So hosting has become a major thing for you now.
Definitely.
And it's funny because I remember, I don't know whether it's a year or a while ago, you began to deliberately push that you're a host.
Yes.
You pin your hosting post.
Yes, it's there. It's there.
So you deliberately, is hosting something you've always wanted to do, or did you, as you were doing your work, you sensed an opportunity there?
No, that has always been the thing. I read mass communication. I want to work on radio and TV and host events. That was the thing. The idea was, to host Miss Nigeria, and be in a very fancy suit, and then be on, TV. Welcome to the news at 10. My name is Joseph. All of that did not happen. Yeah. I doubt a TV station will employ me to do their news, because somebody say this guy reading news, not being the Tiger but
even though I think you'll do a great job of it.
I will do a fantastic job. Just in case you guys are paying attention.
Yeah.
And so these things have always been what I wanted to do. So I'm pushing them because I still love them.
Yeah.
And I'm a multi-potentialite. I'm not going to hide, that I have so many gifts.
Yeah.
And I want to die empty. I want to leave this world knowing that I have done everything that I was supposed to do. I remember hosting my first wedding, and then they paid me 100K. And then I was going to lose my life because 100K. And then I'm like, I wanted to return the money the next day. It's going to remain in your life forever. The pictures, the MC, the whatever. And I got on that stage, nervous, afraid, shaking, and I did such a great job.
Right.
Yeah. We are our biggest critics sometimes.
Yeah.
But even as my biggest critic, I knew that I did. I'm not a comedian, so I was not there. You get one girl where they pass for road. I'm never going to do that, just in case.
Yes.
But I got there and I was able to create jokes from the environment, from the looks, from the mothers, from the fathers, from the bride and the groom. Yeah. And I just knew that was one of the key moments that made me realize that you are so gifted for this. And so you should not sell yourself short.
Yeah. Were you worried that because of the kind of characters you create, that corporates would not see how that would translate on stage? Because corporates think in a straight line.
Yeah.
It's like, I've been in meetings, you'd be like, let's get this, but be like, that one that dresses like woman.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the conversation.
Yeah.
Or maybe the MD says, but I'm not sure. Then everybody just moves from the left to the right. So were you worried? And how do you think you overcame that?
I think one of my mentors, who is a boss at the radio station I work, we had a sponsor come in, and then the lady saw me and said, Was he the one speaking on radio now? I know this guy. My children are fans of him. It's okay, guys, why is he breaking down politics like this?
Yeah.
He knows that the president is Tinubu. I'm like, everybody knows that these are. So it was weird for her. And so my boss called me and said, I think that you need to push your hosting more because this woman did not believe.
Yeah.
And for me, I'm going to push that more, but I'm not going to change the essence of who I am.
Yeah.
And I believe that things are going to change.
Right.
Because if you had told me years ago that the brands I'm working with now will work with me, I would find it amazing. Now, this brand are the sponsors of the game show that I'm hosting now.
Right.
Even though my name had come up multiple times.
Yes.
And, people were like, no, I don't think I can do it.
Yeah.
I said, let's just do one episode.
Right.
And then the one episode became an entire season.
Yeah.
And now we're speaking about season 2.
Yeah.
It's let's increase my money.
Yeah.
But for me, it's just for one message I constantly preach is don't lose the essence of yourself.
Yes.
Because we have so many fantastic male hosts. I don't have the thickest male voice. I'm not a typical host in Nigeria or generally worldwide, you think about someone that is taller, has a voice, has a certain courage.
True.
I don't have all of that.
Yeah.
I'm different. And I think that is what sells me because there will always be brands.
Yeah.
Because sometimes for me, when people see me, until we enter meetings and we're having conversations, they're like, oh, I went to school. What do you mean by that? You understand? I don't
just show up
I
here.
don't exactly. Yes. If for somebody to recreate as many characters as I create, that person has to be smart.
Yeah.
That person, because I'm not just I'm recreating Moabudu, but I'm also recreating a character that is
and
not
it's not acting.
Yeah.
It's actually recreation is the word because you're creating a vibe. You're creating a sensibility.
Yes.
When you bend your head talking about Chimamanda, there is something.
Yeah.
I think that's what makes it powerful. And I
Yeah.
don't think people can even find the words to it. But it's like that this person understands the essence
exactly
of this person.
Exactly.
The person is not just recreating the mannerisms of
exactly.
the person.
Exactly. And I like that you brought up Chimamanda because making her video was very scary for me.
It was scary for me on your behalf.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, she better like it.
Yes,
she better like it.
Funny thing, she didn't say anything for 1 week. I woke up the next week and I saw myself on her page.
Yes.
And then I sent a DM and she responded, fantastic job.
Yes.
So for me, I appreciate you saying that because that means that people that I recreate understand that I'm trying to create your essence.
Yes. What part of your body are you insecure about?
So many parts of my body.
What?
And is that why I'm going to the gym? Maybe not.
Right.
I'm trying to be healthier because my dad is almost 90.
Right.
And
your dad is almost 90?
Almost 90. You wouldn't believe. He's jumping and dancing and wants to watch his clothes himself.
Right.
And I looked at him and I said, I want to be healthy.
Yeah.
When I remember when my dad was sick, everybody in the world had to come because it was unusual. Why is grandpa sick? So that is when I think about my health. That is the future that I see.
Right.
My dad, and I realize that means working on your body, working on things that you eat, working on things that you drink.
Yeah.
So it's a conscious effort for me to just be a better person.
Yeah.
But aside that, I didn't evade the question. I think I was always insecure about my height.
Right.
Because that is why I made sure that all my friends were taller than me. If you were shorter than me,
I
don't need you in this.
You've already done that part.
I don't need you in this gang. You need to excuse me right now. And so it was conscious to have taller people around me, and
But that's weird because I would think that if somebody was insecure about that, the person would avoid taller people.
Well, no, because it just made me feel part of a gang.
Right, like a tall gang.
A tall gang. And maybe you forget that he's short.
Yeah, right.
Do you understand?
Yeah,
So, and I think that I don't think about it so much. I've come to
How did you come to overcome it?
Like I said, listening to Joyce Meyer and listening to Pastor Kojo and listening to Pastor Samadeyemi. And that is how my story literally changed.
Thank you so much for joining me, Jay. I'm telling you, your story is so inspiring. So inspiring. You were saying, and then you were in today's show now. And like I said to you a few weeks ago when we saw for the first time, I said the first time I knew you had sent a DM.
Yes.
To this show.
Yes.
wanting to intern.
Yeah, wanting to intern. For me, I wanted to just sweep the floor. I don't want to even hold the camera. What am I doing with that? It's such expensive material. I just wanted to sweep the floor. I was
Yes,
chilling.
yes. I was just figuring out. I mean, I know I replied, but we're just figuring out the show. I'm like, this show, I'm not even sure whether it's going to go, whether it's going to fail. Before we start bringing people to come and intern, let me first figure it out. But to see the growth, it didn't even take a long time after that for the growth to start. It's such an inspiration to so many young people, and even more so because you're so relatable, both as a product, as a brand, and as a human being. So we're looking forward to more and more coming ahead.
Thank you so much. Such an honor to be here.
You're welcome.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
America. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble. Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here. And Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity we inherited from the previous administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high. In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States, and it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever history of the world, and I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion, and for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers. All over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means. I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. We have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending at my request from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE, and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen, but she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. Just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. I thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never receives credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It would be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly. It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk on terrazzo. Do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out that they had no idea what it was, but they knew it was anywhere between $2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach. But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state. The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible atrocities, including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving so much, because they've taken so much, they have taken so much. This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you. Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate, immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last 20 are going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly, stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But, you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people. and some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them, and it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. But they have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations, all gathered here. I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the truth. As we seek to reduce the threat of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the development of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the #1 political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed, so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25,000, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe, in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%, and in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did, they repaid kindness with crime, it's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. And it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles to get up. They go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning I have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem, and also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way. People don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore. And we've virtually stopped drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill hundreds of thousands of people. I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. Tren de Aragua is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim, mutilate, and murder with impunity. They're the enemies of all humanity. For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuelan terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice. Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not strong enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those big windmills are so pathetic and so bad, so expensive to operate. And they have to be rebuilt all the time, and they start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green, and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in, and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe, and you can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy-producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business, and they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got 1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about, in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening, because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible, as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back Years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world. But then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know. They actually said during the campaign they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe before it's too late. The carbon footprint is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk about the carbon footprint, we must do so. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of that. Congratulations, Europe. Great job. You cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you reduced the carbon footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so hard on the carbon footprint, which is nonsense, by the way. It's nonsense. You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, strong, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air isn't so clean. And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody will get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill, baby, drill, and that's what we're doing. We're going to be much lower in a year from now. But they've come way down over the last year. As a result, every air conditioner is like very uncommon to see one in some of these countries because the electric costs are so high. So while the U.S. has approximately 1,300 heat-related deaths annually, that's a lot, Europe loses more than 175,000 people to heat deaths each year because the costs are so expensive you can't turn on an air conditioner. What is that all about? That's not Europe. That's not the Europe that I love and know. All in the name of pretending to stop the global warming hoax. The entire globalist concept of asking successful industrialized nations to inflict pain on themselves and radically disrupt their entire societies must be rejected completely and totally, and it must be immediate. That's why in America I withdrew from the fake Paris Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was paying so much more than every country. Others weren't paying. China didn't have to pay until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, a 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion. And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United States, we want trade and robust commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal. The challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that followed the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country. But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week, if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign. But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this, unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear. Together, let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. you're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, results expected tonight in FCT Council election. FG blames Nigeria's high cost of debt servicing on interest rates imposed by international lenders. Iran demands evidence as Trump UN experts highlight protest killings. And mother and infant burned to death in Indian state over witchcraft allegations. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has raised concerns over the high cost of debt servicing, attributing it to the high rates imposed on developing countries and the international market. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edun, disclosed this during an interactive session between the federal government's economic team and members of the Senate Committee on Appropriation on the proposed 51.8 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill. Edun was reacting to concerns about the country's rising debt profile, estimated at about 15 trillion naira, noted that a major challenge facing developing nations is the high rates demanded by international lenders.
The number one topic, and we have experts, global experts from around the world, even somebody who was my manager when I was at the World Bank. And the number one topic is that not so much is debt sustainability. And why? Because of the pricing. It is not that the debt to GDP ratio is too high or is not in line with the fiscal responsibility or with, it's not that it's not in line with the regulations. It is that the pricing, the interest rate that the developing country as a whole are forced to pay in the international market is where the difficulty comes from. And there's a cry, hue and cry around the world that something must be done about the high price of debt so that the high debt servicing costs can come down. I'll deal with the issue of variable rates shortly, but no less a personality than His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has dived in to that all-important area and called for an African credit rating agency. He's calling for affordable financing. Once you have affordable financing, you're home and dry.
Responding to concerns of lawmakers, the chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Zach Adedeji, attributed budget funding challenges to unrealistic projections and the past fiscal plans.
For the commendation, I just want to put it in perspective. And the perspective is that when economic works, it works for everybody. And that is what we've seen. It's just as a result of the reform being led by Mr. President that we have exchange rate down, we have inflation down, but the crux of the matter, which is what I hear from all conversation here, is that why is budget not being funded? And the answer is also in this room. It is what I think, by God's grace, we will correct this year. Budget funding comes from realistic budgets. And we need to understand that. And that is where we started from. And I've preached this. Budget efficiency is not in the quantum of the budget. It is in the amount you can carry out.
The committee, Alamileka Adeola, said the engagement formed part of ongoing legislative scrutiny of the 2026 budget proposal and expressed concern of lawmakers on the issue of debt management, oil revenue projections and strategies for improving budget performance.
Giving us a detailed breakdown of the entire 15.19 trillion. But before then, speak to the budget performance of the previous year, which is that of 2025. And from there, we dovetail into 2026. And among other issues relating to the government policies, programs, objectives, which have been expressed in a numerical terms called the budget estimate, and see how far we have gone as an administration, and also what is left to be attended to, and how the Committee on Appropriation can intervene on some of these challenges confronting the nation's budget.
Joint Committee of the National Assembly on the Federal Roads Maintenance Agency has commended the agency for what it described as the promptness and improved quality of federal road maintenance across the country. Commendation came during the defense of its 2025 budget implementation and presentation of a 2026 budget proposal before the Joint Committee of the Senate and House of Representatives. Presenting the proposal, the Minister of State for Works, Bello Goronyo, disclosed that the proposed 2026 budget stands at 229.9 billion naira, out of which 191.4 billion naira is for capital expenditure, with a rollover of 70% of ongoing 2025 capital projects into 2026.
The proposed 2026 budget totals 229.99 billion. The key highlights are as follows. 1, 191.47 billion is for capital, which includes rolling over 70% of the 2025 capital projects. Let me state here that the total number of projects in the 2025 budget roll over to 2026 is 336 projects comprising of 291 road projects and 75 non-road projects, which of course includes the street lights and other things that are included in the budget. Then the 70% of the funding of this project have been rolled over to 2026. This figure stands
Chairman of the Senate Committee on FEMA, Sahabi Yao, underscored the strategic importance of road infrastructure to Nigeria's economic development, while its counterpart in the House of Representatives, Aderemi Oseni, commended the agency for the level of work and standards observed during oversight visits.
To recognize that the road network is the primary artery of Nigeria's national development. As emphasized during our recent summit, sustainable infrastructure is the only viable path to a $1 trillion economy. Roads are the bridge between rural agricultural productivity and the urban markets. Once they fail, food inflation rises, and our misery index deepens. Strategic maintenance is therefore more than an engineering task. It is a social investment in security, job creation, and the economic heartbeat of every Nigerian household.
And a few things that we saw at those places that we visited was a clear-cut understanding that FEMA is making remarkable improvement from where we met them about 3 years ago. Even the quality of their job is improving. I was there in person. I met with the state governors in those areas, and they were all appreciative of the extent of the support they were getting from the team at that time.
Makers assure the agency of continued collaboration to ensure improved funding and enhanced performance in the maintenance of federal roads nationwide. 3 major opposition parties, the People's Democratic Party, New Nigerian People's Party, and African Democratic Congress, are missing on the ballot papers for the Kano State House of Assembly by-election holding Saturday. The by-election is being conducted to fill 2 vacant seats at the State Assembly following the deaths of former lawmakers last year who were members of the NNPP before their demise. According to Newsmen, 3 major opposition political parties are missing on the Independent National Electoral Commission ballot for the by-election. Reports added that the 9 political parties, excluding PDP, NNPP, and ADC, are both listed on the ballot papers. The by-election has recorded low voter turnout in several polling units across Kano Municipal Local Government area, despite the early arrival of INEC officials as of mid-morning. Many polling units had only a handful of voters, with INEC officials seated and prepared, awaiting more constituents. Security personnel were strategically deployed to ensure order and safeguard voters and electoral staff. Observers noted a strong presence of security personnel deployed across the area, although many polling units had only a few voters waiting to cast their ballots. Nigeria today joins the global community in observing the International Mother Language Day to promote linguistic and cultural diversity worldwide. The day highlights the importance of preserving indigenous languages, many of which are gradually disappearing due to globalization and urbanization. Correspondent Christopher Lele reports.
International Mother Language Day is a worldwide annual observance held on 21st February to promote awareness of linguistics and cultural diversity and to promote multilingualism. First announced by UNESCO on 17th November 1999, it was formally recognized by the United Nations General Assembly with the adoption of UN Resolution 56262 in 2002. According to UNESCO, there are over 8,000 languages spoken or signed worldwide. Yet, only a few hundred are reflected in education systems, and fewer than 100 have a strong presence in the digital space. This year's theme, Youth Voices on Multilingual Education, puts the spotlight on young people. For some youths, their mother language is a badge of pride, a strong connection to identity and heritage. But for others, the story is different. Some admit they cannot speak their native language fluently, blaming it on upbringing and the dominance of English in schools and social spaces.
I can speak my language. Maybe while growing up, I can see everyone speaking the Yoruba language, and we were taught in schools. Let me say, during my primary school days, I was not taught how to write or read or speak Yoruba because they say it's vernacular. But when I got to secondary school, there was this my Yoruba teacher that would always tell me, "Oh, Rachel, I want you to read this storybook for everyone." I'll be like, "I don't know how to speak Yoruba. I cannot read it." He'll be like, "No, read it anyhow." So I'll start reading it. Let me say, from there, I learned how to speak my language properly. So I think that's how I got to speak my language. And through my, let me say, siblings and parents, we are always proud. My language is my identity.
I speak my language very well. I was able to learn how to speak my language because we do travel back home. My dad, because I stay in Port Harcourt, so my dad usually during holidays time, so we do travel to meet my grandmom. So I was able to, now most youth now don't travel back home. You know, I don't know why it was. I asked my friend last time, so you were like, they don't go back home. And I think this is the reason why most youth now don't speak their language now, and it's not making sense.
I can speak my language, but not very well. And first of all, I grew up in the north, and everyone around me was not an Igbo speaking environment. And my parents did not always have to speak Igbo to us every time. We used to speak English at home. And then the little I knew was because I actually came to school in the East, and then I had to speak with my friends. I had to communicate in the market, so I had to know that I had to speak Igbo for them, unless they're going to cheat me in the market. So I had reasons why I had to learn to speak Igbo, and yeah, I can actually try to speak Igbo.
I can't speak my language, reason because I feel that when I was growing up, my mom, they are not those kind of parents that takes dialect to be a big deal. You get? So, and we grew up knowing how to speak English, Igbo, but on a nonce, I can be able to, interpret my dialect, but I cannot speak. We did not grow up in that environment whereby we have people who speak that dialect to us that we can be able to pick up at that tender age. At some point, I feel embarrassed because I can, get to meet some people. They'll be like, at this your age, you don't know how to speak your dialect. It's so embarrassing.
A parent, Augustine Ebe, believes the responsibility rests largely at home. According to him, parents must intentionally teach and speak indigenous languages with their children, stressing that language preservation begins within the family.
I'll start like this. God made marriage for offsprings to come out from. So every molding in life starts from the home. Now, we are increasingly seeing parents who feel that their language is inferior. Therefore, they don't instill it on children. 90% parents should be blamed for their children not knowing how to speak their language. If you give your child your mother tongue, and then you give them the lingua franca, it's a different thing. They now grow up, even when they speak English, they can still speak your dialect. Now, when I say 10% society, if you look at a lot of peer pressure coming to people, they want to speak Queen English when they have not gone to the Queen's land. They want to speak American phone when they have not left the shores of Nigeria. So peer pressure, societal pressure makes some people want to look at their language to be inferior.
A Catholic priest, Reverend Father Ambrose Ofodile, says places of worship can serve as platforms for language revival. He explains that sermons, hymns, scripture readings, and catechism delivered in indigenous languages can reconnect young people to their roots.
The decline of in the Igbo language, mother tongue, if you like, let me not particularize it, in our various places of worship, in our schools, in our institutions, and in the entire society is something that should be worrisome to every right-thinking person in the society. Because today we are focused on foreign languages and we are not interested in our own native languages. You go to schools and students do not actually pick the Igbo language, for instance, in the Southeast is optional for people to pick. It's no longer compulsory. And then you see students shying away from choosing Igbo language. And you also find out that in other places it is the same thing. In the Yorubas, amongst the Hausas and the rest, it is still the same thing. And there is this class associated with the speaking of native languages. Parents would want to tell people that their children cannot speak their native languages because they are trained in the cities and they are prevented from even speaking it. When they find out that you are speaking your mother tongue or your native language, they punish you. Reading, whether in Igbo or in English, you're seeing the corresponding reading. You're seeing, for instance, if I'm reading in English, I'm seeing the translation in Igbo language. And sometimes some masses are categorized native languages, in Igbo languages, and it's an opportunity for the Catholics also to learn their own native language, because the readings will be taken in Igbo, and every other person in the church will listen. The psalms also are sung in Igbo. There's other songs in the church. Even the priest presiding over the mass, speaks Igbo, and he uses Igbo as a medium of conveying his homily. So it's also a way that the Catholic Church is trying to actually make sure that our language does not go into extinction.
As conversations continue, one message is clear. Language is more than communication. It is culture, memory, and identity. And without deliberate action, many mother tongues may fade into silence. In ENUGU, Christopher Lele, Signature TV News.
Ahead, candidates not required to remove hijab during registration jump. Pengerson folds 30% oil revenue claim, 6 PIA review. Details of these and more after the break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board has clarified that candidates are not required to remove their hijabs during registration, following a video that raised concerns about alleged discrimination against Muslim candidates at Afe Babalola University. In a video shared by social media user Asaki GRN, a man lamented that his sister had been told to remove her hijab before being photographed. Reacting Jam said it is important to say clearly that the Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, whether in the past or present, has never issued any directive prohibiting candidates from wearing the hijab. The board explained that the candidate's religious position was respected. The board reiterated a simple requirement is that the ears be visible during photo capture, which can be done without removing the hijab itself. JAM concluded by urging the public to avoid spreading misleading accounts, to seek clarification where necessary, and then that mutual understanding will enable the board to serve every candidate more effectively and fairly. The people of Etitinabo na Ndagbo community in Faruku Umuahia North local government area of Abia State have appealed to President Bola Tinubu to urgently release their son Nnamdi Kanu to them. Community made the appeal on Saturday during a press briefing. Said the continued incarceration of their son Nnamdi Kanu has been causing deep emotional distress to his immediate family and the entire community at large. Addressing journalists at the community hall, Kingsman of IPOB leader called for the compassionate review of his matter to enable its release and reunion with his family and community. Speaking on behalf of the community, Ugochukwu Ogbonna, Leo Obinna, Ikechukwu Ndubweze, Victoria Ojananta, and other natives described the people as peace-loving and law-abiding. The Etitinabo na Ndaibo people promised that Nnamdi Kanu, if released unconditionally, will continue to conduct himself as a law-abiding citizen, adding that his freedom would help in stability of the Southeast. Kanu's kinsmen thanked Governor Alex Oti, Senator Inaya Baribe, and Obi Agwacha for their efforts at ensuring that their son, Nnamdi Kanu, is released. "30 people have been killed and several others abducted following a bandit attack on Dosindan Ajia village in Anka local government area of Zamfara state. The attack occurred when a gunman invaded the village around midnight on Thursday till the early hours of Friday. Residents said the gunmen were reportedly arrived on motorcycles, blocked the village entrance, and began shooting sporadically before carrying out the abductions. Meanwhile, Lowell has directed the Deputy Governor, Mani Mumuni, to visit the affected community. The visit is aimed at sympathizing with residents and conveying the governor's message of condolences to the families of the victims. Police authorities are yet to comment on the incident. Incident comes less than 48 hours after the Zamfara state government launched newly acquired security hardware and surveillance drones to strengthen the fight against insecurity. Equipment was unveiled by Governor Dauda Lawal alongside Nigeria's Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa. Members of the Lakabrawa group attacked villages in the Bui district of Arawa Northern. Police spokesman Usman said the attackers had also made up with cattle in the raids. He added that police, soldiers, and local militia immediately sent to the area. Nigeria is grappling with a more than 16-year jihadist insurgency in the northeast. The President of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, Festus Osifo, has faulted the public explanation surrounding the federal government's recent oil revenue executive order. He argued that claims about a 30% deduction from petroleum sharing contract revenue are misleading. Osifo, who spoke during an interview on Friday, said the figure being referenced does not represent gross revenue accruing to the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited. He explained that revenues from production sharing contracts are subject to several deductions before arriving at what is classified as profit oil or profit gas. According to him, when the deductions are properly accounted for, 30% being referenced translates to about 2% of total revenue from production sharing contracts. He warned that removing the affected portion of the revenue could have operational implications for NNPC Limited, noting that the funds are used to meet salary obligations and other internal expenses. Osifo urged President Bola Tinubu to withdraw his recently signed presidential executive order to safeguard Federation oil and gas revenues and provide regulatory clarity. 2026, a one that the directive undermines the Petroleum Industry Act and could create uncertainty in the oil and gas industry. Insisted that any amendment to the existing legal framework must pass through the National Assembly. Osifo argued that an executive order cannot override a law enacted by the National Assembly, describing the move as setting a troubling precedent. He added that the president should constitute a team to review the PIA, identify its strengths and weaknesses, and forward proposed amendments to lawmakers. Let's take a quick break.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Still to come, Israeli strikes killed at least 10 in Lebanon, officials say. 2 soldiers killed during military operation in Pakistan's Northwest Army. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The Iranian government has again banned terrorists for the killings of thousands during last month's nationwide protests after United States President Donald Trump and human rights experts weighed in. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on Saturday that the government has released a list of 3,117 people whom he described as victims of recent terrorist operation, including about 200 security personnel. Araghchi's comments come hours after the U.S. president told reporters that 32,000 people were killed during the protests, adding that the people of Iran have lived in hell under the theocratic establishment. The Iranian foreign minister has also been speaking with multiple U.S. media outlets to advocate for a fair agreement with Washington over Iran's nuclear program. The threat of war looms increasingly large over the country and potentially the region, with Serbia on Saturday becoming the latest country to call on all its citizens to immediately leave Iran. Mai Sato, United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights in Iran, has said that more than 20,000 civilians may have been killed, but information remains limited amid heavy internet filtering by the state, 6 weeks after a nationwide communications blackout was imposed. The US-based H-Runner says it has documented more than 7,000 people killed during the nationwide protests and is investigating nearly 12,000 more cases. Sato was among 30 special rapporteurs and international human rights experts who signed a joint statement on Friday calling on Iranian authorities to fully disclose the fate and whereabouts of tens of thousands arrested, forcibly disappeared, or missing in the aftermath of the nationwide protests, and to halt all related death sentences and executions. The latest such incident came on Saturday when the official Mizan news agency of the Iranian judiciary released footage from a court session for 3 men who said they regretted setting fire to motorcycles, a mosque, and copies of the Quran in Tehran during the unrest. Also on Saturday, some students in Tehran and across the country returned to university campuses for the first time, as authorities kept universities closed and took some classes and exams online in the aftermath of the protests. Israeli airstrikes have killed at least 10 people in eastern Lebanon, Lebanese officials say, despite a ceasefire. Israel's military said it targeted sites belonging to Hezbollah, a Shia Muslim militia and political party, in the Bekaa Valley, an area where the group has a strong presence. Hezbollah confirmed that at least 6 of its members had been killed, including a senior field commander. The strikes are among the deadliest in Lebanon since a ceasefire ended the war between Israel and Hezbollah in November 2024. Despite the deal, which followed 13 months of conflict, Israel has carried out near-daily strikes on Lebanon. The Israeli military said it had struck Hezbollah command centers and that Hezbollah systematically embeds its assets within the civilian population. It said the group's activities were a violation of the understandings between Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah, considered a terrorist organization by countries, including the UK and the US, says the ceasefire deal only applies to southern Lebanon, in the area between the Litani River and the Blue Line, the unofficial border between Lebanon and Israel. Hezbollah dismissed a decision by the government to advance the second phase of the disarmament plan in areas between north of the Litani and the Awali River in the port city of Sidon. Lebanon's government said Israel's ongoing actions were a violation of the ceasefire deal and urged the international community to put pressure on Israel to stop its attacks. The Lebanese Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, recently said the situation had become a one-sided war of attrition. Hours before the attacks in the east, an Israeli strike hit the densely populated Palestinian refugee camp of Ain al-Helwe on the outskirts of Sidon, in the country's south. The Israeli military said it had struck a command center that had been used by Hamas, which said 2 members had been killed. The airstrikes come amid heightened tensions in the region, with the United States threatening to attack Iran if negotiations between the 2 countries fail to reach a deal. There are concerns in Lebanon that Iran might force Hezbollah to join its response to an attack if Israel becomes involved. 2 soldiers, including a lieutenant colonel, have been killed during a military operation when a fighter driving an explosive-laden motorcycle rammed a security convoy vehicle in Pakistan's Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province near the border with Afghanistan, according to the country's army. The deadly clash took place on Saturday in KP's Bannu district, with the Pakistani military saying at least 5 armed fighters, including one it described as a suicide bomber, were also killed during the operation. The military said that the bomber was stopped by the leading security team, preventing his attempt to attack civilians and law enforcement personnel and averting a major catastrophe. Islamabad has repeatedly accused the Taliban administration in Kabul of providing refuge to the TTP, a banned Pakistani group separate from but linked to the Afghan Taliban, though Kabul has denied these allegations. The two countries had previously clashed in a brief border conflict in October last year. Bannu has long been a frequent flashpoint for armed violence, with repeated attacks on security forces and police checkpoints in recent years. Security officials have reported strikes on police installations, suicide bombings, and armed assaults in the district, part of a broader surge in armed rebel group activity across KP after the TTP ended a ceasefire with the government in late 2022. Earlier this week, 2 bomb attacks and a gun battle between police and rebel fighters killed more than a dozen people in the province. 1 child and 11 security personnel were killed in an attack in Bajau district, the Pakistani military said, while 7 others, including women and children, were injured in the incident. 4 people have been arrested in the eastern Indian state of Jharkhand for allegedly burning to death a woman and her 10-month-old son on suspicion of practicing witchcraft earlier this week. The woman's husband, who was also attacked, suffered severe burns and is in the hospital. Police say they are searching for more people who may be involved. The accused are in custody and haven't commented publicly yet. The murders occurred in the Kutsai hamlet of Jharkhand state. Tuesday's murder of Yoti Singku and her son occurred.
Now let's go back to the story of the day, where counting of votes and collation of results have commenced across polling units in the Federal Capital Territory Area Council elections. We have correspondent Belinda Mobile joining us from Abuja for the latest situation. Belinda, it's good to see you. How is the counting of results progressing?
Of course, right now it's already getting dark in Abuja, as you can see from my background. The counting of results has started. Yes, the election started pretty much earlier this morning at about 8:29 a.m. We could see, we saw some electoral officials arriving early, even though some people came quite late because of some other delays. But the election so far, it went so smoothly. The votes and the exercise, people came out in their number, and there was peaceful and fair and free, what you could call for the first time at Pape Secondary School, right here in Buari Area Council, Abuja. What some people describe as the first time ever, they are experiencing a fair, free election right here.
First time they're experiencing a free and fair election. But one of the biggest issues in the election right now is the signing into the law of the one that has given right to transmission of the results via electronics devices. So has that been done in this election? Since votes are being counted, was there any electronic transmission of the result that you witnessed?
Yeah, unfortunately at Buari Area Council, where we witnessed the election proper this morning, there was no electoral transmission. The elections and the results were counted manually, and it was all captured. You could see the vote, the electoral officials raising each ballot paper, counting each party's results and showing it to, of course, to the voters who stayed behind to make sure there is accountability and justice, shown in the exercise so far. So there was no electoral transmission, but we could see that it all went free and fair. They used manual transmission written down on their result sheet and everything recorded.
Belinda, before I let you go, given the experiences of some elections that you've monitored, I heard you said people are talking about this being free and fair. What was the security situation like?
Exactly. That's one of the major points in today's election. We saw security officers, coming in their numbers. They came in massively, to protect and to guide the election today. Different officials. We saw the army. We saw the police. We saw different security officers mounting every poll and making sure that there is no quarrel, there is no fight. And of course, you could literally say that for the first time as a reporter, I can beat my chest and say, yes, this election today is pretty much better than what I used to experience before. Maybe majorly because of the massive involvement of the security officers. And some of them we spoke with, assured us that come 2027, it is going to be more because they are coming up in more numbers. They are coming massively for 2027. And a lot of voters also experienced and shared their, satisfaction towards how you could see these security officers, coming out pretty much earlier than some voters and even some INEC officials. And that's something to, applaud for. Yeah.
I'm just reluctant to let you go. One of the issues that got many people disappointed in recent elections, even the last Anambra governorship election, was the issue of not voter apathy this time, but buying of votes. Did you notice any of such in the places you visited?
Yes, of course. There was a report from the ADC party, the African Democratic Congress, reporting to Signature TV directly of some kind of involvement of other party called the Zenith Labour Party, some kind of vote buying, luring people to vote for that particular party. Of course, at some point we also have to, involve the Zenith Labour Party agents and officials to speak to us and then hear what they have to say about it. Some of them came and debunked the claim that there was no such thing, around, claiming that any other vote buying could be from, some other political parties and not particularly from them. That's how far we saw that today.
For giving us that update. We just look forward to getting more updates on the FCT elections. Thank you again, Belinda Mobodo.
Thank you very much.
That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of Anambra State, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Kwetemi market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
New every morning on Signature TV. We open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what it was CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens. One that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program
Signature TV News.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, ENUGU. Good morning, beautiful people of the world. Welcome to New Day. I am Princess Kenachama. This is New Day, your weekend favorite show here on Signature Television. It's good to have you once again. It's another Saturday. It's another bright day. And of course, on the calendar today, we are celebrating the United Nations International Day of Mother Language. It's important that even as we advance, even as we grow, it's very, very essential that we retain, that we are familiar with that mother tongue, that significant language that God has blessed us with. And even as we go on today, try to have your conversations in your dialect. I mean, what hurt would it do? What hurt would it cause if you once in a while infuse your dialect, your mother tongue in your conversations? All right, we'll take a short break. We're starting off with our newspaper headlines and review for this morning. We have a lot lined up on our papers this morning. I can't wait to share them with you. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Now, today is also elections in the Federal Capital Territory, and in a moment, we will be joining our Abuja studios for live broadcast and, updates from the elections. All right, we're starting off this morning with the Saturday Punch. On the cover page, we have, that's on page 4, we have Night of Terror in Zamfara. Gunmen on 150 motorbikes block roads, kill scores, abduct many. Victims buried in mass graves. Analysts review calls for state police. All right, from careers to cartels inside Nigeria's booming cross-border drug empire. On Mirabel, how false rape story turned into money-making venture. And then pastor to die by hanging for killing Akwa Ibom landlord. All right, we'll move over to the Weekend Trust. On the cover page, we see a young girl in the hijab on page 4. Abduction, conversion, custody. The Walida story. On page 11, Mokwa flood. Where did the billions for recovery go? And Argungu, more than the fishing festival. On page 33, Can APC. How 60-40 formula unsettles old and new members. On page 14, DSS to arraign El Rufai on February 25th. On page 14, also, Tinubu calls for order as elections hold in FCT, others today. And lastly, Boko Haram intercepts, sets ablaze trucks of fish. That's on the Weekend Trust. We move over to the Vanguard. On page 10, the cover page, we need help, governor declares, as insecurity worsens. Terrorists kill 30 in Zamfara, fresh attack. On page 19, Electoral Act Amendment, actual motives of political players now clear. Opposition lawmakers are saying, they said the battle has just begun. What Nigerians should do for their votes to count in 2027. That's from Abaribi. All right. On page 7, FCT, Kano, Rivers polls. These are the cities or states where elections will be conducted today. Wike moves to deliver Abuja. Wike moves to deliver Abuja and Rivers as Kwankwaso Yusuf dig in for Kano. All right, on page 22, political divorce that could shape 2027. Olawepo Hashim recalls what happened to Gowon MPN, hopes to retire Tinubu. Okay, that's for the weekend. That's for Saturday Vanguard. We move to the Matrix. The Matrix has a lot. I will start off from court to bar Showore Sahara reporters from publishing content on IGB Egbetokun and family. Another court awards 30 million naira against police for declaring Showore wanted. FCT Kano Rivers election, it's D-Day. Tinubu calls for orderliness, restraint for security agencies, urges INEC to strengthen voters' confidence. ADC raises alarm over planned voters' suppression. PDP alleges coercion behind candidates' withdrawal. That's for today's elections. Nigeria's debt profile surges to 153 trillion naira in the third quarter in 2025, up by 900 billion naira, says DMO. All right, another blaze hits Kano market days after Singer Inferno. Then we have Saka's new £300,000 a week Arsenal deal puts him into 5 top earners in EPL. Trump kicks as US Supreme Court strikes out his global tariff policy. And lastly, Simi under fire after TikToker Mirabel admits lying about being raped. That's for the Matrix. We move over to the Saturday Sun, Voice of the Nation. On the cover page on page 27, Nigeria's public debt hits 153.29 trillion naira. How debts rose by 900 billion naira in 3 months. Basic education in danger. Death, retirements depletes number of teachers across states. State governments battle to fill gaps as teachers lament shortage of manpower. Some states yet to recruit teachers in 16 years. Okay. Then on page 25, Nigeria records 14 million birth registrations in 2 years. Nigeria records 14 million birth registrations in 2 years. That's from UNICEF. Lassa fever claims 70 lives in 2026. That's from NCDC. Says 5 states account for 91% of cases. This is to say that Lassa fever is real and it's claiming lives. NCDC says that's claimed 70 already. All right, how we've successfully managed our union for 60 years. That's from Sir and Lady Toby. And then on Osun, in Osun State, row over 13.7 billion payroll fraud. NNPC criticizes Adeleke. APC queries position of governor's budget in government. Government denies wrongdoing. That's all from the Sun. We'll move over to the Blueprint Weekend. There's an article on Chinua Achebe tagged the unforgettable hero. All right, Singer markets Kano tragedies. Declare fire disasters as national emergency. Experts urge federal government. We've had major infernos in Kano, Maiduguri, Lagos, Anambra, others recently. Over 5 billion naira goods destroyed, still counting. Traders lament. Congestion hinders rescue operations, says Kano government. Super Eagles face Iran, Jordan in 4-nation tourney. All right, NCDC deploys dialysis machines to states to manage severe Lassa fever cases. From the presidency, payments for outstanding 2024 capital projects have begun. All right, federal government raises the alarm over fake veterinary drugs in circulation. And then on Kairen, the legendary snake that saved the Tiv Nation. All right, that's for the weekend, the Blueprint Weekend. We'll move over to the Guardian Weekend. On page 2, cover page, Tinubu urges peaceful conduct of FCT Kano Rivers polls. Charges security agencies INEC to showcase integrity. Situation Room warns against democratic backslide. All right, on page 2, Defense Minister urges balanced approach to mandatory military service. DSS to arraign El Rufai on February 25th after alleged cybercrime breach of national security. Court shifts Malami's son trial to February 27th. Mba says, we are positioning ENUGU economy for global competition. Inspect 41.1 kilometer ENUGU OP in Suka Road dualization project. That's on page 3. Abiodun rewards Nigeria's best teacher with 2-bedroom bungalow. On page 36, Oshun APC and government bicker over alleged 13.7 billion naira payroll fraud. Andrews arrest and other SPN casualties. Lessons for Nigeria. That's an article, Inside Stuff. All right, we have why Nigerians must use Ramadan, Lenten seasons to consolidate harmonious coexistence. That's on page 4. And on page 28, on the electoral bill, how President Tinubu's prompt assent may shape 2027 elections. That's for the weekend. That's for the Guardian weekend. We move over to the Saturday Independent. Pat Utomi says, at 70, I'm done with executive office. How I wish Atiku will also step aside. Okay, that's from Pat. Tinubu summons Ayedatiwa over under APC violence, says Congress. Strengthening voters' confidence in the electoral process. Tinubu talks INEC. That's regarding today's elections. Natasha not backing down in Red Chamber, rumored hidden battles. That's on page 8 of the Independent. Audit firm alleges 13.7K. This is the Adeleke case, says it's under scrutiny and all. All right, 76 oil wells. You will not be forgiven. Akpanu do Edehe warns Governor Eno. And lastly, electoral law ambiguities raise fears of post-election unrest. That's for Independent. And lastly, we are looking at the Saturday Tribune. On page 3, gunmen storm Zamfara village, kill 30. Police military deploy reinforcements after the killing of 33 in KB villages. Page 4, Governor Abiodun cleric Lord Awolowo and Dosumu's legacy of service at 78. Friends, well-wishers join her at Thanksgiving service. We came from Niger Republic to beg for arms in Lagos, the ticking time bomb of underage arms seekers. NADDC moves to implement import deletion program for local compartment parts. That's on page 7. Tinubu to INEC, use FCT reverse polls to strengthen voters' confidence. PDP INEC slam withdrawal by PDP candidates in FCT election. Trump kicks as U.S. Supreme Court declares emergency tariffs illegal. That's on page 6. And, lastly on page 4, Emeritus Professor Biodun Jehifo for burial in Ibadan, March 4th. All right, that's all our papers for this morning. Like I'll always advise, get your papers. They're right there in the market, in the streets. Pick them, read them, and to get full details and to get all that is encapsulated on each pages of this paper. But before you get yours, we're here with our analysts to let's discuss some of these things and see how it applies to us, or see how we can always hope for better things and better days. Good morning, Mr. Chris.
Good morning, Princess. And good morning, our dear people of the world. Welcome to another day, a new day of Signature Television Newspaper Review.
All right, so where do you want to start with from? There is
From the top.
Yeah, there's the
Punch.
Okay, the night of terror in Zamfara, how gunmen stormed and gunmen on 150 motorbikes. I mean,
it's heartbroken. It's heartbreaking, and I've been heartbroken on the issue of the terrorists in Nigeria for many times. I don't know for how long. I have a weak heart now to manage these terror banditry issues, and I hope many Nigerians are feeling the same way. How can 150 motorbikes, be ridden by bandits and terrorists, storm a place in Nigeria, a place under the territorial integrity of Nigeria, and for hours, kill scores, abduct many, victims being buried in mass graves. And then that has made the analysts and people who felt concerned to renew the call for state police.
Yeah.
Because the issue of bandits and terror has become part of us. Every day we hear scores of Nigerians being killed, abducted, raped, beheaded. Some pay for ransom, they still do not return. And now this renewed call for state police becomes an issue. And we ask, what is holding the Federal Republic of Nigeria government, with the principal actor of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, who earlier supported this call, and I'm sure they're making moves. Why the delay? With the alliance with America and other international communities who are interested in helping Nigeria come out of this satanic enclave of bandits and terror, what is holding state police? I thought that most of the times when you have problems, you try so many solutions and then stick on the one that works. Why have we not tried the state police as boldly as it sounds? Because most states are already operating state police under guise of Amoteku, of ESNL, of vigilantes and all. Why can't Nigeria summon the courage of calling it state police and then put together, just like the federal government rushed to sign the Electoral Act Amendment Bill. They rushed to sign it into law.
Yes.
Why can't we take the issue of terror with that rapidity that it deserves? And then when most Nigerians are calling for state police, why can't we call for state police now? Why can't we, for instance, ask that we adopt state police, even if in an experimental level, for states who are ready to go with it, let's start with them and use that as a guinea pig to measure whether it's a success or not. Instead of keep talking and nothing is happening. I think we are not being fair to Nigerians. Let's, for instance, give Nigerians what they want in this. The issue of this terror and banditry is eating up Nigeria. It's eating up Nigeria. It's eating up Nigeria.
Deeply.
And I don't know how long this will continue. Because our leaders are not actually affected, as it were. It's only the ordinary citizens of Nigeria that are facing this menace. And I think it's high time we join the call of other Nigerians calling for a state police. We renew that call this morning. That's all I can say, Princess. Let's move on. One interesting thing on human interest. Bakassi said, becoming a king won't end my showbiz business. We now have showbiz business people who are now becoming
traditional rulers
in their communities. I hope we won't have comic traditional rulers. Well, all of them boils down to, and it means that even the comedians can also have something to offer their communities. So we wish Bakassi well in his new role as traditional ruler of his community. I hope we won't go there to start making people laugh. But even that works. It's a solution to the hardship and hunger in Nigeria. And they can become kind of a solution to what is happening in Nigeria. If the communities will have to laugh and forget their hard times and the issue, well, that's a solution. So that's one thing again that has become, trending, and we wish Okebekasi, like you said, success in his new role. And we move on to a pastor to die by hanging.
For killing his landlord, an Akwa Ibom landlord.
Now it means that even pastors can be tempted by Satan to kill, and that calls for a great attention. Even the spiritual leaders are not immune from temper management, and all that. And this, even a new bride was expelled from the church because of refusing the husband sex. So the church are now, apart from managing your spiritual life, they also got into the homes to decide how to wake up with your wife. We are making progress. Let's move on. That's all coming from Punchy Punch and inside Nigeria's booming cross-border drug. We have cried and cried and cried, and even the international community has regarded Nigeria as a country of concern when we notice that our borders are porous, that people come in. Somebody in a viral video say even if you come to Nigerian border with explosives, you just wait the hands of people at the border and they allow you come in. But we ask the people at the border and all the agencies of security working at Nigerian borders, when you use fake dollar to do Christmas or celebrate your mother-in-law, are you not, is what you give, you take back. If you allow terrorists and bandits to penetrate Nigeria at ease from the borders, when the crisis starts, nobody knows who will be the victim. On Weekend Trust, we have the Warida story, abduction, conversion, and custody. This is another issue Nigerians have not handled. And it's like becoming a dichotomy, issue of dichotomy. When a particular religion in Nigeria is doing what is bad, the government will look the other side. I don't know why that will be happening. And we say we are one Nigeria. And of course, there is a repeated call in all the newspapers. Our President, Bola Tinubu, the GCFR, President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, calls for order as election holds in FCT and Rivers and Kano. And they're asking INEC to show their capability to exhibit their power to hold the bigger elections with these isolated elections. And we say a foundation led on a bad note, can it sustain the building? This is a question for Nigerian lawmakers. And as we are even still battling, still opposition, even as the Electoral Act has been signed into law by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, it shows that all is not well. So I don't know what the power the INEC will use to conduct this election to show, and they say bring back the trust of the people. The people are fast losing trust on the electoral process of Nigeria, and it happened over time. We just wish they'll sit out at the multiple, but if it all become well today, it is good. But all eyes are watching Nigeria new electoral umpire with their new leadership under the professor. So let's see how today works out in all the cities where we're having, all the states where we're having isolated elections. But then, how that works out, we're going to see. And we were here on this deck some months back, last year, when there was flood in Mokwa. Mokwa is an agricultural town of Niger State, where a lot of ewa that we eat in Nigeria, according to our president, coming from. There was this deadly flood that took over the town of Mokwa, and many millions of people died. And the government said they have devoted billions for the recovery to go on. And the question came up this morning.
Where did
all the billions of naira go? And the question is there because when you speak and forget, the person you told will remember. That's why Nigerians are still recalling that after billions voted for the recovery of the victims of Mokwa flood, nothing has happened there. And we thank Weekend Trust for recalling that, so that Nigeria, it become an open conscience, an open wound in the conscience of Nigeria. And Boko Haram intercept trucks carrying fish, set it ablaze. And the question is, we have had the issue of Boko Haram intercepting trucks and commandeering them to their camps. This time they wanted to roast the fish and eat it from the spot. That's another dangerous precedent. And it's all about destruction. Nigeria is on the path of destruction of bandit and terror. And the government have to step up their fight against that. And on the vanguard, Wike moves to deliver Abuja Rivers as Kwakwanso Yusuf dig in for Kano. Why is it that there are only Nigerian politicians that will boldly come and say we're going to deliver a particular election, and the government will keep quiet? Who are they delivering Kano, Abuja, and Rivers for? Why should an individual boldly speak on Nigerian newspaper that is going to deliver, and government will keep quiet? Government is therefore suspect in these issues, because we are supposed to be Nigerian electorates that will deliver a candidate or deliver results of elections the way they want. Are we still practicing democracy in Nigeria? Are we practicing democracy? That's still question. On this morning, when I get to these issues that are beyond me to resolve, I'll push it back where the buck stopped. The federal government of Nigeria and the National Assembly, if we are practicing parliamentary democracy, they have a hand in making sure that these things work. Nigeria is going to spend so much on debt service in 9 months. We have spent, we're going to spend over 10.8 trillion in servicing debt when we have budgeted 58.7 trillion as budget of Nigeria. Remove this percentage of debt servicing and you ask yourself what is left for the government to work. This is planting seeds with squirrel in our bags. We are planting emptiness. And why should we go about every day doing ceremony of budget when we know that we are not going anywhere? There's this renewed cry that what we are using to service debt has surpassed our budget. And somebody said within short months we have had 900 million or trillion as what we have borrowed, and we are going. And there's no hope that we have stopped borrowing. So we keep borrowing and using all we budget to service debt, and that's there is so much to talk about. But the only issue here, Nigeria public debt hits 153.29 trillion.
How?
How debt rose to 900 billion in 3 months. So you can see, when we have very conscious effort of pulling ourselves down, my father told me that when 10 is not at home, when 10 enters, it will vanish. When we have 153.29 trillion as our debt profile, and we are budgeting 58.7 trillion for 1 year, don't you think we are still in emptiness? And that's going on. Pat Utomi asked,
I think he's saying Atiku should stop running.
And they're no more aspiring into any executive office. He wish Atiku I think it should be a personal thing. Nigerians are free to contest at every level. Like I'm sitting here, if God gives me up to 100 years and I feel that I still have something to offer Nigeria, I will contest. And if the electorate are really the people who decide, they will decide whether they vote for me or not. And I think this issue of Atiku, step down Atiku, my people say, you don't tell a man with swollen stroke not to jump the wall. So if Atiku wishes to continue to contest, and if he is good, nobody knows what is keeping him alive. If he's continuously contest to be Nigerian president, what keeps him alive? Why is this personal choice? Nobody has the right to stop him. Though we wish him luck. I hope one day he will succeed. That is the much we can talk about that, unless Princess, you have any other thing. Natasha is not backing down.
I mean, Natasha's case is just she's not stepping down.
Well,
she's on.
There's a way where you fight battle up to, and if you step down, or you have fought.
Yes.
So
yes.
What is he fighting for? what is he fighting for? Is it fighting for that somebody said, come and make me happy? Is he fighting for suppression and intimidation in the house?
For women, against women.
Is she fighting for another position in Kogi State beyond the Kogi Central Senatorship position? Whatever he's fighting for, she is fighting for, we wish her luck. But she should remember that he who fights, or she who fights and run away, will live to fight another day. Because the fight, continuous fight without breathing, can lead to dehydration and then maybe depletion of energy. You will not have fight. So if you fight and fight a point, you pull back, re-strategize, and come back to fight. Because the Igbo say, Ebunu, that's the ram. How ram fights. A ram fights by fighting and pulling back to come back to fight again. You know, that's how the ram fights. Ebunu. When you go, Ebunu gazu, or Biakwonk, that's how it is. And there's a legendary snake that saved the thief nation. It's interesting. If we have other nations that are in trouble, can they go and borrow the snake from the TV nations? So that, because it's only what happens, success is what you replicate. So TV nation, borrow us a snake. So my country, and terror in Nigeria, this snake will begin to swallow them. When our security agencies have been overwhelmed, and even as this morning on all the newspapers, you count the number of Nigerians who have been killed, abducted,
it's a lot. It's a lot.
Raped,
it's
and beheaded.
It's a lot.
A lot. So, and if we have a snake who is somewhere saving thief nation, well, the thief people should not
they should extend.
They shouldn't be greedy with that power. They should share it so that it would come over to Macedonia to help other people who are in trouble. Then there's this constant fire disaster going on in Kano.
Oh, yes.
And people will ask, is it that people want to destroy Nigeria with fire, or is it God? Because after all, we remember when God said, you will not destroy Nigeria with the world with flood again. And probably it's fire. If it is God's work coming to fruition, where Nigerians and all the preachers in the mosque and the churches, and even the traditional religion adherents, should watch it out and know how to placate the God and gods to come to our help, because there is so much fire for one small Kano, too much fire over time in one small Kano. The government of Kano should look into it. I hear where one governor is calling for help because security.
Yes, Zafara.
I hope it's not another security approach. They've approached us to destroy our food and agriculture. They've approached to destroy education. The schools are not all functioning well. They now enter the market to begin to warn. Well, the security agency should look into that. That's my suspicion. And I've been reviewing the issues. A lot of things are coming to my mind even as we brainstorm. Now, finally, the Christians and the Muslims are celebrating their holy weeks all at once simultaneously. And in other platform we have asked, is God telling Nigeria something they don't understand? Because Nigeria have been boogering and pulling the tail of that dangerous python of religious crisis. When it explodes, you don't allow the sleeping dog lie. That may be what God is telling Nigeria as we celebrate the Lenten period for the Christians and the Ramadan
for the Muslims.
For the Muslims. So the leaders of religion should think about it. I am an adherent. I'm not a leader. But when the leaders are not leading well, the adherents can begin to do all they want. Princess, I think there's much we can take so that we have time to. Today, FCT elections are Abuja studio are standing by to guide us so that we can quickly do what we have to do here and go to Abuja to see how Nigerians will try their new electoral law with FCT election.
I mean, with Wike saying he will deliver.
Election in Rivers and then Kano. Let's watch out.
Yes.
Before the day breaks, all the news will accumulate and we will now tell Nigerians again. Our job is here to tell Nigerians and the world what is happening in this part of the world.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Princess, for having me. Then remember, for having been with us, our blessing has always been God bless you. God bless you, Princess. God bless Signature TV for giving us this platform to always do this. God bless me too. We should all remember that God blessings are
for
meant
those
who
deserve them.
Yes.
Thank you so much. All right, that's all for newspaper headlines and review this morning. When we come back, because we are joining, or we will be joining the Abuja studio, we won't be taking much on today's program. But when we come back, we will bring retrospect, highlights of our conversations in the course of the week. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigerian content creator Kolu has reportedly been arrested in the United Kingdom. Kolu was allegedly arrested on Wednesday following an altercation with the UK immigration police. Popular Nigerian musician Candy Blakes, who made this known in a video on her Instagram page, disclosed that the content creator traveled to the UK under her sponsorship. Candy Blake stated that Kolu, who couldn't find his passport, was arrested and taken to the station when they wanted to board a flight back to Nigeria.
I've never seen this kind of thing before. Like, I made sure I told Kolu that he is flying to UK with my course on my name, and if he doesn't come back to Nigeria, it's gonna have a huge effect on me. We wanna fly. Kolu couldn't find his passport. Okay, Kolu, calm down. Check everywhere for your passport. You don't see your passport. Okay, what do we do next? We are supposed to communicate with these people. Instead, Kolu, they fight. Kolu, calm down. You know, yeah, 16 in Nigeria. They don't carry and go station. I've been at the station since, trying to communicate with people. These people, let them know that, okay, fine, this person don't understand. At this station, they no release Kolu, and I don't want him to come back to Nigeria through deportation because it's gonna spoil his passport. So I don't even know what to say by now. I don't know.
Kunle Afolayan Production has entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Republic of Benin to strengthen collaboration in film production, youth development, and creative infrastructure across West Africa. The agreement was signed on Wednesday at the KAP Hub in Lagos, the creative headquarters of the company owned by filmmaker Kunle Afolayan, following what both parties described as high-level engagement initiated by the Beninese presidency. The MOU establishes a cross-border partnership designed to advance African storytelling and position Benin as an emerging hub for audiovisual production on the continent. As part of preliminary discussions, Afolayan and Executive Director Shehu Soyinka previously led a management delegation to Cotonou, where they met with senior government officials and key stakeholders in the country's film and audiovisual sectors. The talk centered on strategies to boost local content creation, strengthening technical capacity, and build sustainable frameworks for cinematography and the broader creative industry. Under the agreement, the collaboration will focus on three main areas: co-producing films that promote African narratives to global audiences, implementing structured youth training programs across various aspects of filmmaking, and developing and managing a film city in Oida, Benin. Beautiful Nubia, born Shegun Akinlolu, has accused fellow gospel musicians Yinka Ayefele and Big Bolaji of violating the copyright of his song 7 Lives. In a post shared on X on Thursday, the folk singer alleged that Ayefele's 2012 track, My Faith in God, and BBO's 2026 release, Amin Drew Heavenly, from the core melodies of his original composition, He also questioned when Nigerian artists, particularly within the gospel genre, would begin to fully respect copyright regulations. As of the time of this report, neither Ayefele nor BBO had issued a public response to the allegations. The claim adds to a series of intellectual property disputes within Nigeria's gospel music industry. In 2024, gospel singer Sinach was sued by producer Michael Oluwole, who alleged co-authorship of her internationally acclaimed song Waymaker. Sinach denied the allegation, insisting she was the sole writer and noting that the song had already gained global recognition prior to the producer's involvement. Florence Itagewa shared a lively moment with former President Olusegun Obasanjo as the two danced together at his 80th birthday celebration. A video from the event held at Dani Place showed the pair in high spirits dancing gracefully before guests. Itagiwa appeared in an elegant pink outfit, while Obasanjo was dressed in traditional attire. The clip quickly gained traction online, drawing thousands of reactions from admirers who praised their energy and vitality. Popularly known as Mama Bakassi for her advocacy and services as a former senator, Itagiwa shares a long-lasting relationship with Obasanjo, dating back to his time in office and earlier political years. President Bola Tinubu and Cross River State Governor Basi Otu also extended warm birthday wishes, commending her resilience and contributions to public service. While many celebrated the duo's stamina and enduring friendship, the occasion also sparked a wave of light political commentary online. And that's the end.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
All right, welcome back. Starting off Wednesday, we had a conversation with the host of the just concluded Guinness World Record attempt, Dr. Chigi Chagoram. We discussed the after story, what it's like and how it felt like. Let's take a listen.
The issues, so, you know, the equipment, the inverters, the cameras, everything was in sync because, you know, the team, they were already on ground, so they tested everything, we were good to go. Fast forward to the D-Day. So how was I feeling? It was like a mixture of, you know, emotions, right? I was excited because for the first time I'm going to try out something that tests my resilience and my endurance and my cognitive abilities. So I was excited. I was nervous too because it's uncharted, you know, grounds. I've never tried anything like this, but nobody has tried anything like this, you know, close to me. I was also a mixture of things, and I was wondering in my mind, what if it doesn't work? You know, those emotions, you don't really have, you know, one word to express, but you'll be feeling everything at the same time. Regardless, you have to have come to that point where you train yourself beyond how you feel. So it doesn't matter how you feel, you must go and deliver, because you cannot lose. Because looking behind you, I see people that are cheering you, there are people that will even cry more than you will if you fail. So you just have to put whatever you're feeling in your pocket to pocket it and go and do what you have to do. So all in all, it was a great experience. But with the glitches, you know how it is with equipment, you really can't predict. So 3 hours into the interview, I was still going, you know, like, let's go. And my team members came and said, Madam, you have to call for a break. I said, Bao, why? How? Why? I'm not tired. Why are we calling? Let's do this. And I said, the power went off. I said, it's not true. You can't be telling me this.
I mean, 3 hours.
3 hours. Power went off. I said, what? They said, calm down. They were like, oh, my team. Sorry for another day. So they said, you have to calm down. You have to start from the beginning. I said, what? We have lost interviewees because most people, they've been interviewed and they've left. So how are we going to stretch into 1 a.m.? Because this was happening. We started 9:30. So this was happening after 1. How are we going to do this well into the night after 1? Who will be interviewed? They said, Sha, just start. So I had to go back, sit down, and start all over again. So I did, all in all, about 15 hours because we lost the first 3 hours. We had to do an extra 12 hours to, you know, get to that finish mark. So
I'm particularly interested in, you know, how you felt after, like when you had to start from the beginning, because you were so energetic, you were so hyped up from the start, you know, and it was like, okay, we're 3 hours down, you know, we're counting, and then you just had to start everything from the beginning. So at that point, like, what was in your mind, your energy levels, your enthusiasm to continue? I just want to get a feel of how you felt at that point where you had to start, and all the thoughts that were in your head when you thought about when it will end, and if people will still be there to, you know, carry on.
So a couple of things. First of all, your why is very important. Why you're doing something. So when you get discouraged, you remember your why, and you know that you have to push. You have to find strength. You have to draw strength from whatever source works for you. So I remember the fact that it's not just about me. It's the people. It's the people that believe in me, that want me to succeed. There are people that left their homes. There are people that had to come back to be re-interviewed. And then there are people like you sitting there cheering me on, right? And then there's the whole of ENUGU State. You understand? So I drew my strength from my why, which is putting ENUGU on the global map and also not disappointing the people who have invested so much emotions, even resources into what we're doing. And secondly, something came to my mind that actually, you know, in our local parlance, gingered me. While I was doing like a research on how to run a marathon, because it was a marathon, but it was a cognitive marathon. You know, in running marathons, you don't move full speed ahead. If not, you gas out in the middle of the marathon. So it reminded me of something I read, that I should operate with 75% performance. I shouldn't go 100%. So when that thing happened, I remember that thing and I slowed down. Because some people will actually say, I got that feedback. She's getting tired. It's like I I slowed down so I can take the long haul. I was gulping in water just a bit so I don't get pressed. I was just taking in my dates so I don't get tired from digestion. So my why was instrumental, so much instrumental to me getting back on that seat and not breaking down. And then that 75% performance, thingy pulled me through the entire. I didn't even know when I clocked 15 interviews because I heard people clapping. I thought they were clapping for my guest too, and I was like, "Hey, they like you." It was later they told me you passed it because the person currently holding it is 43. So at that time, I think it was like the 7th or 8th hour, I had already broken. I got 50 interviews. So all in all, it was a great experience.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Benefit. You understand? So from character to ethical leadership, from ethical leadership to sustainable development, then what you have, there's something also within that. That thing is transformation. If you are ethical, if you have good character, something happens within the environment. There's an environment you create. That thing that happens is what we call transformation. Transformation of what? Number one, the mindset. The way people think, the way they perceive things. The kind of, what determines that? The kind of values they have, the kind of beliefs they have. These are the things that determine what kind of mindset someone would have. In general terms, some people have what you call a growth mindset. They keep learning, they keep growing, and they keep developing. They can take it from others. They are open-minded. That is the growth mindset. But the fixed, blind mindset doesn't believe in taking from anybody. It insists on doing things the old way that didn't give him or her any results and continues to do that. And we know that Kamat said that it's only madness that makes somebody to think that they will keep on doing things the way they were doing it and then expect a different positive result. It's not possible. So when there's an ethical leadership, look at it. The leader becomes transformed, a mindset. Followers become transformed, a mindset. One person initiates it. Others look up and follow. Their mindset becomes transformed. The third thing that happens after that, the second thing that happens after that mindset transformation is what you call alignment. Values are alignment. If I am a leader and I have followers and we are aligned, there's an alignment of our values. I become a mentor to my followers. They look up to me. And there's a very important ingredient that comes into leadership, into governance. That thing is what we call trust. Trust is called social capital. It binds people. Founder, CEO, employers of labor, employees. When trust is there, when there is social capital, there's a bond you can break. They can form teams. They are open to one another. They are aligned to the vision and goals of the employer or the chief executive or the governor or the president of the corporation, the president of the country. But if their trust is lost, everything is lost. Where does it start? When there is character failure in the leadership of corporations, in the private sector, in the public sector, whether in politics or in business, when there is character failure, there is leadership failure. And when there is leadership failure, disaster comes, poverty deepens, corruption is everywhere. That's what we call ENUGU. That ENUGU comes from entropy. People don't believe in a common set of values. Those in leadership don't pursue to fulfill the common good expectations of the people. The goals of the founders of private sector corporations are deserted. And then everybody's behaving the way they like. There's nothing like secured public interest. The Commonwealth becomes pay-fat. People steal the Commonwealth. And nobody cares. There is no organized strategic sanction in place to bring them to book. So there's no transparency. Entropy is a situation of chaos, disorder in the society, where there are no values, no ethics, no character. People do what they want. And if you take this narrative into the tertiary institutions, everywhere, without character, education fails in attaining its objective, fundamental.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, you've seen one part of Thursday. And secondly, we had Benjamin Fiafo discussing radio in the age of artificial intelligence. Let's hear what he had to say.
All these languages and start producing in every local language. But we have some selected languages that you don't need to struggle. You will be able to have your program quickly done, translated into those languages. However, as I mentioned, it is a machine. So when this is done, you will need to take your time and listen and make all the necessary corrections, because it is a machine. Whatever is being produced may not be accurate as a human being doing this translation. So I believe that there is a role that AI is playing at the local language. Again, there are AI tools that are doing analytic or analysis of the demographic area that the radio station covers, and can suggest that based on this demographic nature of your coverage area, you may need to now produce a program that particular demographic need, or those people within that coverage area need. So AI is also helping guide content, and it can also generate scripts that you can readily use, so that when you have a program, questions you want to ask, discussions you want to have with the resource person, AI is also helping to generate all this. And in terms of recording, AI is also helping to do recording. I would say that there are AIs that are helping in making recording better, taking out background noise, removing all the areas that you want to get out of this. When you give the AI the prompt, it's able to do this within a second. It will take a human being a longer time to do this, but AI is able to do this faster. And I believe that these are some of the ways community radio in other areas are benefiting from AI.
All right, then let's look at some of the implications of AI-generated voices and virtual presenters for professional broadcasters?
Thank you. There is a story I always want to emphasize. Will AI replace the professional journalists? I would say no. The reason is that the role of the professional journalist is still very important. Why? Because you are the one who has the ability to use AI to ensure that whatever work you are doing become better. We have the AI tools available. So it is now time for the professional journalists to begin to learn and use the AI to do better recording, create better content, produce better programs for the listeners. However, there are challenges with AI. AI on its own can, we call it deep fake, can come out with something that is not true. Those using the media, the video side, AI can generate pictures that look like the person. AI can be doctored or commanded to clone somebody's voice as if that is the person speaking. AI can also share content or create content very fast, which is not true, and that can go wide in terms of distribution. So we will need ethics. We will need to put in place guidelines. We will need to put in place some training that will allow journalists who are working with AI to discipline themselves first, that they will not send out content that they have not reviewed, that they will not just take content from AI and then distribute. They will also cross-check every detail in terms of pictures that they want to share, because AI can easily develop pictures that and videos that you can share without cross-checking, and most of the time it is not the reality. And
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And lastly, on Friday, we discussed Nigeria green economy. Can it create jobs or still combat climate change? This conversation was had with Professor Florence Arabweze. And we also had Reverend Father Ambrose of Fordile discussing simultaneous celebration of Lent and Ramadan. What is God saying? Let's take a look.
And other ones, wind, instead of depending on crude oil, on fossil fuel, that is causing pollution. You go to the Niger Delta, where we have environmental pollution as a result of crude oil exploration and exploitation. You can see the waters there, all polluted, gas flaring, and all sorts of things, even plants, even fishes in water, they are dying. So this is what the country is trying to do. Then you come to the area of construction and particularly transportation. You can see electric cars on our roads, even the CNG vehicles that the ENUGU state government, let us come home, has already introduced. Then you come to also agriculture. You have to use organic agriculture that will help the country.
Right. So now you've mentioned the number of climate change, and how it has impacted. But bringing down to like the average Nigerian, most of these green energy, things are quite out of reach for most Nigerians. So how would you say that it has helped to address most of these climate change issues not just when it comes to CNG cars or things like that, but also to the average Nigerian in their homes, in their workplaces, their communities and schools?
Well, some of them are very expensive. But the truth is that green economy in Nigeria is also creating jobs for people. Like those in farming, it's creating jobs for them, connecting them to markets, giving them loans and funds, providing them with something like fertilizer. And you can see that some of them are farming now all around. Also, when you come to solar installations, young people now like you are also into that installations. It's also creating jobs for them. Before you know it, in a day, some of them can make up to 300,000 naira. They are also constructing solar systems, solar panels. So it's helping them to create jobs. But the issue is that you can see that the reality of climate change is here with us. You can see that between November, January, February, when we usually used to have Hamatan in the country, that there was no Hamatan. It's part of climate change. Then you go to other countries, you can see that rainfall is getting too much, that there is so much flooding. People's houses are being carried away. People are also dying. So it is a terrible situation. And everybody should panic about what is happening throughout the world because of climate change. And climate change, when you're talking about climate change, it is also, human beings, human activities, are causing climate change, like industrialization. From the time of industrial revolution in 1732, there is a kind of release of carbon dioxide and methane and other gases, green gases, that are not good for human beings and the environment and the planet Earth. So this is the problem.
All right, so how can, initially I just talked about oil, diverting from oil to this other angle. How can we really balance our dependency on oil and, taking it to a different angle, looking at other areas that money can be made?
Well, this is what we are saying. We cannot continue to depend on crude oil. Other people are already moving out from there, other countries. By 2035, many European countries will no longer be using fossil oil. They will be using electric cars, which, if you go there, they are already there in their numbers. It is for our engineers and our scientists and our researchers and the government to have the will to also move from crude oil. People are also going into tech, and that is where the money is now. Young people are going into tech all over the world, ICT, communications. So we can't continue to depend on oil for sustainability in our country. And that is why the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu has also diversified, talking about blue, marine and blue economy, looking at resources of the oceans, of the rivers, creating eco-friendly environments, seeing how we can harness other things, attract tourists, and also preserve our environment. That is it. That is what it's all about. Diversification. We can't continue to depend on crude oil that is destroying our environment in the Niger Delta and elsewhere.
Exactly, and now you've mentioned that these specialists, our engineers and the likes, need to come together and do something, and also that the government is looking into diversification. But do you really think that the environment and the Nigerian factor is conducive enough or gives room for the kind of innovation that we want to achieve, looking at other countries that you mentioned that are now moving away from oil and fossil fuels? Do you think that Nigerian climate and the environment, the leaders and the people are giving that room and that allowance for people to actually go and explore these areas?
You are right. Our leaders are not honest with this country. In terms of our educational system, it is gone. Even the curricula should have changed, should have been innovated like other countries that freed themselves from colonial masters. But it's still there, concentrating on the cognitive aspect of education, not looking at psychomotor. So you see, many of our intellectuals, many of our engineers, many of our medical doctors, many of our technicians, even mechanics, they have fled the country because of the situation in the country. Then those that are remaining, they are frustrated. Then you talk about insecurity, you're talking about the environment. The environment, the insecurity in the country where so many people are murdered.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
And prayer by our Lord Jesus Christ, 40 days of prayer and fasting by Moses. We talk about Elijah, who fasted 40 days and 40 nights. The flood lasted for 40 days and 40 nights. And you have the Ninevites who repented after the preaching of Jonah, and they were in sackcloth and ashes for 40 days and 40 nights. You have a whole lot of them, and it has a great significance. And inserting it within the context of the Lenten period is also an opportunity for Christians to be in the manner of Jesus Christ. The Lenten period is a time for what we call the 3 pillars of Lent, of fasting, prayer, and almsgiving. That's for the Christian tradition. When you come to the Muslim world, you have that this is a period of Ramadan. It is their 9th month and the holiest month of the year, according to their calendar. And it interests me so much that in Islamic religion, you find out that there are so many similarities with the Christian tradition. Because the Ramadan starts with the sighting of the moon. And Muslims are expected to fast from dawn to sunset. And within this period, they are advised or recommended, it is recommended that they fast from food, fast from evil talks, fast from all kinds of bad behaviors. It's also a period where they also do charity a lot. The same thing we find in the Christian tradition. They fast, they give charity, what they call the zakat, and they try as much as possible to be united in their prayer life because they take prayer seriously. So when you look at the atmosphere that is already in place, celebrating these two very important celebrations in both religions, you see that the streets will be quieter. People will be more careful in what they are doing. The Muslims are observing their own, the Christians are observing their own, and within these observations there is serious invitation for a transforming heart, what the Latin people will call metanoia, change of heart. It is called in both religions. The Christian religion will call for sober reflection, for reconciliation with God, for charity, for prayer, for almsgiving. The same thing that the Muslim religion also, calls to attention. Now, to the question of, is it a coincidence that we are celebrating these two events at the same time? Having seen that they have almost, the same qualities, we see that God is saying something to our nation, the issue of unity. And there's something to pick from these two religions. Each of them talks about picking a virtue and dropping a vice. Picking a virtue and dropping a vice. Within this period, you have seen that you have a particular bad behavior or bad habit that you have cultivated over time. And both religions will call you to attention to actually, shed off some of these bad behaviors and focus on your maker. Because both religions also call attention to God the Creator. Even though they have different theological underpinnings, but still they call attention to the same Creator who is God. In other words, there is no point, trying to make so much differentiations. They are still called for unity. While we are celebrating at this period, God wants to tell us something, especially this period. Of course, we are gearing up to the election 2027, where
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Thank you for staying with me this hour. Regrettably, this is where we'll be drawing the curtain for this morning's program. We're joining our Abuja studios for documentary and commentary on the ongoing elections this morning. So we come your way again tomorrow. I am Princess Ken Achoma. But remember, keep living, keep dreaming, keep fulfilling. See you next week.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Well, let me welcome you to our FCT Council Elections studio here in Abuja. My name is Mwabos Njoku. Today, the 21st of February 2026. And residents of the Federal Capital Territory trooping out this morning, heading to the polls to elect chairmen of area councils and councillors. And by the way, let me tell you something on the lighter side of it. Do you know that President Ahmed Tinubu is resident in Abuja, but will not cast any vote in today's election because he's not registered to vote in Abuja? If he wants to vote, he heads back to Lagos. Yet he calls the shots here. The FCT minister, Nyesom Wike, will not cast a vote in today's election. He's our leader and minister in the FCT, but his votes, his ballot means nothing in today's election. If he wants to cast a vote, he heads back to Port Harcourt. But those of us residents in Abuja, we will head to the poll this morning to cast our ballot. And from this morning, from this time we started to 12 noon, we're bringing you hour to hour, minute to minute, second to second account of the goings on from our correspondents and a number of situation rooms here in the Federal Capital Territory. By the way, the FCT council elections are the only elections conducted by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The other council elections in the 36 states are conducted by the state independent electoral commissions. So, Abuja election is unique. I'll be telling you those who will be joining us on the line from across the country this morning. From Abuja here, Prince Chinedu Obi, the national chairman of the National Rescue Movement, will be joining us virtually. Paul Alaje, an economist, will be looking at the political economy of elections in Nigeria and be joining us from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. And we'll be joining Yega Africa Situation Room to be bringing you more detailed accounts of goings on. And we'll also be joined by the, what do you call them? Brain Builders Initiative. Yes, Brain Builders Initiative is an CSO of youth who monitor election violence. So they'll be feeling the temperature and the activities in the field. We'll also be joining them from time to time as we progress in the next 3 hours of looking at the FCT elections today. Again, my name is Wabos Njoko, and I can tell you that for free, I'm joined in the studio for this marathon broadcast this morning by my friend, colleague, and the man from the other side of this process. I used to be on this side, critiquing and criticizing what he used to do. Andy Ezani. Andy Ezani is the former spokesperson for the Independent National Electoral Commission. Andy, you're welcome to this marathon conversation today.
Good morning, Chief, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. It's a nice day.
Andy, how does it feel having now to be on this side with me to look at what is going out there?
Yeah, it's very interesting. It's very interesting. There's a sense in which you look at it and you say, well, it is actually an extension of the same thing that you were doing. But the fact now is that, yes, whereas you have some information over there and can understand why certain things happen the way they happen, from this side, yeah, you try now to put yourself in the shoes of the people who did not have that inside information. So you can understand why sometimes people are very impatient. Sometimes people are genuinely concerned about how things are not working the way they should work. You know, so it's a refreshing perspective. It had been for a while. I mean, since I'm no longer on the other side, as you put it. You know, so now you get to feel the way people really feel about it.
And we're looking at the number of voters that have always voted over the years in the FCT. We're looking at that. We'll be looking at most likely the figures for today's election, most likely. We'll be looking at the political parties that will be participating in today's election. But let me start by asking you, time and time again, those of us in the media have kept raising the matter of smooth logistics. Every other election in this country seems to suffer from logistic hiccup.
Yeah.
Materials don't arrive in time. Staff, INEC staff don't arrive in time. Transportation headaches, mix up sometimes of documents. Have we not gone through this process so many times over now that we should start getting them a little bit better than we're doing?
Yeah, it is one dimension actually for you to look at it from the perspective of that we have gone through this severally, and then the more you go through this, the more you actually become very conversant and things should work seamlessly. But you know that this is also a society where we have not been able to resolve not even the simplest of the problems we have in this society. All those problems that dog every activity you have in this country on daily basis, in terms of your light supply, in terms of your water supply, in terms of your transportation, in terms of your telecommunications, all those things, they are not resolved because you have been living the life every day. They are all there. So what you find out is that INEC, not speaking for them, but also speaking from that experience, live the very basic life of Nigeria where nothing is actually resolved, nothing is taken for granted. Every day you resolve issues are new. So when you have these logistics problems, they actually speak to the Nigerian problem that had become very enduring, that nothing is properly solved, because sometimes you go to bed, you take it for granted that certain things have been settled. You wake up on election morning, and you begin to, deal with all sorts of hiccups here and there. It is either that those staff you are talking about couldn't even move from point A to point B because of one thing on the road or the other. It is either one problem or the other. It's not something that makes anybody happy. It is not something we should, give excuses for. But we live in, it should bother us as a people in the society that nothing is settled in this matter. We are talking now about FCT election. Very important, but this is a very small area. But when you have to conduct an election and you have to mobilize all your military, all your police and close down the city because you're having, that shows you what is wrong. Everything is wrong in our society, and these elections and the problems we have in putting them together reflects the situation that Nigeria needs to do a lot more to resolve these issues.
Can we sympathize with FCT in particular? Because a number of workers in the Federal Capital Territory, maybe not in the far-flung area councils, a number of these workers live in Nasarawa State, live in parts of Kaduna State, live in parts of Niger State. And for them to come into Abuja to take part in this exercise, either as officials or even as voters, they have to commute. And the practice of restricting movement in this country, we are going to get to that eventually, means that on election day, the INEC official who lives in Nasarawa State will perforce have to leave very early in the morning, 4 o'clock for instance. And at that 4 o'clock time, vehicles are not easily available. And at that 4 o'clock time, INEC is not likely to have made arrangement for vehicles to go convey them from there. And so, can we sympathize with some of these workers?
Definitely. But you are coming back to the point I made. Precisely that's what I was talking about, that when you have a country where nothing is settled, where nothing is the way it ought to be, walking from Suleja or walking from wherever to come to the city center, under normal circumstances, shouldn't be a problem. In societies that are properly organized, for God's own sake, nobody lives in the city center. Very few people do. You live outside and you commute because there is a mass transit, whether it is by rail or whether it is by road and all that. But you know that that's not what obtains here. You now have to come out to look for some rickety vehicles to come into town. You might come out on the road. One security official, we woke up that day and decided that the boss will have to wait there for a while for no reason that you know. He will not even take into cognizance whatever is importance of what you are doing. If he's moved by his spirit at that point in time to keep that boss there, he can keep you there for 30 minutes. That kind of a situation. So you do not have a situation where you can project and say, okay, I'm living in Suleja, I'm living in Gwagwalada. It takes me 30 minutes bus. I wait for the next bus projected to come out in the next 25 minutes or 30 minutes. I take it and arrive where I'm going. You cannot do that. And you might wake up in the morning, of course, for you to take off. Maybe their light had even gone out in the last 24 hours or 12 hours, whatever. So you cannot get yourself prepared. These ordinarily in this time in the world are not what people are dealing with. And the fact that we still come back every day
to discuss
these things, to deal with these things, to now talk about the one you say we are going to get back to, where we have to lock down the city for us to have council elections. Come on, you just sometimes we go through this over and over that one gets worried. We we need to do a lot more things, you know.
Well, talking about Abuja this morning, talking about people commuting into the city center to be able to either participate in the election, arrive at the offices, and maybe head to INEC offices where they will have to carry some items and move to the polling stations. Our correspondent, Chimezie Nzedima, we came out pretty early this morning, very early this morning, tried to monitor what the situation is. How open, how free, how empty, or how congested are Abuja roads this morning? How easy is it for people to move from point A to point B? If there are no vehicles on the roads, if the city is locked down, if our correspondent Chimezie Nzedima is ready, if he's ready for us, can we go across to Chimezie Nzedima? Kindly give us the update, even though we're seeing some of the pictures. Let us hear from you what the early morning was like in Abuja and on this day that the residents are going to the polls. Chimezie, are you there? Okay, Chimezie will join us presently, and Chimezie also will be joining us from the Yaga Africa Situation Room, where he'll be monitoring the outcome of the monitoring by the Yaga Africa officials of these 6 area councils. Just before Chimezie gets ready for us, and Chimezie is going to give us a report. I'm sure you can see the empty streets.
Mm-hmm.
Ordinarily, if things were properly organized, couldn't have stayed in my house and voted instead of moving from A to B. Somebody living in Karu, for instance.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day, we at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Wyatt is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you don't see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox, it's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Trading on the Nigerian Exchange Limited closed lower on Thursday, February 19, 2026, with 898.43 million shares worth 38.44 billion naira exchanged in 61,889 deals. This represents a 76% drop in volume, 38% decline in turnover, and 10% fall in deals compared to Wednesday's session. Despite weaker activity, market capitalization rose to 123.9 trillion naira. Out of 133 equities traded, 52 gained while 26 declined. Okomo Oil Palm led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 1,459 naira 70 kobo per share, from an opening price at 1,327 naira per share, followed by Deep Capital Management and Trust gained with 10% to close at 6 naira 93 kobo per share, while Fortis Global Insurance surged with 10% to close at 55 kobo per share. Zichi's Agro-Allied Industries wrapped up Thursday's trading session with 9.96% to close at 14 naira 79 kobo per share. On the losing side, Multiverse Mining and Exploration came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 25 naira 20 kobo per share from an opening price at 28 naira per share, followed by Magnicos, which declined with 10% to close at 8 naira 28 kobo per share. Meanwhile, the benchmark Nigerian Exchange All-Share Index increased with 2,645.61 points to close at 193,073.57. However, the Naira remained relatively stable but slightly weaker across both official and informal foreign exchange markets on Thursday, reflecting steady demand on ongoing liquidity management. At the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, the Naira exchanged around 1,346 Naira to 1,348 Naira per US dollar, with quotes broadly anchored within 1,340 Naira to 1,350 Naira band as the Central Bank of Nigeria continues interventions to support stability. In the informal segment, bureau de change operators in major cities such as Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt quoted the dollar at approximately 1,490 Naira to 1,515 Naira per US dollar, maintaining a significant premium over the official window amid varied demand pressures. This is business news in Global News. Chimezi Nzadima reporting for Signature TV News.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export.
we are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Well, we had that technical challenge. Andy, just before that challenge, we were talking about unresolved matters, unresolved issues, and suddenly you saw that unresolved power issue. That is part of what I was talking about. People living outside and having challenges coming here.
If we were before a judge in the court, I would simply say, I raise my case. I don't think we need to go further, you know. But this is the reality of our life. 66 years after, that's where we are, you know. So we deal with these issues every day, and it doesn't bother us. We have kind of taken it as that is the way life should be. Because when people are talking of emergency here, emergency there, the very key emergencies of our very values and our very life on daily basis that actually are on emergency, these are the things that we need to address before all these things that we bandy about and throw about money and every other thing. The fact that nobody can organize any national duty, anything that we are holding in this country at the moment, no matter how important, whether it is election, whether it is sports, whether it is a summit, whether whatever it is, that somewhere at the middle of whatever you are going to do, you now even begin to factor in that at any point in time that the power can go, and then we'll say, hey, it has gone, and then when it comes back, we start again. You know, I mean, these it's very unfortunate, really, and we should be able to really know that this is a very indicting thing on this society. And no matter whatever we say, no matter however we pump ourselves up on we are going to win this election or that election, it makes a joke of the whole thing. Because
this is the election we ought to win.
What for? With the election for what purpose? When you cannot change anything in a decade, in how many years, how many decades, and it is the same way. You know, so when you talked initially about why the staff of the commission or the personnel couldn't move and come out early, sometimes they do this, sometimes they do that. This is the answer.
That's the answer.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Well, thank you, Public Power, for giving us the answer to the questions you raised. Why so much hiccup in some operations? And Andy says, it's really a wonder that these things have become part of our daily lives, and we don't seem to care. We don't seem to make effort. We don't even seem to feel bad that we cannot resolve them. Well, just before that hiccup in power supply, we're trying to get across to Chimezie Nzedimma, our correspondent, who, as I said, woke up pretty early this morning to try and monitor what the Abuja traffic situation is like. Now it's not going to be was like, because people need to move from point A to point B, and if the city is locked down, how do they move? People need to get to their studios, our guests need to be here, INEC officials need to arrive. What was Abuja City look like early this morning, on the very morning of the FCT Council elections? Can we now get across again to Chimezie Nzedimma to tell us what he saw early this morning, how Abuja was early this morning? Thereafter, I'll be joining Blessing Nwobodo and Nasir Usman, who are already at the polling stations where elections are supposed to have started. Let us also know from them, after we have heard from Chimezie, what the process now looks like. Now, Chimezie, please, can you give us an update?
Yeah, good morning. It's nice to be on Signature Morning this Saturday. So, residents in Abuja this morning woke up to an unusual quiet street. I woke up as early as 5:30 a.m. and left my house as early as 6 a.m. But I was so surprised to see the streets were very empty. Roads were packed with only private commuters and practically everywhere trying to get commercial vehicles to either do their personal business or go to work. Right on my way out of my estate this morning, I did meet a neighbor of mine who was going down to Ado, from Abuja down to Ado, because he had to report to work this morning. On confirming how the road was from Nyanya Axis down to Maraba, he said it was very free. And if we know, Maraba to Nyanya Axis is a very busy ghetto area. So surprisingly, members of or citizens of Abuja are really heeding to the 4-hour restrictions, as the roads are very, very scarce from vehicles and pedestrians.
You already sorry for that holdback. Chimezie, you're already at the situation room of Yaga Africa. I'm sure that
yes.
Your movement from where you filed that report to your present location, did you see any voters heading to the polls? Did you see any INEC officials heading to their various locations? What was the security like? Can you just give us an update?
Unfortunately, I didn't see any of such. The roads were very, very free, especially heading towards Yaga Africa Data Center, which was around the Shehu Yagari Way. The roads were very, very free. Vehicles, you could literally count how many vehicles you passed across, and pedestrians or citizens who were passing by were very, very few, especially limited to the people who live around that axis. So I didn't see no INEC official or INEC personnel heading to polling units, or I didn't see anybody going to vote. So the roads were very, very free and deserted.
From that situation room, you could have gotten more insight in what is happening in the 6 area councils. Thank you very much, Chimezie, for that update. Now, Andy, Chimezie says the roads are empty. Could that be an indication, really, that the voters altogether? And that matter is, each time where an election comes, in the course of registration, many of us register around the areas we work. For instance, the staff of this organization, many of them registered in this vicinity. So, on election day, ordinarily they have to move from where they live to where they work in order to cast their ballot. Is there any sense that for you to register, you cannot register where it is nearest to you? For instance, just before we came into the studio, one or two of my colleagues were showing me, look, I've just received a text that my polling booth has been moved elsewhere. Today's election day. And the reason INEC is giving it because of congestion. Isn't there any way of harmonizing educate me?
When you register actually to vote, you are supposed to register in, you yourself who is registering, ought to know where you will be, your location about election time. Because you know that your card is configured to the polling booth where you are going to vote. And it makes a lot of sense for you to choose to register in the location near to your residence than the one of your working area. Let me take Abuja for example. If your working place is in the central business district, when you are registering as a voter, I think it makes more sense for you to register near where you are residence. If you go and take your office space in the central area to go and register with that, I think that is anomalous because on election day, you will not be working. You will invariably be living very far away from the central business district. Also considering the fact that we lock down the city and no transportation and all that. So it doesn't make quite sense. So when people register, they are expected to register at the polling unit that is nearer to them. And if you do that, like you were, asking the reporter, I do not expect that you are going to travel a long distance for you to go and, locate your PU. Your PU will be somewhere in the neighborhood. So people ought to really move out without, a lot of problem in finding their PU. The one that I don't get, the one that actually doesn't make a lot of sense to me, and I don't understand it, is getting back to people in the last 24 hours or 12 hours to tell them that due to congestion. That congestion ought to have been identified a lot more. Much earlier. Yes, and then, shifted to the PU that is within not very far from that area. So it ought not to change a lot in terms of conveniences, for people moving around. But it is something that ought to come much earlier on. You don't wake up and so, because by the time we do the registration, we configure it, we know where there is a gap. It is not something you just discover suddenly. There is no surprise, for you to now find out in 24 hours or 12 hours that, there is congestion. There is always a certain number of people that once you reach that threshold,
you should indicate. Of
course, you know that it is there, and then you move to the other one. These things are worked out. These things are, well calculated. So these are some of the hitches and some of the lapses.
Yeah, that also brings me to the process of even registration. Mm-hmm. In the course of registration, people are given time off to go register. And that time off invariably is when you're at work. I'll give you an instance. Some of our staff will say, have one day today, go register. They find it more convenient registering not far away from the office. Instead of going back to, for example, if I live in Kefi and I work in Abuja and they give me time off to go and register, I can't comfortably go back to Kefi, complete the process and come to work. So return to work. So it's easier for me. That's one aspect of that bothers me, Andy.
No, I think we are not getting it quite right.
Please.
The very location where you registered doesn't indicate that is actually
vote.
No, Because you know that a part of this registration now is even done online. In case you choose to do that, you will do that and eventually, go and have your image captured and all that. You don't necessarily need to do that in the very area where you are living to do that. So no, it doesn't follow.
In other words, I can do the registration here and still vote near my
because
residence.
you are going to indicate your location, your address, and every other thing for you to vote. So nobody expected that you must have to go and register in that same point where you are going to vote. No, that is not the way it works.
That's interesting. So one then can justify these empty roads, really, because if the roads are empty, it means most likely that people are staying back in their areas of residence and not having to move.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier on, that you don't need to massively move from maybe a kilometer or 2 kilometers to go. No, you don't need to do that. Unless, which is very rare, that you are living in an area where there is no PU within a certain area, and you know that there is provision that if you change your location, if you change where you are living early enough, a part of the voter registration, continuous voter registration, a part of the process is that you can indicate that you have moved, and this thing will be moved to the PU where you are living. So no, we do not expect, in terms of the roads, we do not expect that people, yes, are going to have like a market situation where people are moving to go and vote. No, where people are voting will not be very far from where they are domiciled. That is actually what the thing should be.
Okay, the empty roads justifiable. People should stay back where their polling units are, more likely in the residential areas, stay there, carry their ballots, and let us see how the elections will go. How the elections will go, what is the situation like now? If my producer can get across to Belinda Nwobodo and Nasir Usman, who are covering the Buhari area council elections, maybe they be in the Mpape area of Buhari area council. What is happening? Have the INEC officials arrived? Have voters begun to arrive at the polling units? Have accreditations begun? What is the security situation like? Generally, can we get across kindly to Belinda Nwobodo and Nasir Usman, who are, I think, in the Mpape area of the Buhari area council? Belinda, can you hear me? Well, they're still trying to get their acts together, but presently we'll be joining Belinda Nwobodo, who will be telling us what is the situation, whether the voters are beginning to arrive, because the elections are supposed to begin by 8 o'clock. It's already past 9, if not to 10 o'clock. It's already 10 o'clock. So by now, Belinda, things should have started shaping up. We should have been knowing the situation. In fact, voters should have started casting their ballots by now if accreditations have not been. I think the process is you are accredited and you vote and you go. So Belinda, if you can hear me, can you hear me now? What is the situation like there? Can you give us an update?
The election so far started around 8:29 a.m. this morning. We saw INEC officials arriving. So earlier. Before some of these INEC officials.
Well, Belinda, it appears you may have to change your location because the network there is not quite reliable. Your audio is fitful, coming and going. If you decide to change your location, maybe we'll come back to you because I did not even get clearly the information you tried to put across to us, but I could see that the security vehicle was there. I could also see some considerable movement of voters and all that. And this election was supposed to have started at 8 o'clock. By now, things are still shaping up. The ballots, the voters started casting their ballot by now, if we're following the rule. And the Independent National Electoral Commission said it was prepared for this election. Mm-hmm. And this is going to be a kind of a litmus test, they say, for the bigger show. I do not think that we can, I'm sure.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.